welcome everyone to the Nova Open 2022 Day 2 Championships. Today I'm very excited to be joined with my co-host Ace from across the world in Spain, and we're getting ready for a series of exciting matches today. So everyone, I'm going to step away for a moment and help get these games set up. But we've got Ace here who's going to be maybe talking a little bit about our first matchup of the day. It's actually going to be a grudge match from yesterday. We've got Pathfinders versus Vetguard, and it's going to be a very, very exciting game here. apologize here for the stream. Looks like I didn't have the right capture device set up for the stream starting soon page. So my apologies there, Ace. I know we have a number of people tuning in here. So let me get this set up. One moment. Do apologize here for the slight hurdles we got going on. All right. Hey, Ace, can you go ahead and say something again and see if the stream can hear you?
Hello, hello, Nova Watchers. Are you excited for this tournament? Can you hear me, chat? Am I there?
Can someone in the chat say something here real quick? If we're hearing Ace or just hearing my voice? All right, I think we're good. Alejo, can you confirm? Great. All right, fixed it. Great. Sorry about that, chat. All right, so we're coming up here in a grudge match from yesterday. We've got Vetguard versus Pathfinders, Kevin Starr versus Mike Cortez. We have the
Ooh.
board set up, and this mission is one that I'm really, really excited to talk about here. 1 second, Ace. I'm going to hook up the audio output capture to this one as well. I'll let you know when you're good. Okay, so we should hear you now. So this mission that we'll be running through today is there we go. It's going to be escalating hostilities. So here we go. My audio
Oh
was a
yeah,
little low there. All right, here we go. I'm back up.
much better. Yeah.
Thanks for the tips, chat.
So we are playing escalating hostilities, aren't we?
That is correct. And in a
Yes.
moment here, I'm going to cut us up to the board just so we can talk through the board and sort of have some chat about it. So let's
Sure.
hop over to the board. Okay, here we are on escalating hostilities. So this is a pretty terrifying one for either player here. There's some pretty significant sight lines that can go from either
Ooh.
side. There's a lot of firing lanes into this objective here, which you can't claim from this side. This objective is protected pretty well here on this side, but Vedguard trying to take cover over here, if they are, could get Pathfinder marker lit up from all the way over here. So definitely one that's going to be a lot of frantic activity, I think, on turning point 1.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting the middle center piece of Octarius, because that piece is huge. If you can get that piece early on and you can put your demo mine in there, for example, that's gonna be huge.
Oh, absolutely.
So I was asking before the time that I wasn't been here, if people are excited about Into the Dark terrains, because I am. I really am.
Oh, I could not be more excited for Into the Dark Ace. I
Yeah.
really liked the tight, neat, competitive gameplay that Arena brought for 2018, and I really think
Yep.
Into the Dark is going to be our version of this coming
Yep.
in. So, really, really excited.
Yeah, and we are getting rid of all the TO setup of the terrain, which is I think is pretty good, because now Games Workshop just said, okay, this is how you're supposed to play this game, and I'm really happy about that.
Yep.
Let's go back. What do you think? Do you think is the Pathfinder player, which is Kevin Starr, is the Pathfinder, or is Nick?
These names aren't accurate yet, so let me just wipe the
Okay,
names. One second here.
no problem.
One of my opponent's friends before me, he's not going to be here today. So my first round opponent has basically caught.
Which spot are you?
Pot 3.
Okay. So when you do have a buy, we're going to be a max on the primary, so you'll have a W and a max.
All right.
Fortunate. Here, that's all we can do. Might actually, since you do have a buy, I might actually ask you to help me out.
Yeah, sure.
Just like we don't get answers in game soon. All right, let me get the information on the screen here cleaned up. Gentlemen, can you go ahead and just roll for attacker defender and set your final sides for me? Helps a lot. Thank you. All right, rolling for initiative. Looks like Pathfinders have won. He's going to be defender and keep his side. So Pathfinders have chosen the left side of the table.
The left side of the table. That's interesting.
All right, getting the player info up to date here. Almost
Yes.
there. Chat, hold on for a moment here. We're about to get the a second commentator in here. It's really helping me out on Champs Day. So one moment, and I'm gonna try to get this set up. All right, so we have Ace already here as a commentator, and then we have Layla joining us. Layla is a member of the Brooklyn Rats team, amazingly impressive U.S. Team of players here from the East Coast. Layla was originally going to join us here for the competitive event, but unfortunately couldn't make it. But I'm glad she can join us here on the stream. Say hi to the folks here, Layla. Really great to have you around.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, all right, all right.
Am I in? Good morning.
Yes, I think we can hear you.
Yes.
All right.
Hello, Leila. How you doing?
I'm doing quite well. I feel like there's a fair bit of delay on me, but I'll do my best to follow along.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. There is some delay on the conversation, but I think we can manage. I'm sure. So the Pathfinder player has taken the left side, which is an interesting decision, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, so what we've seen all day. So one big thing to talk about is doors and hatches are live for this event, right? We are
Hmm.
playing with doors and hatches, and especially these doors on the Octarius terrain create these massive choke points for the demo mine. One
Yeah.
thing that Mike really wasn't able to control last game was Kevin's demo mine. And, if Kevin on this side can very easily safely deploy his demo here, get him up to here, turn one, and then scoot his way up to the center of the board and have a mine here, threatening both of these points if he wants to, or planting a mine here or here, right? This is such a strong position because the mine goes through walls. So if Mike lets Kevin establish a commanding position with a lot of his forces here, I don't know if he can recover from that board state. That's going to be crippling. On the flip side, these sight lines to otherwise threaten these objectives, to actually hold them, pretty heavily favor left side. So it's going to be really interesting to see how well Kevin can establish his board state before the marker lights catch up with him.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. But if even if the demo mine goes in the middle, maybe they can do something with the assault grenadier of the Pathfinders. And with the Monka, I'm pretty sure that he can eliminate that demo mine if he goes in the right flank. Sorry. So, well, interesting things to be happening. Do you think he's going to play Monka on first turn?
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I definitely can see the advantage of a early Monk on this board. If you start on that right side, starting on that right side, then you'd probably get forced into castling into that middle point and then be very susceptible to that demo.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure because I don't know these players, so I'm not sure how aggressive they are. But there is a lot of ways to play Pathfinders. So maybe the Mike Cortez can play some KG game with his silent weapons and then be
My
ready for a turn two vodka, maybe.
Mike is another New York City player. He's very methodical. I haven't seen him play super aggressive, but we might see that today.
Hmm. That's interesting. I'm not sure because the table is pretty open, pretty sparse. So maybe we can see some turn one action. I don't know. Let's see. What do you think, Leila, about the tag ops? What would you pick if you are the Pathfinder player or the veterans guardsman player?
You know, the major regret here is we're immediately talking about Monka.
Yeah, yeah.
But Kayun, like I wish Kayun was usable here because all of this cover,
Hmm.
there's all this light cover in the middle of the board that doesn't feel very safe because of the vantages.
Mhm. Yeah, but still, Bonka is so good because it allows you to make your trades pretty efficiently. So
But I think they're gonna have some trouble with that. In terms of Sorry, yes, I 100% agree. Monka is, I think, the right choice in just about every single game. I wish Kayun had a little bit more to it that made it a
mm,
little bit more usable.
yeah, maybe Kauyon can have some use on the new Into the Dark
In
Terrains.
terms
We
of
will see.
the tack ups here, I'm trying to see right now escalating hostilities. Okay, this might be a little bit more improved. I think I might have fixed the delay.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
Yes, massively better. Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah. Now we can talk about the tag ops. What do you think?
Wonderful.
All right, so we've officially begun round one, and one interesting choice I want to call out here is that Kevin Starr's mustering his flamer, and that's basically in lieu of taking the hardened vet. For me, that's a little bit of a surprising choice, as when I played against Pathfinders, taking the hardened vet really made a great two breakpoint usually kills for getting hit by Pathfinders. The flamer was
Mhm.
rarely reliable enough to really take them down. I'm curious your thoughts, Ace, as the choice to muster the flamer in this matchup versus the hardened veteran.
I will take the flamer. I really like the flamer a bit against Pathfinders because at the end of the day, they are 13 models, so it can be tough for them to be away 2 inches from each other. So maybe you can put some good work with him, but I don't know if he mastered the Meltagam.
No, I believe he has the plasma gun. So he has plasma gun, grenade launcher, and flamer. And it's the same muster
Okay.
he took yesterday in the same matchup. Looks like the
Okay.
teams are identical. And
Okay.
Mike here is bringing all ions where he can, which shouldn't be
All
too surprising.
ions. That's interesting too. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was taking ions as well yesterday.
And two drones, Chris?
Yeah, we got 2 drones. We got a gun drone and a marker drone.
Market drone.
And
Oh
I
my
think
god.
he's bringing 1 regular Chasselas in the mix.
So that actually sounds pretty close to what we consider kind of the meta Pathfinders here in the Northeast. A lot of
We've
this
seen
is
recon drone fall out of favor pretty significantly.
yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of that is definitely what I see. A lot of the top players here in this region have started to really favor the ions just because of the unreliability of Pathfinder's dice. That just the more of them you can add on, the better.
Yeah, I have been tinkering with the Pathfinders later on, and I find the ion is pretty good against pretty much anything. But maybe the only exception is 7 goons. So I'm not sure about that. And I'm not sure too about the market run. I might be take a normal dude instead.
So I think that's another thing as Layla is talking about the Northeast meta has really embraced the usage of marker lights here in this matchup. And I think Pathfinder play has slowed down a little bit since its incarnations earlier this year that were very grenade focused and have slowed
Yeah,
down,
yeah.
become a little more defensive, and been very marker light heavy. I think an
Hmm.
alternate approach could be very, very climbing rope heavy. So,
Yeah.
I'm not sure how things are being played in Spain for Pathfinders.
Well, we have been playing, like, as you said, we have been preferring to play with 30 models, but only one drone, the gun drone. And you can take the market drone, but only against elite teams. Against all the others, you just take a normal guy. Because I think it's pretty good because he can accomplish missions and he can mark and he can shoot and do stuff pretty much. And we can
Certainly can't disagree
see
with any of that, but he can't fly.
he can fly. That's true. But you have the gun drone for that if you
Indeed.
want.
In my mind,
I
it's sort of a similar. I'm of a similar mind to how things are with Void Dancers, where it's great to you can put the fusion pistol in the leader, but then you can't allocate your leader, right? That really valuable resource, without also allocating your fusion pistol and vice versa. Whereas splitting up the fly, where if you need something disposable to use fly once to capture an objective, but you want to
Mhm.
hold on to that gun drone and keep that relentless shot that's so mobile, it does let you
Yeah.
split those things up. But you do lose an extra shot, right? You are losing that
Mm.
Chesla shooting, so it's an interesting decision to make.
Yeah. I think both of the choices are interesting in my opinion. So yeah, both of them are viable at least. So yeah, I'm happy with that.
So once again, this is same as yesterday, where Mike is defender, and as defender, as Pathfinders, it's absolutely essential to be hyper aware of where that vet guard frag grenade's coming from. I don't know if you
Hmm.
guys caught the opening match here, or I guess last match from these guys yesterday. But Kevin opened up with a frag grenade dropping into Mike's backfield that he never truly was able to recover from, right? Getting four to five damage on average to a cluster of Pathfinders, I think he hit 5 of them, is just
That's a lot.
absolutely gnarly. And you don't, I was saying yesterday on stream, you don't feel it turn 1 that much because most of them are still alive. They can still move around and maybe take shots. But by turn 3, you're seeing, las guns just start picking them apart because they only have 2 wounds left, 3 wounds left. And those breakpoints start getting absolutely awful. So you pay the price for that very heavily later, especially in escalating hostilities where you're going to be drawn to the center.
Yeah, even just losing 1 or 2 wounds on the 7-win models, it's suddenly things that you'd never had to worry about killing you before. I mean, the spike necessary for a las gun to kill you
Yep.
at 7 wounds is enormous. At 6, it's very doable, and it's worth taking just about every las gun shot at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. We start seeing overcharge out of the vet guard player if that happens.
Yeah. I am interested in, do we know what equipment they have?
It essentially only blocks line of sight because it applies obscuring to things inside.
Right. Yeah. That rule has been written in a different way.
But no, it does not
make
make
visibility.
Chris is checking some rules, I think.
I think so. So I think they're checking. I think they've been checking for the obscurity inside of that interaction. So you can see Mike's model on the left side there. I think they're trying to check where exactly obscurity lays for this top line of scramble up there.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. I am curious about the Bedgar equipment, to be honest.
Me
He
too.
might he might take one frag grenade and 3 hotshot capacitors. I think that's the way to go, but I'm not sure. And for the Pathfinders, Mark Lights?
I
High
would be
intensity?
surprised to see anything besides some high intensity marker lights
Yeah.
and maybe a targeting optic.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I used to take the Blooded with the high intensity marker light and the vision thing. So it's a really interesting piece if you combine that two equipments. And his silent weapon, of course.
Does the Blooded's weapon work with marker lights?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, the blooded silent
Yeah,
pulse carbine, right? That thing has it. It's a full on pulse carbine, just
Yeah.
with silent too. Because why not?
actually, I was thinking of the dart round thing on it.
The yeah.
Yeah. The only thing that doesn't work with marker lights are the grenades.
What a terrifying team.
Yeah.
Truly terrifying. Yeah, both teams here have incredibly high skill floors and skill ceilings. They're super hard to play at this level. Both players are going to be working overtime here to be thinking about all the angles all the time. With 13 or
Yeah.
14 bodies on the table, you cannot afford to make a mistake. Another really interesting match to watch is on table 3. We have another Pathfinder versus Vetguard matchup. This one is the gentleman from Can You Roll a Crit, John, versus Nick Craven, who is a player from Plasma Spam, another strong East Coast team. So really excited to keep tabs on those two players. We're almost certainly going to see one of them end up upstream later today.
So let me grab a coffee and I will be back soon.
Yeah, so I suspect this time Mike is definitely not going to let the mistake of the past repeat itself and not give Kevin any opportunities to have those grenade sight lines.
I would be shocked if he did. Yeah, honestly, I think even picking this left board edge, we mentioned there's kind of advantages to both of them, but this left board edge, it's going to be way harder for that frag grenade to get off an alpha strike. You've got that nice little wall set up there.
Yeah. But what he's sacrificing again, putting on the stream here, I think Vetguard establishing themselves here is going to be just absolutely terrifying. There's a hatch on this piece of terrain here if you want to pop up for vantage. There's the door right here if you want to spill out. And then you can just drop a mine here and threaten most, if not all, of this entire objective marker. So I'm going to be shocked if we don't see Kevin establishing himself closer to this, inside this bunker later on during the game. And we'll see how Pathfinders can mitigate it. Likewise, I do expect to see Mike use the side of this terrain piece here to kind of flank and really open up this board edge. If he's able to establish shooters either on this vantage point or along the side of the board, he can threaten this entire part of the table and anything that is not trapped inside this bunker here, really owning the entire top half of the board. So I somewhat expect him to try to do that.
Short of the EMP, Pathfinders don't have a lot of way of breaking that bunker, so they're really going to need to be getting in there. I wouldn't be surprised to see essentially a turn 2 Montcalm of just running as many guns along that bottom line as possible. You're going to be trading 1-for-1 with a pulse rifle. Breaking that castle is going to be really critical to preventing the Vetguard from just setting up a permanent house there.
Yep, 100%.
Yep.
The other threatening position is, this bunker's all well and good, but if Pathfinders can and do want to use recon sweep and swing out over here, they have a clear firing lane through this entire area. This is just wide open from this angle, so
Mm.
it will be trivial for Montka and recon sweep to get Pathfinders here on the first turning point.
No, I do think that Monka is going to be on the second point, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. It's most likely going to be second point turning point. I'm just saying that if he wanted, Mike would have no problem stopping shooters here on first turning point.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Which is something that Kevin doesn't keep in mind. Also, given the amount of obscuring going on here, he can very easily have a lot of these shooters unengaged.
Yep.
Now, what it looks like he's doing is, I think he might be trying to leave 2 inches space between these because he's gun shy from yesterday, but there's no reason to. You can just clump him against the wall here, swing him around if you want to, or
Yep.
swing him up through this if you want to, and then just go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, if you put your operative.
It's important
Sorry.
to learn the right lessons from that vet guard grenade, but not the wrong lessons.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can put your operatives in there, and there is no way he's going to be able to shoot you. So
Yeah, the transpectral pathfinder is also, the positioning of that operative is going to be pretty important here.
yeah.
Utilizing that operative well, he can make himself unshootable against anybody. And even the
Mm.
spotter shenanigans won't work on a well-placed transpectral. So that's a very,
Mm.
very important, useful piece. That, to be honest, Layla, I rarely see transpectral really used in the way that I think it can be. Absolutely just cheesing on the edge of the board, tapping things for -1 APL and taking a shot. What do you think?
Oh, I'm glad that you don't have to play the players that I sometimes have to play. Yeah, I see the transpectral all the time inside of just a fully untargetable behind 18 different walls, seeing me through a single window, and then it'll just, take a shot or pull an APL off of someone I've comms, and it'll just instantly do that from a place where I can't retaliate in any way. Yeah, the transpectral is a nightmare, especially for teams that rely on APL to pull off some of their bigger combos.
Oh,
That
absolutely.
guard one of them.
And there's no counterplay to it, right? If he has visibility, he's getting that transpectral. Thankfully, it does force him to go and engage, but on many boards, that's very easy to do in a perfectly obscured position, especially
Yeah.
on Chownath.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we are playing, or thankfully for the vet guard here, Octarius much more favors vet guard and what they want to do, and doesn't let Pathfinders get away with some of the things that they would like to do.
Yeah. I will try to place the transpectral on the turn 1, somewhere really maybe on the top objective of the Pathfinders, with a conceal order, and then on turn 2 with the using of Monka, I will shoot with him, use the transpectral ability, and then dash back into the wall to be safe.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
there's a lot of things. Well, even you can mark with him, of course. Chris, by the way, what is the veteran guardsman equipment choice today? Do we know?
It looks like the same equipment he chose yesterday. So we got a crack grenade, a frag grenade, which is this blue icon you see here. We got a rosary on what looks like the leader, and the chronometer. But I'm going to go ahead and double check.
That's interesting. That's wow.
I the rosary always feels a little interesting to me because, like, if it's on the hardened, it's a no-brainer. When it's elsewhere, especially against something with the amount of sheer firepower of the Pathfinders, and ignoring a single dice
Yeah, so that
can
was
still
effectively it.
really not save
Only
you.
minor distinction was that the crack grenade is going to be the blue one, frag grenade is the red one. So crack
Okay.
frag, chronometer, and rosary, which is a pretty standard way of breaking it down.
That's as I was saying with Laila, that's pretty interesting because I will put 4 capacitors and the rosary. I think the rosary on the leader is especially good, but maybe not on this matchup, to be honest.
I also think the chronometer might be a bit of a trap choice here
Yeah.
because obviously there's going to be those points where you see like the entire game flash on a single initiative roll. I wouldn't take it against Pathfinders though. If they really need it, they'll just a worthy cause it.
Mm-hmm. Well, then you are they are spending two CPs for something, which is not bad. The only problem with the chronometer is that you need to throw the die, which is really bad. Like really,
It's
really bad.
incredibly variant on what your opponent rolls. Exactly.
Yes. So you might not be able to use it before turn 4, for example. So that's bad. I don't like the chronometer like at all. I will pick the hot suit capacitors like every day of the day.
Yeah, that was something that I remember in my last finals game with Travis. He recommended I went hot shot. And the
Hmm.
more I think about it, the more I actually really like hot shot in the matchup against
Yeah.
Pathfinders. I think there's a
I
lot
think it's
there.
great.
And
Hmm.
especially on a board like this, where there is going to be a board state turn 3, turn 4, where there's a lot of
Hmm.
guardsmen taking las rifle shots. That is going to happen with how this will develop.
Yeah, and because you are trying to use the overcharge last gun tactical ploy, so then the capacitators become great, like really,
Yep.
really good.
Yep, and we saw it at Kevin yesterday. He was aggressively overcharging his las guns. That was
Hmm.
something that we did see out of him as a player. Um, to boost his shooting of his regular troops. And likewise, Mike made pretty heavy use of bonded as well yesterday, which is something
Yeah.
that the Pathfinder players I play against tend to not use it as much in favor of
Why
just
not?
aggressively. um,
Oh my god.
they tend to separate themselves too much,
Mm.
where they aren't really able to maximize it, and are really leaning on both recon sweep, um, supporting fire if necessary, and obviously keeping stuff in the bank for worthy cause to really swing the game momentum.
I have been playing Pathfinders for a while now, and I try like every time I shoot, I try to shoot against something that has at least one marker light and with bonded, because bonded is great. So
Yeah,
that's the only way to be reliable on killing things, in my opinion. So because these guys are blind on a 4+, they are really, really bad at shooting.
yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
It looks like Mike changed that deployment to do
Yeah,
what we were mentioning, that like he is safe there. He doesn't need to worry about it.
yeah. I do
See,
think that maybe the transpectral can be killed from the sniper of Kevin if he goes to the pile of the Octarius scramble thing. Maybe, I don't know.
I think that laser pointer they were trying to do earlier was trying to set up guaranteed non-reciprocal shot.
Could be.
But
Yeah.
what I am noticing is it does look like Mike has a lot of conceal out, if I can make those out correctly.
Yeah.
Only seeing, I think,
Choose four.
3
Four?
engage orders.
Four? There is a guy on the top
4.
left of the screen. Yeah, four. Yeah, that makes sense. Because there is not going to be a lot of shooting on the first turn, in my opinion. Because there is a lot of obscurities.
Yeah, so I do think that guarantees that turn 2 Monk Cava we were talking about.
Yeah. I'm really interested in how he's going to deploy Kevin. If he's going to be aggressive or not. I don't really like the state of the board to be so aggressive, but maybe he can use some cheeky grenade on the top flank of the Pathfinders. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. I'm assuming everything looks spaced out up there. Mm.
I don't think the top Pathfinders are space enough, in my opinion. And there is one guy on engage, so Kevin can use into the breach for a 3 inches dash, then go into the door of the center middle piece of terrain, and then maybe toss a frag grenade from there. Maybe, I don't know.
It's possible, yeah. No, I mean, I do think we saw that kind of aggression from him during his game yesterday. Um, was that like kind of alpha strike grenade launcher shot that we saw. So it's very possible that he's looking for the same kind of early game lead in this one. it's always hard to tell with vet guards because their first deployment is, a lie.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And we'll kind of see the actual plan that he has
All,
in mind in, another 15 minutes.
yeah, more or less, yeah. Well, there is going to be a lot of action in the center of the board because there is no operative on the right side, which is surprising for me. So, well, there is like, I don't know, 10 models, 12 models in the center of the board right now. I do think they are going to be really safe if they put in the right positions, but we will see. We will see.
I wonder if Mike grabbed any climbing rope just because coming up onto that vantage point at the right times is going to be so critical. And he does have the rampart on his side.
Yeah. And he's going to use a dash with the. I think that's the blooded. I'm not sure, though. But it could be. We are still on 2 inches right now. Yeah, he's declaring the intention for the cover line. I think that's correct. Yeah, there is no way you are going to see that guy.
I mean, escalating hostilities with that deployment, if there's already a pre-turn dash, that does mean that that section is grenadable now.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's going to be a dash. That's for sure. But I don't think that Mike can use the recon sweep with the two engaged guys on the middle of the board. So I don't know where is the grenadier. To be honest, I cannot recognize from here.
I can barely recognize them when they're on the table. So
Yeah, yeah, they are so little. And well, there is a drone up there. That thing I can say.
yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
I mean, I have to. It's got to be the marker drone is out there.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, it's only one thing on his head. So yeah, market run.
Sorry for the interruption, everyone. Was just handling some logistics with the Games Workshop, who, first I want to call out Games Workshop for this event has been so amazingly supportive. They've been nonstop checking in with us and making sure that everything's okay. They've supplied an amazing amount of terrain, and the price support has been unreal. So I definitely want to give a shout out to GW. Definitely have stepped up their game as far as their support for Kill Team.
Yep.
And the next thing I want to talk about is that this event is a golden ticket event, which means the winner of the championships, one of those 8 players you've been talking about, is going to win in a free trip, free travel, and free lodging at the New Mexico event later on this year in November. And we actually have on this on this call here, 2 people who are already going. So myself and Ace are already golden ticket
Yes.
winners. So definitely really excited for anyone else who's able to make it out there. I know of a few other really strong folks who are coming, and I believe there's 2 other events still on the books after this one to win your own golden ticket. So, absolutely excited for playing some more Kill Team this year, and really excited to see who makes it out of this event coming with us to New Mexico.
Yep. I'm really excited about that competition too. Yeah.
Yep.
Me too. God, I wish I was there.
Well, you still have your opportunity. I think
Yeah,
there is 2 more left.
yeah, Layla. I'm pretty sure that everyone playing is very happy that neither of us are playing. I talked to someone who would breathe some sighs of relief. Layla, of course, here is a very, very strong player herself.
Oh,
And
thank
was
you.
actually she was the reason I switched to novitiates. I saw her at KTO dominating people with her novitiates and ending up in people's backfield drop zones. So it's just very impressive play and inspired me to make the switch.
Thank you. Yeah. Dice manipulation is always going to be an absurdly strong mechanic, and the smaller the size of the dice, and a d6 is a very small dice.
Yeah.
Stronger that manipulation gets.
No doubt.
It was very funny. I remember, as soon as Novitiate dropped, I knew like I was going to practice and focus them. Um, it was a very funny interview. Ace had mentioned somewhere that Novitiates were the strongest team in the game, and I went to KTO, and everyone was still laughing about that because they didn't believe you.
including myself.
No one believed it. It
I
was
was wrong. I completely underestimated novitiates when I first played against them. Um, I'm
Yep.
gonna I'm gonna eat a shoe here, pour gas on myself. I was wrong.
They are so amazing. Like so good. I was in the KT in Las Vegas, the KTO. I was playing. I was doubting about playing Bedgar and Novitiates. I do think at that moment Novitiates were stronger, but after playing in the terrain, in the special terrain of the championships, I favor the Bedgar.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
blame you. At KTO, it was quite tricky playing the novitiates there. I had a decent showing there. Um, the God, we used to call it Blocked City. Um,
Block City okay.
has some kind of rough points for the novitiates. Do you think that they're Elvia this year? I know that they've released some new terrain for and everything like that to kind of even the board a little bit for shooting versus some of these close quarters teams.
yeah. Shooty
Yeah.
hordes absolutely loved the original LVO pack. The LVO pack this year is using some of the same terrain, but it does have some significant differences here. So I really encourage everybody who may have been on the fence from LVO's terrain last year, really give this terrain another shot. The pack has been significantly updated, and there's a lot of new terrain pieces that act and work a lot more like some stuff you're used to in Shalnath and Octarius. So don't let that stress you out. If you saw the block city of 6 blocks on the table, we're not doing that anymore.
And I am
Looks like we're
so
getting
happy about
the
that.
yes, me too. So it looks like we're getting these early game moves. We got into the breach from Vetguard here, and we're getting the recon suite from Pathfinders. I'm gonna go check in on the table because looks like I just want to make sure that I'm up to date on all the CP usage. So one moment.
No, no way. No way you can shoot him from there.
Yeah,
No way.
it's
Like, yeah.
they're checking on this, and I think this is just one of those things that it looks like from one angle.
Yeah.
I think that is going to be something that's going to be tricky with the new Into the Dark rules, is we're also used to tucking things away, and there's a pretty explicit ban on just tucking things into a wall,
All right, so we are in
saying no
turning
cover.
point one. Mike Cortez has already played Bonded and has initiative, so that's something to keep in
Ooh.
mind.
Right.
Kevin is doing finishings into the breach. We're checking some obscurity lines, and then we're going to possibly see a recon sweep out of Mike. He is measuring that right now. Looks like he's either going to go for that or try to check out how Montcalm will work.
Mhm. Mhm.
There are
I
certain
think
operatives here which Kevin wasn't able to protect with how he moved them. Specifically, oh, that's not what I wanted to do there. Specifically, this operative, if he were to move a Pathfinder out here, definitely get shots over here. And this operative on engage, he could just move to here and shoot. Right? This would be a no-brainer to shoot this engaged operative over here. So even though Death Intonement is in the tank for Kevin still, Mike has the opportunity to start getting some early kills if he really wants.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's like a really weird deployment from Kevin, to be honest. There is a lot of people in the middle. Like, you don't need, I'm not sure if you need to do that, to be fair.
yeah, it runs a lot of them into that protection of the heavy cover in the middle, but I think kind of the whole value of that guard is that you have so many threats that not
All right,
all
so
of
we
them
are
need
getting
to be
recon
that
sweep out of
protected.
Mike. Yeah, I think here was a question between do you go hyper aggressive on the first turn or do you wait? Looks like if
Hmm.
he's doing recon sweep now, he's really trying to get more aggressive on the first turn, than waiting a little bit and waiting till second turn. Which there is some merit to that, right? With Into the Breach, Kevin is extremely close to being able to lock down this central area, and because all he needed was that extra dash, and he's going to be fortified in this bunker. So this could be a very strong position for him to take.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure if he has enough, if Mike has enough engage orders to capitalize on
Bonded. Yeah.
I agree.
Bonded and
I agree.
and
Like we were talking
especially
about
if he does
earlier,
Monk Ka.
yeah, like we are talking about earlier, why not throw everyone an engage back here, for the even having the option to go swing out here later. Your alternative is just move dashing them up to this fence here if you're going to keep them on engage and protected. So not sure what the point of having all those operatives on conceal are.
I will play more cagey the Pathfinders, to be honest, because if you don't do that, the Bedgar have two really good silent weapons, and in death atonement and that kind of tools. And if you go full engage, then on turn two, you are going to suffer like a lot.
Yeah.
So I will play cagey, to be honest, with these guys.
Yeah, that I agree with you overall, and that's why the choice to do recon sweep is surprising. I'm gonna double
Yeah,
check
that's
because it
true.
looks like he changed his mind. Are you still doing recon sweep? Or no. Say again.
Recon sweep's done. We're just telling him a couple positions. So
Oh, see, you already did.
Recon sweep is done. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think that engage Pathfinder can benefit from it, to be honest. That's way far from 6 inches, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, because it has to end within 6 inches of that bottom edge there, so I don't think
Yeah.
that's true.
He has to be wholly within, yeah. So no, that cannot move. I think that guy cannot move.
So we were over there confirming a very cheeky rules interaction.
Which
So
is
one of the first things to talk about here is that Mike did do recon sweep, and he only really got mileage out of it for one operative. That seems like a waste of
okay.
CP to me. To
Yeah,
be honest, I don't understand that decision. Unless he's going to keep moving some others. But putting operatives out here, that just seems risky. Unless he's going for an early gun drone play, looks like what he might be doing is throwing his gun drone out there early.
yeah.
My
It's going to
gosh,
be it's going to be Gandron. Yeah,
my gosh, chat. The price support heal from Denton is absolutely unreal. Bombardment. And my
yeah, for
little
sure.
TO stand area is being drowned out. Anyway, so the second interaction we're checking is the interaction with medic on vantage points. And specifically, because the medic revive range is 3 inches, I was confirming for
Yeah,
Mike that you can, in fact, pop an operative up to this ledge here, and he's
yeah.
exactly just shy of 3 inches
Yes,
to a medic below, so you can get
yes.
revived if you get shot. Now, you won't be able to
Yeah.
dash back down, and you won't survive the second shot because there's nowhere to go from your dash down, but it is possible. Another point on that is that we have ruled for this packet that you cannot draw visibility through the holes in the floor in Arctarius. So you cannot park a medic underneath the floor here and revive somebody above the floor, anything
Okay.
like that, because you won't be able to draw visibility. So that's forbidden. But looks like we are seeing the gun drone here activating. I'm going to go confirm who he's shooting.
Yeah, I don't know why they let the initiative go to the Pathfinder player, to be honest. But well, this is going to happen anyhow. So
So we're seeing some dice.
yeah,
So
4 on 4s.
drone made
That's
a
that's
that
the
Yeah.
alpha
Gandron
strike shot on the leader. So drone over
on
here
the
shooting the
leader.
leader back here. That was a pretty crazy shot.
Ooh,
Leader did pop the
Ooh,
rosary,
Rosary
he
will
has the
save
rosary.
it.
and got
He's
two
alive. Yeah,
saves, and but is alive.
but he's pretty much alive. Yeah. Ooh, that's interesting. And then that Gandron is dead. It's as good as dead. As good as dead.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way. I mean, you don't need to deal with it right now, but there's no
No,
way that makes it to turn 2.
nope, no way, nope. What is going to? He's moving his leader in the bit heavy terrain piece, alive and well. I don't know where the medic is, but you can heal that leader if you wanna.
right, so
I think Mike.
Kevin was
Yeah.
forced to activate his leader and move Dashim over here to keep him safe. Mike has done a great job with that strike of keeping the tempo of the game in his own favor and forcing who
Mm.
activates when. So really, really good move there. Interesting choice to do that specifically though, because that really again is a delay move for Vetguard. Um,
Mm.
Interesting decision.
What is the medic, Chris? You know
Let
where are
me
the
point out.
medics?
Let me go point out the medics real quick. Be right back.
Feel like all of yesterday, this is what I was doing with Chris, is just being like, wait, okay, where's demo? Go look at the table. Tell me where demo is.
All the time. Where is the demo? Yeah.
So if Gundrone already
Alright,
has visibility, I
so
think
very interesting. So medic for Kevin is over here, and it looks like what he was trying to set up was protecting this gunner, which I think is his grenade launcher gunner,
Mm.
with protecting him from being able to do the move play where he was going to drop something in the backfield here. And then Mike's medic is over here.
Holy shit. That's pretty bad for the medic, for the bad card player.
Yeah,
He's so away.
that to me
yeah.
was a little bit of a reason
Ooh.
decision.
What's
Yeah,
that?
this is
I'm assuming this
Is-
is the drone controller forcing the gun drone to overwatch.
Yes.
looks like it. Yeah,
On
yeah,
fives.
that
And
is
he's
drone controller.
fine.
That is drone
And he's fine
controller.
again.
Drone
Yeah,
controller, gun drone issue.
that's on controller. Yeah.
So Ben,
Yep. So that was
Yeah.
Confidant getting blasted by that. So
And he's fine. Yeah.
so this is something that's kind of interesting here is that I don't think Vetguard really worries about having their operatives be injured in the same way that Pathfinders do, because their
Yeah.
breakpoints are already so punishing that
Yeah.
getting some of their operatives down to a few wounds isn't really that much of a strategic asset. I think Mike
Mm.
is sort of taking the lesson from that grenade hit and chipping away at the vet guards, but that leader is just as effective at 3 wounds in this matchup than he is at all 8 wounds. That plasma pistol is still one-shotting any Pathfinder it finds, so
Yeah.
that's all it needs to do, and it's still able to do it.
Yeah. And because you are way better in close combat with Bedgar than with Pathfinders, you doesn't care if you have 3 or 4 goons left, to be honest.
Yep.
But it's pretty important for the measure of the charge, for example, and for some shooting with your normal guys. So yeah.
All right, who is this activating here? Let me check.
It's Kevin. Kevin is going to activate right now. That's the sniper? Okay.
So again, that's Kevin's confidant move dashing to keep himself safe from some sort of speculative gun drone shot. Mike continues to absolutely have the tempo of the game. It looks like we forgot to reveal secondaries, so we're doing that now. I'm gonna go record the secondaries. This happens a lot in games like this where you're so stressed and
Yes.
focused on this first
Yeah.
activation you just skip over attack ops. I've done this too many times to count. So let me go
Yeah.
ahead and record what all the players are running here.
I mean, okay, I'm gonna guess there's got to be seize ground on the middle for the
Yeah.
vet guard.
And hold the line and Bedgar Tac Ops 2, I would say.
All right, for Pathfinders, we have the no-brainer of the Sentry Triangulate.
Yep. Well, triangling can be really hard for Pathfinders, I think.
Triangulate's a very nice, easy 1 point and a nearly
Yes.
impossible second point on this.
Yeah. You need to play like really, really, really good with your drones to be able to get the second point, in my opinion. So yeah. Stand fast, of course.
So stand fast to me is a little bit of a gamble and a little bit of win more in this mission as
Yeah.
the objectives disappear. But his other is central control, which is the biggest no-brainer of the century. If you're not able to
Yes.
win that, you're just not winning.
And the last one is going to be Hold the Line.
Okay.
Most
Yeah.
likely, we are doing a random draw, though. We are not doing free choice. So it
Yeah.
could be Plant Signal Beacon. We did see Kevin deploy Plant Signal Beacon yesterday to great effect. Seems like he likes that one, and you can absolutely score it on this mission.
Yeah, for the Pathfinder, I will say it's interesting. Maybe Killing Blow and Signal Beacon, I would say. That's the two that make sense.
Signal Beacon has a lot of play here.
Yeah.
Uh,
Holy
who's,
shit.
who's shooting this?
I don't know. The Blooded should be, or the leader, because he's hitting on trees.
All right, so here we have Mike's Blooded, who hits on threes against the
Yeah.
grenade launcher. He is just completely wiped up the table. So this was this, and it looks like he's going to pop Medic. Yep. So Medic was popped. All right, you pop Medic. Pop Medic. Yep.
Oh,
So
that's
Blooded
okay.
was safely able to shoot at the grenade launcher. So this was a pretty good choice by Mike, honestly. Mike definitely seems to be on his A game today, and definitely giving Kevin a really hard time here moving up the table.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why Kevin doesn't put that operatives on the other side of the wall. Like, why? Why do you put them
I
so
also,
ahead?
against Pathfinders, I lean very heavily on having my medic central to my overall fire
Yeah.
base so he can protect anyone. Right
Yeah.
now, he's only got one, and really, you still have in-depth atonement in the tank too. So, like, why put this? Seems like a questionable choice to me. Looks like we're doing. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing. Who's shooting? No hits.
One hit, but retained.
Yeah. So he retaliated with his grenade launcher. Another odd choice. Because if you're going to have your injured operative like that who got medicked, at
Yeah.
that point you want to bait out him getting shot again so he's not injured, so that in-death atonement shot has more
Yes.
efficacy. Very,
So
very close.
who
That was
is
a bad order
who
of
is
operations for Kevin. He seems like he's a little rattled here.
who is he shooting, by the way?
He looks like he shot Blooded, which I'm
But
not
he's
sure
in
how.
conceal?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Blooded.
Well, that's
Blooded
okay.
is a kill order, right? Who'd the grenade launcher guy shoot? Oh, you spotter. Got it. So spotter
Oh
was
my
what allowed
fucking
that to
god.
happen.
Oh my god.
That was an awful decision. I don't know what. So I think what Kevin was trying to do was use spotter to drop a frag grenade. Again, this is taking the wrong lessons from his match last night, where he was able to get
Yeah.
a grenade launcher shot out there and drop in the backfield. You can't make that your core strategy.
Yeah. I completely agree. Yeah. That was really
Hey,
bad. Like,
I got some comments that I'm a little hard to hear on the stream. I just cranked up my volume a little bit. Hopefully that makes me easier to hear.
yeah, I think you're better now.
Cool. All right. Measuring looks like a Shaw's Law move. Let me go check.
The other one, is that me? Am I quiet? Hello, stream. This is the other one.
No, this is. I
Yeah, he
think
is
Chris
measuring
was
a
the other
Shaw's Law
one.
over there.
Yeah.
Looks like he may be moving or maybe not.
I like the base thing. I love
Yeah,
that.
the base thing for movement is great.
Yeah.
It's a great idea. It's something I want to start using. Mike has just done a fabulous job of seizing the initiative in this matchup. This is a grudge match
Yeah.
from yesterday. Looks like Mike really learned all the right lessons, and seems like Kevin's trying to repeat what he had so much success with yesterday, but in the wrong environment.
Yeah. Nah, you cannot. You can't shoot from there. Like there is no way you can get a shot. But you can kill the grenade launcher with your sniper. If that's the sniper, if that's the sniper, which I don't know. No, there is no way you can shoot there.
One thing Kevin's doing that I like is I actually really like splitting the spotter and sniper. I don't necessarily like to keep them together. I think a lot of the way that they behave with the spotter or with the sniper being able to be on a vantage point doesn't need the spotter to work well. And the spotter really enables operatives like especially plasma, but also grenade launcher dropping a crack to do a lot of damage. So this is something in general I support. I don't know if it would have been the right call in this mission though. It looks like we're getting a comms activating. He's boosting APL for. I'll go check.
So, Leila, have you been playing anything else than Novitiates?
Oh
Did you
yeah,
get?
no, I play plenty of stuff. Most recently, I've been building up my intercessors while I've been in
Okay.
lockdown for a little bit here.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, I've been having a lot of fun with a lot of different teams. I was focusing novitiates again for a bit, planning for
Yeah.
here. We're getting very technical on one of these corners. But yeah, no, I've
All right, so we got comms activating. Gave a gunner plus an APL, and he's moving up to that barricade there to see what he can do to kind of be more upfield. A little bit for me a questionable decision by Mike. Where he's putting his comms won't give him anything. Like there's no advantage to being there, and doesn't let him stay nice and protected and safe for future turns where he wants to just pop out and get someone plus one APL. I almost always keep my comms extremely deep in the backfield because the range you have of moving 6 inches forward and having another 6 inches of range to tap somebody for comms, you're not going to have anyone meaningful outside of that range.
Yeah.
All
Yeah, I
right, Kevin's
completely
bringing
agree.
some of
Yeah.
his guys into the bunker here. And again, he's looks like he's really tucking them in on this side of the bunker because if he doesn't, and anyone is on this area, Mike will have no problem swinging out and punishing him on this side.
That
The other,
that comes is that comes is going to get explode, I think, on the next
yeah,
turn.
there's going to be a murder frenzy going on in here.
Yeah. Mike could try to block the door if he can. That will be really, 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 really big.
Yeah, I think he's definitely incentivized to at this point, because
Yeah.
that vet guard demo mine, if he's forced to only place it here, right, like basically right, in the wall, that explosion will clear out everything in this area of Kevin's own stuff.
Yeah.
And while Kevin showed he's happily willing to sacrifice one of his models to that mine, I don't think he wants to sacrifice 3 or 4 of them. I think that's a non-starter.
He can use the hatch though to climb up and then drop and then use the mine.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of play in there in that door, to
Multiplayer.
be honest. So I was trying to ask you, Leila, if you are going to play any of the new teams from the new boxes.
I'm all in on the breachers and the
Yeah.
star striders. Those are very much going to be my things for a bit. I'm always jealous of people who have group activations.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're great. I think that both of the teams are going to be great. Maybe the Breachers are going to be better, but the Star Striders are going to be tricky to play and really fun. So yeah, I am on board with you. They're going to be my both main teams from this box for sure.
I think is that a Shasla? I think that's just a Shasla coming up onto the vantage and taking a shot at
No, that vantage is a gunner
Yes.
here.
Gunner.
This
That's
is
a
an iron
gunner.
rifle.
Iron Rifle, 5 attacks on 4s, no marker lights. This is going to be
Yeah, and he hasn't utilized
a
bonded a
coin
single
flip.
time. And this is
Yeah.
why honestly I struggle with bonded because finding scenarios where you get good fire lanes is so difficult. So it looks like it went hot and got crits in there, so he's only got 2 defense.
That's dead. Yeah, that's a dead card.
I don't know what we're rolling
saw,
here.
saw a dice flip, so I think this is an in-death atonement return shot.
Yes. Yeah. So we are hitting on that. Is that the plasma gun? That should be the plasma gun.
You just died?
Yep.
Yeah, that was an
And
ion sniper only in death trade. You're down to 1 CP now, right, Kevin?
So that was a sniper?
That's a great
Oh,
trade for Mike. Again, just getting rid of that sniper who's such an oppressive late game threat. If he, if and when he established himself on a vantage point, that's a good trade for Mike, I think.
yeah. The lesson to be learned here is try to make your sniper a heavy terrain piece.
Oh,
Always, always,
absolutely. You
always.
cannot afford for him to have something happen like
Yeah,
that. Yep, 100%.
yeah,
I even get nervous with Pathfinders in parking my sniper like up on a vantage point like this because when he starts getting lit up by marker lights, he's shootable. So
yeah,
you need him if you're not going to be able to just cheese him out on early game and get vantage shots. Keep him safe.
yeah,
This looks like a disastrous board state for Kevin at the moment.
yeah.
However, he did have a game. His last game yesterday, we were saying the same thing on Turning Point 1, and he swung it around. So never count him out. He's a very clever player, and Vetguard are not out of the fight yet, not by a long shot. All right, this is the Assault Grenadier activating. I don't think Mike has Montcalm open, so he's not going to be able to have that range to, move dash, throw an EMP grenade. We'll see what he does end up doing. I think seizing a position here where he's sort of hidden behind this wall might be useful. It looks like Mike might be going back and activating his Shazlaw over there. Yep, he's activating Shazlaw on the side here. If I was to guess, he's going to go on the grenade launcher. No, he's not going on anyone. He's on conceal.
Yeah, he's in conceal, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike has the Transpectral, I think, on engage. One more gunner.
Yeah, this should be Transpectral back here.
Yeah, one more gunner, and maybe the other gunner, the sniper gunner, should be in the light cover, I think.
Yeah, marker lighting. So you marker light that guy.
So Kevin right now has only one
Who's the
good
flamer?
weapon.
And that flamer is badly out of position. That is not a good spot
Yeah.
for him.
That's the flamer and the plasma gun. Plasma gun is still alive, isn't it?
Yeah, this is
I believe so, yes.
This is not what Kevin wants to see here right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Once again, Mike keeps up the momentum with continuing to force Kevin to hide his operatives as soon as he shows his hand and threatens them. I'd be very nervous as Kevin right now, having to react over and over again to Mike's moves.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, next turn, maybe you are able to toss some grenades and charge some weapons, which is going to be really good for Kevin.
Yeah.
When Pathfinder starts to get in charge, they really just going down. So
And Kevin does have tiebreaker for initiative here. Mike did have initiative turning point 1, so there is a chance. Kevin also is likely going to come away with. Oh, he's actually got a problem over here. As far as controlling objectives, he's obviously got this one down here, and he'll have this. This he needs to move an operative out, and he may choose. I think this is a regular trooper. He may just bring this trooper over here and hide him and stick him over here, but less than ideal. Transpectral's activating. Not sure what he wants to do over there with him. I think overall over here might be a better position for him.
Yeah, I assumed that Transpectral was there to kind of threaten anyone who came out for that top point. You'd still need to get the marker lights up, and I don't think
he's going to shoot like a good Pathfinder. He's going to shoot to the Grenadier.
He's going on the grenade launcher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Who cares to use the Transpectral when you have guns? And he's not even bonded. Well, I don't think you can see anything from there. Like, no way.
I don't know what he's trying to do here.
He's trying to shoot the grenade launcher, but there's no way he can from there.
Oh, he's just trying to really cheese the cover lines. Yeah, I don't know what the line measurement here was for. But now, yeah, now looking at the board, he's definitely got that shot downfield in a way where nothing will be able to tell you. Transpectral shooting grenade launch. Transpectral. Yeah. All right, it's all up to the dice because he is not bonded for this.
No, there's no bonded. That's really bad. You need bonded at least,
Yeah.
or some marker lights.
Transpectral hits on threes.
No, on
Oh, because
fours.
two marker lights. Two marker lights.
Ah, then on threes. Yeah. No,
Wait, isn't two marker lights?
no. Two marker lights is no cover, Chris.
Yeah.
One
So
reroll and no
does
cover.
transpectral hit on threes?
But he has the scope.
He has the scope. Got it. Yeah, he has the marker light booster.
Holy shit. He's
Brutal.
dead.
That's an interesting place to put the equipment on it.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
I actually kind of like it. I mean, clearly
I
it
don't
worked
know.
well here.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, it works. I don't know.
All right, this is
Because
a disaster for
yeah,
Kevin here. He's lost grenade launcher and sniper. His sergeant and confidant are injured, and all Mike has lost is a single ion gunner. And that gun
yeah,
drone is in an incredibly threatening position. That's
yeah.
terrifying. I mean,
And
that's
you don't have the sniper right now to kill that drone with
yep,
silent, which is devastating.
yep. All you've got in the tank is I don't know where exactly his plasma gunner is, but this is
I
not
think
looking good for the
it's
vet guard.
I think it's behind the that that building in the bottom side. I think.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, that's really bad.
So there is plasma and an engaged trooper back here, both unengaged. So there is plasma who could pretty safely just sort of pop over here and overcharge shot that drone with a pretty high success rate. Still, the scary part of Edgard is nothing's a guarantee here, and the best you can get is
Yeah.
hitting on fours for rolling one. So even that overcharged plasma, it may wipe a drone off the board, and it may only get one hit. So pretty nerve wracking here, pulling the trigger.
I also think the positioning here is a little bit interesting because you've already lost several of your key threats. I think it might be worth it to be moving that plasma closer to the medic for future turns.
All right.
Because now it is
Kevin
bit out of
you need-
position from
moved
spotter and
comms up to
medic.
here and gave the mine who's here plus an APL. So mine has already activated this turn. Now it's plus an APL and is spring loaded, ready to strike. This is a truly terrifying mine. That what Kevin definitely intends to do now is launch him out this door. So it's Mike's on the clock now to put something here to stop this, because if he has free reign to move and plant mine, his threat range bubble over here is incredible.
I see a marker drone that still hasn't activated that could absolutely make it to position to get that door.
Yeah, where's
Marker drone underneath the top left Octarius building.
this
Yeah.
guy? Yeah, yeah. That's he's forced me ready to actually do. I don't see any way around it.
Don't think anything else can make it.
This is gonna be really tough for the guard player, to be honest.
I also need to time check these guys. As we know, Pathfinder Vanguard games are always slow. but we're an hour into the round. At this point, they need to speed it up.
So they have only 45 minutes left? Or how much is the rounds there? Chris? Chris?
He's left TOing, I'm assuming. I believe the rounds yesterday were 2 hours.
2 hours? Oh my god, that's a lot.
I assume should have somewhere where I can actually prove that, but it did feel roughly like 2-hour games yesterday.
Yeah, makes sense. It is a lot, though.
Yeah, most players are wrapping up their games in the clean 90 minutes. We're seeing,
Yeah.
obviously, the top tables take longer, and tables with Pathfinders on Vedguard, or, if any of those teams are in play, they take longer.
Do you think, guys, the Into the Dark is going to be faster?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it depends on how much people get into trying to avoid guard. If people start to do that, well, I'm at 7 inches, where can I get to exactly 7 inches? Then we'll start to see a little bit of a hiccup. But
I think by far most of the time the game takes is this turning point 1, measuring sight lines and just doing this
Yeah.
whole meta positioning. And Into the Dark really changes entirely how that works. And it almost gets to maybe a little bit more of a scripted approach toward how you approach like the missions and where you put your operatives. So you'll know generally, these 3 will need to go to this room, these 3 will need to go to that room, and you don't have to worry about some blast hitting your backfield or counterfire. So I think turn 1 will be massively sped up, and even if the rest of the game's a little slower, you'll actually feel like a more even tempo through the whole match, rather than a very slow start and then a rapid finish.
Yeah, I do think so, yeah.
what is this measurement?
Trooper on drone. Crit and 2 hits is enough if he makes no saves. Oh, crit save. Drone has three left.
Ooh.
That's very good for Kevin, because he absolutely needs to just now do 1 final point of damage, which he can pretty reliably do. If this drone doesn't die, I don't see how he can recover.
Well, he's still in a really tough position right now, to be honest.
All right, that was medic activating back there for Mike, who just moved a little bit and ended his activation. All right, looks like Kevin's going to go with his medic. He's not sure what to do with him. He's going to move him into his castle near the plasma runner. Again, a little bit more of a timid move than I would have done. I would have been thinking to put the medic more like here under the castle, but also still very much more in range to start protecting other operatives. Comms is right here and can very easily get lit up in marker, lit up with markerlets and still vulnerable. All right, ion gunner's activating.
We still want to kill today. Yeah.
Yeah, I think waiting there's the right call. Mike has the tempo of the game. No reason to expose an operative he doesn't need to. Feed pieces piecemeal at Kevin and not let him make full utilization of what he's got. That was the right call.
You still has Monka for the next turn, so yeah.
Overcharging. Overcharging.
Let's have an overcharged plasma.
Yeah,
I think.
Plasma goes hot. Drone. Ooh.
That's really bad.
Oh no, that's
really
it.
bad. But right now the plasma is
he overcharged.
completely out of position right now.
I don't know why he had easy sight
Ooh.
lines to clear that. I don't know why Plasma went right over there. Yeah, that's not a great position. I said there's a lot of obscuring protecting here, but again, marker lights can fix many issues.
Yeah. Well, I think the medic is right now near the plasma,
That's true.
so that's something.
Yeah, I do think the medic moved into there, so that's
Yeah.
a little bit of
Mike is
protection.
measuring for the marker drone, looks like. Now, what is he doing? Is he trying to take Kevin's objective?
I think that
Yeah.
might be his
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Why?
Why not?
Well, because
Chris.
without
Try-
AI, he's Kevin can still activate this trooper and just move him over here and retake the objective from him because the drone's
Yeah,
only 1 APL for objectives.
but you need to
And
dream.
yeah, but Kevin was going to put an operative here anyway. Like,
Yeah, I know. I know.
That-
I don't
that-
know. I don't know.
that seems like a terrible move.
This
That's really bad.
versus blocking the door, especially, which was
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. He does not see this door play. The spring-loaded
Nope.
demo, who's going to wait a few activations at turning point 2, wait for Mike to start putting something to take this objective, and then punish it. And at this point, Mike has nothing to stop that from happening. I think we're measuring another trooper over here.
I'm looking good data for some reason.
measuring range, so this must be the flamer.
Round 6 starts at 11:20, but be here at 11:15.
Not the flamer. Is this a crack?
That's a crack, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this is crack. Yeah, this is crack.
Gotta be AP1.
Yeah.
Was that only a single hit?
No.
No.
Oh
it
no,
was
this
a
is
crit
defense
2
dice.
hits.
He's rerolling.
That's 3 hits, yeah. That's dead. I don't know who is shooting to, but
That's
that's
a CP reroll for
Pathfinder
defense?
then. Are you CP
That
rerolling
was
on 5s?
that was a no drone save on 4s.
Okay.
Yeah, not the craziest. Like, if you are going to have the marker drone there, I guess at that point you should re-roll it. But he'll
No.
move that guardsman there anyway, right? He would. Why? Why did
You
he
can
do that?
feel Chris pain all the time. Yeah, I think Mike has the game
He was
control.
feeling generous and
and
wanted to give away a
Yeah.
marker drone. Yeah. One minute
Yeah.
here, chat.
Nice trade. Square match. Stand naturally. There's
only
only one match. No.
That was really bad. Like a really, really bad move.
Yeah, there were some choices made there. It's a weird. I guess the trade there is 1 operative for 3 equipment points, which
Yes. And I think that even better would be charging that drone, to be honest. Because then to control the objective, you will not be able, people will not be able to shoot you, and you can even chip some of the drone life with the bayonet. So there is that, and you will have the crack grenade for the future.
yeah, I don't think that's the best usage of the crack grenade.
Yeah.
Especially, there's still at least 1 more silent weapon over on the Pathfinder side that you need to be worried about. And I think really learning to dedicate those indirect weapons to silent weapons
Yes.
is a
Yeah,
critical part of trading in this matchup.
I totally agree with you. Yeah. There is going to be a lot of marker lights going on to that trooper right now. Not sure if enough, though.
I see the assault grenadier is activating. I think they'd already measured. Is that the grenadier?
I'm not sure. That's a gunner, isn't
It's a
it?
gunner.
Well, a gunner or a normal Sasla? I don't know. But he's
All
going to
right.
take the shot. That's for sure.
What do we
Is that the...
catch me up here? What do we have going on?
So there is going to be some shooting from the Pathfinder. Ooh, that's really bad. On threes, I think. And with one reroll. Let's see. Oh, so 3 hits.
Both players are out of gas at this point. Interesting.
Ooh, that's dead.
All right,
That's
yeah,
a
that was a
dead
shot.
guard.
No, the guardsman lived.
How?
Because cover a save takes
And
only
the
4
CP
damage. He's
reroll
down to
into
3.
a save.
No, that's a CP reroll. That's a CP reroll.
Yeah, it was a CP reroll there.
Yeah. Holy shit, CP reroll on 5s. Holy macaroni.
I mean, I get it. He can't afford to lose that operative here.
Yeah, but please remember that 1 CP is the cost of in-death tournament, for example.
Oh no, I know. I'm not sure that I would have spent for it. I almost never burn CP reroll, but like,
Nope.
I get it. Turning point 2. That was turning point 2 initiative, right? Rough for the vet guard. That is not what they wanted to see, ladies and gentlemen.
Pathfinder is going to
We're
start.
heading into turning point 2. So for
Ooh.
primary, I count 1, 2, 3 for each player. Hey, 3 each on primary. Turning point 2. We're getting Mike is going to measure some stuff. Absolutely, even though this is a tie game, Pathfinders have a very, very good advantage on board state here.
Board state, weapons remaining, and just chip damage. Yeah, no, I think the Pathfinders.
And now that Pathfinders have initiative. Oh, man.
Yeah, this feels like it might have been the spot to burn the chronometer.
Yeah.
You're looking for a 4.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you might as well at this point, because what do you have to lose?
What is going to happen
the
right
game,
now? Well, it's not that bad for the Bedgar, to be honest. Because the losing of the marker light runner, I don't know, but they seem likely in operatives right now.
So, while true, there is nothing blocking that door at this point for the demo mine. And
Yeah,
I don't know if
that's
Mike
true.
can afford an activation at this point. Like, he can't slip an activation behind to block it.
Can the demo mine go to the top left building of the Tau? That's one thing to wonder, to be honest.
I mean, unfortunately, I can't walk over there and measure because they're all
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
No, demo mine would definitely have threat projection to move over here. Remember, this to this is just 4 inches, right? So with a 6-inch move, you can definitely get to about here, and from there, that mine detonation could clear these 2 out if you wanted.
That's comms, and who else is under that building there?
Let me check.
I was saying, by the way, the other building, the bottom
kind of
down
barricade. But let me just.
I don't think without any extra movement, I don't think I can get to that mess down at the bottom left.
There is you have 9.5 inches of range. So maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, it's close.
All right, leader did Montca. So the assault grenadier is up here on this vantage point, and this is just regular Shazlam.
Okay, that is the Grenadier. Okay.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Grenadier's up top. Let's make sure
So
move dash. Most likely EMP grenade, and that's gonna be. He's gonna want to drop it here.
why?
You know, Emp isn't that great against guard. I don't know if this is the great. I don't think this is the best opening move. Got to be honest.
No, I don't think that's either. Yeah, for sure.
I think this is such a great threat to keep in the tank. And now demo line is really going to be incentivized to just waltz here and potentially catch all three. That 3-inch mine blast is just massive, and it looks like he's 206. I think.
Well, maybe the sergeant dies though, which could be
Maybe,
huge.
but
Confidence also in range there, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
yeah,
it's confident and sergeant.
and
You can
Emp
take
is
out
just
chain of command
so
with this. It's not a
unreliable
terrible.
though. At 5-up saves. Ooh.
But please remember that he has no Monka. No Monka, sorry, not Bonded. So he's 4 on 3s,
Yeah.
and that's it. 2-3 damage.
Yeah. I mean, all you need is one.
Yeah. For the confident, not for the sergeant. You need 2 for the sergeant. Or a crit.
The sergeant only has 2 wounds left.
Is 2 guns left? Okay. And the confident?
That's what I'm saying. Oh, no, confidant has 2, sergeant has 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Next one starts with 11, 20. Couldn't get rid of it. Thank you.
It's like a disagreement about targets or about his ability to get to that position.
I'm gonna go
I think
check.
with the 9-inch move, he should be fine to make it there. Right. He's rolling.
No, they're chilling. They were just talking it through. And that
Okay.
is one dead confidant. Yep, now rolling on the leader. This is, I mean, it's certainly effective. Hit crit.
Oh,
Yep.
the confident is dead. And for the leader, ooh, he might save this. He just need a 6. Why is he re-rolling?
I believe he's re-rolling. He must have used bonded. I don't.
And he's dead too. So both deaths. That was worth it, I think. And now he's only in dead. Oof. Veteran guardsman without the order is really bad.
Did he save the leader?
Yeah. No, he used in the tournament, I think.
Oh, okay. Who is gonna plasma with that is the question.
Well, there is a guy down there, isn't it?
All right, he's just gonna blast the grenadier with the plasma. It looks like.
No, I think
A
he's
little bit
trying
at
to
this point, a
take.
questionable decision. But that's it's a trade for the grenadier, I guess. But I would really have gone for a ready operative at this point.
Yeah.
A save isn't enough. I don't know why he rolled. Just pull the model. We'll get there. There we go.
And he's dead, yeah.
1 second stream.
No, he's dead. You can take him down, yeah.
So,
Oh,
I think one of the things to pick up from this is never be putting the confidant and
Yeah.
the sergeant in blast range of each other. Losing your whole chain of command in one activation is.
Yeah, so what I don't understand is Kevin's reaction when he started getting shot here. was to like just immediately try to duck for cover, except Mike only had a few operatives that could even shoot. So why start burning activations protecting models that he had no follow-up
Yeah.
moves for? I
We
truly
can.
don't understand it.
Chris, put your microphone near your mouth.
Oh yeah,
We can hear
sorry,
you.
they didn't have the gain up all the way.
That's okay. Yeah, I don't know either why. But losing both of your chain of command is really, really, really bad. And now there is the blocking the door.
Yep.
Clay. Yeah.
Yep. Well, now
This is
I mean,
going to
he's not
happen.
fully blocking the door if he's willing to charge, which is something to be aware of. All right, looks like he gave plus an APL to plus an
Oh, that's
APL
really
to
bad.
Flamer. Plus an APL to Flamer. A little bit of a weird move in my mind. So he's got spring-loaded demo here in Flamer.
Well, he's trying. Yeah, he will try to burn the two guys on the left, maybe on
Yeah,
the
I
bottom.
think so.
Sorry.
yeah, it makes sense. And this is, I mean, this is where I would have preferred to have the hardened, being able to charge
Yeah.
the hardened out here to just almost guarantee getting the kill on that Pathfinder melee. Would have, I think, would have had a lot of value. I think the amount of setup you need for the flamer and how unreliable it is, to me, this isn't worth it. I take it against clowns and maybe warp coven, in vuln save heavy teams. Outside of that, I don't see it in this matchup. I really don't.
I like him though. I'm okay with that
I mean, he's cool.
decision.
He's a cool dude.
I mean, you can now pretty much dash to the scramble, use a scramble, go to the point, and flame two guys, which is pretty good,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it creates one more threat against, clumping, which,
Yep.
since the Pathfinders are wanting to already be in that position for bonded.
Yeah. And
Um,
you should get at least
1 second stream.
5 attacks, so you should kill the Pathfinder. Really good, really reliable. I like it, to be honest.
I mean, I like the hardened just because of the X factor on it.
Oh yeah,
But in general, I think that the Flamer is a perfectly fine choice in this, especially if your opponent is, these are some pretty balanced boards, but they're also a little bit on the sparse end. So I do think that you're going to see more people within 2 inches of each other, which is
Yeah.
on a lot of boards. At this level of play, you're trying to avoid that whenever possible, but it's still just going to happen sometimes naturally on this.
yeah. On 30 with 30 models, is going to happen. Like,
Yep.
there is only that much of terrain to hide. So, who is he going to shoot? Wow, that's a death guard. Yeah, that's a death guard. Who is dying? Oh, the plasma gun? No, that's the trooper with the grenade, I think. And now he charged the. I think he charged the Pathfinder charged the flamer. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I believe so. I think that just charge the Flamer locks it up.
That's a pretty good movement, to be honest.
It is. Yeah, no, and especially, without the hardened, with Sergeant off the board, there's no melee threats from that guard anymore.
Well, right now he can climb up through that hatch with the flamer and flame the Pathfinder in the bottom, in the door, and having the other Pathfinder just out in the goods, which could be good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still definitely some play here. We've already got the demo loaded and everything like that. The question is, you're kind of in a race against the clock now, because once you start getting into the next turning point, you suddenly have no orders. And as you mentioned, that guard without orders, it's going to be a real struggle to be getting hits necessary.
Yeah, you need to inflict as much damage as you can right now.
Yeah, this turn kind of needs to be an all-out assault. And on top of that, you have to get lucky.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they pulled the objectives, but I'm just going to place a bet that the top two are offline this turn.
Yeah, that will make sense, yeah. So that's the spotter. What do you want to do with the spotter? He's really out of position right now. Oh, shit. He's in a really, 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 really bad position right now.
Yeah, it doesn't have the ability to really set anyone up anymore. I feel like there was a lot overcommitted onto that grenade
Yeah.
launcher down on the bottom.
Yeah.
And the last two turns have kind of just been reassembling the classic Vetguard castle as best as possible out of that, with no sniper remaining. So I think this is a fight. Yeah, this is I think the flamer fighting into that gun drone.
Why? Why would you do that? Why? 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 Holy shit. And the Pathfinder inflicts 6 damage to the non-damage from the bed guard. And he's dead. Congratulations. That was really bad. Like, why would you do that?
I think still around, but down to 1.
He takes
Wait,
down
no,
a model. I
just
think he
stepped up
charged
for
with a
minute.
trooper.
Yeah, he did indeed charge with this trooper. So this trooper's locking that flamer in combat.
That
Now,
was really bad.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but if that had been the hardened,
Yeah, we were discussing that the lack of a melee threat here is
Yeah.
a little unfortunate.
But he can just go up with the
yeah, I
flamer
know.
and
I mean, he
burn
can fall back and burn.
the other guy. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
for
burn
sure.
the guy in the door who is
I
molesting
mean,
you.
or be aggro and try punching him to death, and then move and burn. Which at this
Yeah.
point, like with this board state, he may have to
Yeah.
just to salvage what's happening.
Or you can bring the hardener.
Yeah, I mean, not rubbing salt in the wound here, but Kevin should be at 0 as well. And he burned for in death from his leader.
How is the other games looking, Chris? Do
Yeah,
we know?
so the other 3 games in Pod 1 are finishing up. One is Liam has taken a decisive victory over Greg's Commandos. So we're going to see Hunter Clay on stream next. That's basically guaranteed. Then on John versus Nick's game, that's another Pathfinder versus Vetguard game. Looks like Pathfinders have the edge there as well. So
Okay.
we're going to see probably some Pathfinders coming up on stream in the finals. And then the last one is Legionary versus Pathfinder, which when I looked at the board, it looked pretty even.
Okay. Chris, do we know if um, the Mexico competition is going to be enclosed into the dark, or is going to be open balls?
Yeah, so as far as I know, it's going to be Into the Dark.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Lovely.
What I know is
I-
that as of Chicago, they are going to be doing Into the Dark, so I'd be surprised if they don't do New Mexico as also Into the Dark.
Yeah, I think
Nice.
we're getting a repeat of Arena basically from their perspective of they intend this to be the competitive format. And hey, you know what? No disrespect to my Pathfinder friends out there. Right, love you all. Shout out to Travis, but we don't want to see them anymore. And hey,
But fuck them,
Vanguard are
yeah.
going away too, probably. So
Yeah.
take your
So I
victories.
think the meta is going to shave into elites and commandos.
Oh,
in my
intercessors
opinion.
are going to be oppressive for sure.
Yes. And the fucking Gellerpox are going to be really good in Into the Dark.
All right, so we're getting to that phase of the game where it's just a lot of open shots across the board with just regular troopers. And Pathfinders have a decisive edge in that kind of scenario.
Oh, that's a good save. I like to play the 4+ saving while in cover with the Bedgar against Pathfinders. I think it's worth a TP, to be honest.
Gotten mileage out of that. To me, it's a trap pick. Every time I take it, every time I take it, I regret it.
Just roll better.
Yeah, just roll better,
point,
Chris.
Good point.
Take the hardener and roll better. Yeah, I like it. I really like it, to be honest. Like, even if you save 1 or 2 guards, then you are fine. That's a worth TP for me against Pathfinders.
I'm going to go check in on how some of the other games in Pod 1 are doing, so I'll be back in a moment.
I would love to hear.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an exciting top cut. I mean, I feel the big risk is that we see this kind of matchup a couple of times today. But it does look That's an
No,
18-point win with Liam, so I'm sure we're going to
yeah.
see Hunter Clade either next game or the game after. Especially this looks to be a very low scoring match.
I really like the Hunter Clade. They have been my main for the last times, so I love them. Before I switch to Pathfinders, and then I might switch back if we go into the dark, because Pathfinders are not going to work at all. So
I am extremely curious to see what Hunter Clade will play like on Into the Dark. I mean, those 4 deploys are
Alright,
going to be
so
very interesting there.
okay, in
yes,
pod one, so John's game versus Nick is ending in a decisive victory for Pathfinders. They're closing it out here. And the game in Legionary versus Pathfinders, it's actually been a pretty slow development. There's sort of like a middle of the battlefield that's very dangerous to go through. And we're seeing a actually slight edge, looks like, to Legion at the moment,
yeah.
with a very conservative game going into turning point 3 with 4 Legionaries still on the board and a few Tau dead.
If the Monka has been used in that game, I think the Legionaries should take it.
Yeah, given that they can expect that late turn security scoring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks good for Legion. They are ahead on the primary.
Much as I
Legion
would
are
like to root for my teammate there.
Legion is a really solid choice, in my opinion. Like,
Legion has been all over the Nova Open. We have that is
yeah,
the highest representation team, and overall they have a great spread in how they're placing. So some near the top 8, and a lot of them in the middle of the pack. So they're a solid team, a lot of tools, and good
yeah,
players can take them to great heights.
So that
yeah,
Flamer falls back and
yeah,
deletes the one that
yeah,
was tying him up.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a
That's
win
what
for
happened.
Mike, though. I mean that's not. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean it's
I
still
will
wasted
go.
that APL and 2 activations in order
Yeah,
for
yeah, and he even imploded a trooper to that Pathfinder, which was really bad.
yep.
And he could just go up in the hatch and run into Crispy's the Pathfinder down there, and then you can use the door
Yeah,
to use the demo
really.
mine.
Yeah, that would have been a great play. Is
Yeah,
just swoop up the hatch right here and just let some fire burn.
yeah. So, what do you think, guys, is going to be the new meta going into the dark? What do you think is going to be strong?
can I play it first before deciding?
I'm
Nope.
calling it now, Harlequins.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see the retirement of Death Jester and
Oof.
possibly retirement of Shadowseer, and it's gonna be 8 clowns, and they're gonna be loving them some epic and melodrama, with a sprinkling of Odyssey and comedy. I think is actually going to be huge in Into the Dark. They're gonna be
Mm,
still reliably scoring their secondaries when they need to. They've got 2 great faction tac ops that they can just get a lot of mileage out of, and all of their shooting is
mm.
extremely close range. So I don't think they're going to be penalized by some of the mechanics of Into the Dark nearly as much as everyone else.
So now we are seeing a Death Guard, no, a Death Guard against the Plasma, and now the Plasma is going to retaliate to that Gunner,
Yep.
and that's a Death Pathfinder. Yeah. So how many models are alive at the moment? 5?
It's been bloody. Let me go check. I mean, the Vet Guard have been just slaughtered here. Let me get the
Yeah,
count.
I think so. Yeah.
8 dead guard and 6 dead Tau.
Also, Chris, one last question I had. My bet was that they'd turned off the 2 uh, top objective markers at the start of the round. It didn't look like they pulled them or anything like that.
Yeah,
Mm.
oh no, they turned off the top right and bottom left. You can see that they
Bottom
put the
left.
little
Okay.
markers next to them.
Got you. Thank you.
Yep.
Kill team player.
I think he's wearing a few too many hats for this tournament.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for the dark.
Me too, by the way. I have been playing a little, and it's going to be awesome, I think. Like, really, really awesome.
It's great to hear. Yeah, this is looking like a non-recoverable board state here for
No,
the
No.
Vedguard.
no, I don't think he can.
Although he is
Ooh.
pulling a lot of the Tau operatives. We are also getting pretty close to time here. So in about 5 minutes, we're gonna have to look at calling the game. You gotta play quick and swift when you're playing this.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean that was 9th trooper pulled, so he has 5 bodies remaining for guard.
Yeah. Now, I would say overall, guard functions much better at half strength than Pathfinders do proportionally. Pathfinders very much work together and need synergy and marker lights and bonded, and Vedguard don't have
Yes.
those tools. But it's the who has died, right? The command structure
Yeah.
for Vedguard is gone, and that's just brutal. All right, looks like Demo Mine is going to be planting. Yeah, he's doing like a drive-by detonation here. I see what he's doing.
Who is going to detonate?
That looks like Demo down there. So he's moving, planting, dashing, and detonating down below.
Okay.
And that's a dead Pathfinder. That was Demo Mine? Yeah.
Yeah,
It
seems
is
like
one
a
of
demo mine.
This is one of Kevin's tactics he likes to do. Is he just he kind of just throws a mine off his shoulder as he moves along. Definitely one of the ways he likes to use demo. Now, what I'm curious about is why he's on engage. Oh no, that was just the Pathfinder's token. He's still sitting there. He's on conceal.
Okay, so now he's dead. Yeah.
And the door's open now if Kevin wants to try to make a play for that top central point.
Yeah.
I don't know if
He still has the comms. So he might try to do the demo mine trick again, but it's going to be hard, to be honest.
I mean,
extremely hard,
if
yeah.
Mike lets the demo survive a whole other turning point.
Still, the
I've never
Pathfinder are
seen Guard
really...
lose a game where they get 2 mines off.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see a game with the guard pulls out 2 mines. Ever. Like, nope.
I did it once in a casual game at home, and yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to push table 1 a little late into the next round here, because we'll be able to eat into lunch for the next one, and really want to make sure the players have their time here. This looks like the score is going to be real close on this one, but again, this is a little bit of that mutually assured destruction where it's low scoring enough where they're going to knock each other out from being in the top of their pod here for the next round. All right, yeah. So, have you scored it? Have you scored it? No. All right, looks like Pathfinder's trying to pick up these secondary objectives here. Gonna have to rush them along here. Give me a moment.
I'm curious what Mike's remaining tac ops are. I would assume Vantage on this board. Vantage Killing Blow.
Mm. So are they going into the turning point 3, or is Chris gonna cut the play here?
That's a very good question because I think that really I think we'll start to see the score differential widening a fair bit from this
Yeah.
point on. Um, it's also an interesting question because the guard secondaries are going to be really critical in kind of
Yeah.
splitting these ties here. That's why I started to wonder about what Mike has on the secondaries. It'll be tricky to see because when you cut it off is going to really determine what the game looks like. I mean, this is a really long match. It always is. It's just so loaded with so many operatives who are doing so many out of turn moves. I think like when the cutoff happens is pretty critical.
Yes. And by the way, what is like why the Pathfinder and the Bedgar players didn't reveal any tack up in this turn? Do they forgot about that?
I think it was quite possible. Well, no. So I think actually they did reveal them. I see at least 2 cards up on Mike's side of the table. I think they just did it pretty quietly or while Chris was
Okay.
stepped away. Um,
Yeah. It should be killing blow at least.
I see a doesn't have a mission action, the second one that's revealed. So yeah, that feels like killing blow. Or he has overrun. That actually might be possible here.
It's pretty.
Yep,
That's
no,
pretty hard. Yeah.
listen, recon is important because it keeps Pathfinders in check. It's a bad deck,
Yep.
and it's really
Well, I
really their
don't
only
think
downside.
I don't think it's a bad deck at all. Like it has some really good tack ups in my opinion. Like Triangulate, Vantage, Signal. They are good tack ups in my opinion. At least in the open fields. But yeah, they have 3 Bravis stack ups. But you can replace with the good Pathfinder one, so you are fine, I think.
I usually see good players are able to make up for it, but I think that for a lot of the recons to play them correctly is a bit of a distraction versus a good security deck where you really
Oh, yeah.
just get to focus on the exact same thing you were going to be doing.
Yeah. The only thing with security is I
That
think
is a
it's
hot shot. What?
Yeah, but
what's that?
the save wasn't quite enough. That demo's still dead.
Ooh, holy shit.
Yeah, this is.
Why are you throwing at this? Ooh, that was a good save though. Not enough, but almost.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Yeah, so we're gonna need to nudge them along here.
I think the end result of this, I think, probably favors Mike, but they're going to drag each other's scores down so low. They've just been jockeying over this middle without
So
anyone being able to take any decisive leads.
how is this cutoff works? Like the 4 best players goes on, or is how is going to matter the victory points in this?
In terms of this, when Chris comes back, he'll be able to explain it a little bit more. But I believe that they're just going to be playing through Top Cut all day.
Okay.
And I know that there was a bit of a deal with BCP yesterday where it kind of was measuring things wrong, but it's going to be strength of score is lower than overall victory points as a tiebreaker.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that low victory point is really going to be kind of a stickler as you start to get into your later matches. With this top cut, I do think we'll end up with a decisive victor either way. Since we've got 4 rounds, 8 players. But in terms of like where you rate inside of that 8, I think these very low scoring matches like this will really drag your score down a fair bit.
All right. Kill team players, we are calling it here. We are going to wrap it up to the end of the game. We have extrapolated from the board state what we believe is going to happen. So, wrong player. So Mike is going to pick up Max in the primary. He scores for Triangulate 1, for Overrun 1, and for Plant Signal Beacon, you can get 2. And then Kevin picked up 2 for Hold the Line and 1 for Center Patrol. All right, so that is game going with Kevin with a final score of 7 and Mike with a final score of 16. We will be back in a moment, everyone. Thank you for watching.
You.
No kidding. Pairings are up. The mission is domination. Start now. Domination. Very interesting. Really nice. All right, and please do your starting roll and pick attacker defender sides as soon as you can.
I'm 13 years old.
Oh, I think I said 11.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so Kill Team players, here we go for round 2 of the Nova Open Champs 2022. We are coming in here today with another exciting matchup. We're going to see Mike again and his Pathfinders on stream, and he's going to be playing against Liam. He is 13, and he's playing Hunter Clade, so this is going to be a very exciting mission. The mission today is going to be domination.
That is going to be interesting. Hello again, Chris, by the way.
Hello. All right, let's switch to the game cam here. Do we have sides? Do we have sides? He wanted to read the mission first. Domination is one of those missions with the amazingly long deployment zone.
So we are again in Octarius, aren't we?
Say again?
Okay, we are again in Octarius.
Yes, we're going to be on Octarius. Table 1's going to be Octarius all day.
Okay, makes sense. I'm interested if the Hunter-Clade player is going to take the Arquebus or not.
Is there any run that's dropping into those moves?
It should be okay. There's some players that dropped which need to get sorted. And I'll get to that in a minute. All right, stream. I just need to confirm table sides here, and then we're going to step away and deal with some other tournament logistics. But I know you'd be in
Okay.
good hands here with Ace and Layla. Table 1, is this final sides? Final sides? Yeah. All right, so Mike's going to stay on the side he was on, the side of the table. So I actually don't need to change out his name. But Liam Garrett is playing on the right side as Hunter Clade.
Nope, we cannot hear you, Layla.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. All right. Beat boop. Hunter Clade are coming. So
Yeah.
this board definitely freakishly open. A lot of those deployment areas very scary. But once you get closer into the table, that it's really jam packed in the center with a lot of action. So as the game develops, some of those early sight lines are going to start disappearing very quickly. Again, leading to some of these very, very interesting turning point ones that we've been seeing all day at Nova Open 2022.
So, what do we have here? Well, I think the Hunter-Clade have some good positioning in this table with domination. Oh, is domination?
It is
Holy shit.
domination. Yeah, Hunter-Clade love this mission.
And there is going to be like a lot of vantage point on deployment zone, so be aware of that.
Yeah, there is a lot of vantage in deployment, but also at the same time, I can't tell if they've picked sides, but they're going to be able to get that forward deployed infiltrator to immediately put pressure on the middle point. And on top of that, I know you were saying you were wondering if Liam is going to be taking that arquebus. I know in the past, he really loves it. It's obviously not the strongest against Pathfinders. They just have so many ways of canceling obscurity. So it'll be interesting to see if he does take it. I don't think it's the right pick, but at the very least, it eats some marker lights before it dies.
You can put him on the top floor of the vantage point on the top side, and having the base being so big, you can even get light cover, I think.
I think you're probably right. Yeah, by kind of balancing it out over the edge. The arquebus leads to some very corny power lines.
Yeah, and if he marker lights you for 2 times, then you can go down and wait for the next turn, like staying on heavy cover down that building and being able to shot on the next turn. So I will really play the arquebus, in my opinion. In this, I think it's a really cheeky pick. I think it will work here. I don't know, maybe.
I think at the very least, the arquebus always works as a nice distraction piece. It focuses a lot of attention on it at all times, and it demands an answer to it wherever it sets up. So even for that, it might be worth taking over the more mobile options, only because it draws so much attention away from the real hitters, which are the Sicarians running up the board, who are going to make. The Sicarians are going to have to be putting on a lot of work inside of this, and thankfully there's only 6 inches between them and their enemy, so there's...
Yeah, and being able to kill 2 Pathfinders in one swing and still being in 10 goons is going to be huge, in my opinion.
Yeah.
All right, so for those of you watching who are curious about what we're looking at for the event, again, this is a golden ticket event. So these players in Pod 1 are really in it to win it here. So we have 4 players right now who are in the hunt to get this golden ticket, the first place prize, the big kahuna. We've got Liam, obviously, you see on stream, who's currently maxed his first game and is currently in at the top. But we'll see how the Pathfinders do here. Mike Cortez right after him at 16 points. George, another Brooklyn Rats player. Layla, you may know him, at 15 points. And John's Pathfinders at 12 points, who just came out of a very gnarly game with Nick's Vet Guard. So definitely, we got we got 3 Pathfinders in contention for the first place prize plus Hunter Clade. So a lot of strong Pathfinder representation bubbling their way up to top spot here.
So, Chris, how is going to be the? Well, there is only one golden ticket, so I guess the guys with more victories is going to win it. But for the other people, it's going to be victory points and then strength of the schedule. Sorry.
Yeah, strength of schedule is the last tiebreaker exactly.
Okay.
So the way this event is going to work is that whoever 2 are undefeated after this game are going to go head to head in 2 matches for round 3. So it's going to be the best of 2 games where we'll sum up their cumulative victory points between the 2 games, and that will be the overall event winner.
I love that.
Okay.
Yeah, it really helps smooth out some shenanigans. On the flip side, I don't know about you, but after some of those brutal games against an expert player, the idea of playing against that same person again for yet another hour and a half can be pretty daunting. Definitely pros and cons here. But the pro is whoever gets this golden ticket, we're going to have a lot of confidence that this is the best player at the event here today.
Yeah, and in my opinion, having a good mental state is pretty good it's pretty important in an event like this, and it's pretty difficult to have it. So try to play 2 games in a row with the same opponent is going to be brutal, I think, especially for the player who lost the first round.
Yeah, we are going to see 2 different missions, of course, being played for the finals, which will help definitely keep things a little bit fresh.
So it looks like Mike is trying to just block that door to prevent anyone from coming in. Don't think that's going to work because of the optimized gate.
Nope.
I think whenever you're doing this like cheeky door block,
it hurts yourself more than it hurts your opponent. I think that's what we're going to see here.
Yeah.
I also think it's always wise to treat it more like treat it like a cover line and cheat it as much as possible. Turn that barricade sideways so that you cover as much possible distance with it as possible.
Well, the 5-dimensional chess play here is knowing that those Sicarians rock in on 40 mil bases, and you're on 25s as Pathfinders. Yep. So maybe throw that into consideration here.
That being said, the optimized gate, I think, is really going to be allowing those rust stalkers to get right through that without really caring, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly right, Layla. Really, the only way to shut this down is to physically block a position the miniature could go. You're not ever forcing them to pay the traverse attacks.
Yep. And I think the Mike side of the board is way scarcer than the Liam.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's an attacker versus defensive versus attacker sort of mindset. Is that you've got this, nice vantage point area, and this one's okay. So you've got those in your favor over on the left side. But the right side has these beautiful ingress points into the center of the table, and I think these really help you work up better. Neither of these 2 are really good launch points to center the table, especially as there's the barricade wall going on over here, which is going to shut down Pathfinder's ability to move through it. But the Hunter Clade are going to go hop, 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 not care.
Yeah, and the point is, like, both of them have good vantage points to have some snipers on them. Yeah,
definitely.
So
we're seeing that marker drone go up on the scouting drone controller scouting again, which is, that's not surprising anybody.
No. That Pathfinder is in a... he can be killed from a Sicarian in turn 1. Ooh, we can see some charge over over the scramble terrain on turn 1 to look down some miniatures.
No, I do think it'll be very interesting to see because any of the Pathfinders set up there will have no trouble scrambling right onto the middle objective. They're a little exposed. That being said, getting into the middle too early, you're just feeding things into the rust stalkers.
Yep.
Yeah, and we'd be remiss to not mention that a rust stalker sitting on conceal here could dash over here, charge over, and be fighting Pathfinders very quickly. So this is this catapulting launch pad for assassins that is terrifying to let him really capitalize on. This event has absolutely shown the difference between players who knows how charge over on scramble terrain works and those who don't. And if you don't really get that interaction, you're gonna have a bad time.
I do think also one of the things that's kind of tricky in playing against Hunter Clade still is that they still don't actually have a very high pick rate, even though I think they're now probably one of the strongest teams in the game. There's not actually been a huge number of people, at least on US side, who have been able to pick them up and start practicing with them yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
think
it's
a
kind
lot
of
of
weird.
players, from what I can tell, a lot of players really haven't been switching teams very much since the summer. And really what we've seen people sort of return to, for what I have seen people shifting into, is commandos. And that's been a little bit surprising, is that there's been a sort of drain outside of, Void Dancers, especially back into commandos and sometimes Legion. Which is interesting, we're seeing players hop between those.
Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting to look over the representation there at Nova and not see a single Pathfinders player, or sorry, a single troop player.
Yeah, they were
that
absent, which many players were celebrating. Nonetheless, shocking to not see them, because we did see them in the casual pods and we saw them on the team tournament. And they're absent of champs.
And that game you mentioned between my teammate George and Chris O'Hare, both of them were like very high placed players with Troop at KTO. So I do think there's been a pretty significant drain from Harlequins more recently, which I think makes sense. I think once you get to the highest level of play, Harlequins are still very strong.
But
But
they
especially in the
surprisingly, I agree. I think they surprisingly don't actually have the bag of tricks they need to compete at a high level, which seems
Yeah.
counterintuitive if you look overall. Oh, what? Look at all these toolboxes. You've got the Shadow Seer. You've got all this other stuff. Like, that seems so great. They've got so many tools, but they can't really leverage their positioning with only 8 bodies like they would need to play at high levels. Yeah, they're super killy. They can murder stuff dead, but in this game, that's not enough.
And that is something that I'm kind of curious about, especially from you, Ace, because I know looking it over, troops still have a pretty high representation in Spain, correct?
Yep. Yeah, but the best two players has switched to something else.
Gotcha.
But the problem with troops is like in the middle tier, I don't know how to say this. In the middle tables, they are going to wreck all the tables. But in the high level tables, they, as you said, they lack tools to be competitive, in my opinion. And they struggle a lot against Pathfinders and Legionary, which are two of the most competitive teams at the moment. So maybe that's why.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense. So looking over the deployment looks very defensive from Mike again. Well, he has a lot more unengaged down in that safe bottom corner.
Yeah,
That's not true.
I don't
Yeah.
know if I agree with
Yeah,
that.
no,
I
I'm
think
so
I think
wrong.
this is a recon sweep into pushing over here and trying to threaten all of the that maybe.
I don't know if I like that, because you block your path with the barricade. I think he's going to get up in that.
This is just. He's gonna regret this. Like, this is not good.
I don't know. Pathfinder works with a lot of engagement range operatives.
Yeah, but I think the center is Hunter Clade's to lose.
Well, the thing is, I think that if the Hunter Clade player can deploy everything on conceal and really trade efficiently with the 3 gunners, he can be a monster. Like, he's going full engage. The Pathfinder. Only 3 operatives are going to be on conceal, so we can see a Monka, a first turn Monka, which might be huge, really.
I mean, I think that's the only way to prevent the Sicarians from getting in. It's just a hope to whittle them down before they make it to you. I'm curious on muster. What was the Sicarian split, Chris?
I think he went full assassin.
Oh,
Assassin.
assassin! Oh my god.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I will have to take one infiltrator, but
I
that's
would have
me.
as well. Yeah.
Let me check. Yeah, he's full assassin. He's been running full assassins the whole event. Not expecting a
Okay.
change here.
So I don't know. Would you risk, because if the Pathfinder player try to get up and put some shots on your Sicarian in the light cover from down, from the bottom of the field, the Sicarian can eat pretty much everything. Like with the 2 dice cover retaining,
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
he's going to be
I think,
safe.
you know, a mistake I see players make a lot that, like, at least a mistake that I see is players focus so much on putting barricades in positions they'll want later in the game, as opposed to using it to protect their opening positions.
Yeah.
I would definitely have, as a center clade, considered putting more defensive barricades in my drop zone to just keep me safe. Because as I move things around, I can get into safe positions later, right? I just need to not
Yeah.
get shot off the board right away, and then I can develop the board state.
This is going to be 3 operatives with a lot of conceal, but they are going to be susceptible of a grenade. I don't know where the grenade is, where the grenadier is. Maybe it's in the top side of the table. I don't know.
Yeah, I see him.
And that grenade with the 4+ lethal can be devastating.
Yeah, absolutely.
I still find this matchup very interesting because the Hunter Clade are so locked into trading through combat since they lack any blast, with the exception of the one pistol. But God, Hunter Clade, it's so interesting to me just because their design space is that they just kind of do everything fairly well,
Yep.
that they have the flexibility to pull this off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liam
And
there checking those obscuring lines.
if Liam is able to get 3 Pathfinders in the
Liam's over
same
there
fight,
asking if he has long range blast weapons.
only Grenadier, Liam. Only
Yeah.
Grenadier.
Which this position right here is a smart call. Thankfully, you really bunker up here, put a bunker up here. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to shoot you from the vantage point.
And then I think we're going to want bulwark imperative on the first turn. I don't see any other way.
Starting turn point one. One.
All right, stream. I'll be right back.
It's going to be pretty interesting to see how Liam, sorry, not Liam, can protect the Sicarian.
Yeah, that is going to be kind of the key part of this, is getting them up the board. I think that the trick is going to be trying to find some little corner angle where you still get the heavy cover without being susceptible to the Grenadier. So Liam's got to be very careful in his deployment here. His side just doesn't have anywhere near as much of a protected deployment space,
Yeah.
which is gonna put him in a potentially rough spot where even as attacker, the number of engaged models across the board is going to force some really interesting choices.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And I think that's probably why we see him like placing a model, picking it back up, checking sight lines again. This deployment has to be super careful to get this right. Because Mike's put such a threat out on the table now. I do think we're going to see a turn one Montcalm.
Yeah. Yeah, with so many operatives unengaged, you are mostly obliged, I think, to play Monk on turn one, I think. And the problem with that is if the Sicarian gets to charge someone, two Pathfinders, kill one and stay on engagement range of the other, that's a big breach and a big issue for the Pathfinder player, I think. Well, of course you can shoot him, but you need to be on 6 inches, which is not that easy so many times. So we will see. I'm excited for this game.
Yeah, it should be good. You know, Liam is young, but he's also one of the most practiced players on the East Coast. His whole family is constantly at tournaments all over the place. They're very dedicated players.
I know this guy. I play with the father in the LBO, I think.
They're lovely, yeah. They're great folks.
Yeah. Yeah, they are really nice. Yeah. And Mike is from the East Coast or West Coast?
Mike is East Coast as well. Yeah, no. So we're seeing almost exclusively East Coast folks there today. Chris was going to be our big, ringer from across the stateside, but Chris has stepped out.
Yeah,
in order to
they they trick Chris to be the TO, so the West Coast get no representation at all.
We've got a little bit of a listen. This is a bit of a weird year in terms of who was able to play at Nova and not.
Oh,
I
yeah.
say.
Because two of you get COVID, so you don't travel. Is that I get that right?
Yeah, unfortunately, the TO was not able to make it due to illness, and neither am I.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it happens to me in the last year to the Invitational from Spain. Like the 16 best players reunited in Madrid, and I get locked into commentator. So yeah, I know the feel. I'm really sorry.
Happens.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens. For sure. Yeah. You have to love that big basis of the Sicarian.
It does let them pull off some really interesting tricks. I don't know. The base size is always very fascinating to me inside of this game because I don't necessarily ever think it's a straight upgrade or downgrade. It's just another kind of like tool that you need to be handling correctly. So I think that's probably the right play with this smaller amount of deployment is to be putting the Sicarians out into the light cover. As you mentioned, I think with that double save, I think they should be able to eat a pretty good amount of any of the non-AP shots.
Yeah. And the thing with the full engage mode is like you are getting, how can I say this? On turn 2, you are going to be very, very, very vulnerable for a lot of things. Like he can shoot you, and then the 100 player can shoot you, and then go back to and then hide with the movement.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot retaliate. He's going to charge you, and you are going to get murdered a lot. I don't know. It's going to be tricky. What is the gun drone, by the way? Is it on the bottom side, I think? Maybe? Or is...
I think that gun drone is actually up in the very top left there. Yeah.
Yes. With what order? Is that a concealed order? I don't know. I can see it.
I think that's an engage on it. It's a little bit tricky for me to make it out.
You cannot deploy it on engage, I think.
No. Sorry, the gun drone, not the marker is.
The marker, the gun drone isn't the gun drone the one which is in the top roof of the building?
I'm gonna need a Chris there in order to distinguish some things. I'm having a little bit of trouble making them all out.
Yeah, I'm saying that because I can see the 2 antennas, which makes the gun drone the gun drone.
Gotcha.
So it should be the gun drone, but I don't know.
There's actually no set amount of antennas for drones.
What?
Yep, it's all taste. All that matters is the weapons.
Okay, sure. So what is the drone in the roof, Krish?
Marker drone, gun drone.
It's the marker drone. Okay. So the gun drone is on engage behind the big wall. Okay, makes sense.
Scouting.
It should be... That's weird.
They both take a dash.
I will take 2, I think. For the 100 perspective.
Gotcha.
I don't know. No. That's what? That's a barricade and a dash. Yeah, that makes sense. And who are you going to dash with? What? Why? I don't get it. I don't know. Why?
I think Liam sees an opportunity here to take a quick shot and then get back into that cover.
Yeah, but he's going to do recon sweep, and he's going to hide. Maybe he cannot hide all the operatives, though.
It's possible. I think I would assume that with this setup, it's under the basis of he sees like a quick cheeky shot he can take and get it safely. He's got the initiative, and that'll also let him kind of determine how aggressive he wants to be. If Mike does do a turn 1 monk call, like it looks like, then it's probably best to just be kind of sitting out as long as possible. Based off of where everything is placed up there, I don't think a recon sweep will allow him to get everyone into cover. There's too much on engage up there. I'm not sure where the surveyor is either, but it would be very possible to flip one of them to non-obscurity.
We will see. I'm really interested in this game, to be honest.
Me as well. I'm not sure how familiar Liam is with the Pathfinder matchup, but I've watched his games. He's a shrewd player for only being 13. Definitely a surprising amount of tactical flexibility and thinking on his feet. He makes good decisions.
Yep. Chris, try to put your micro on again. I think it's... I don't know what...
Is this a little better?
Yep. I don't think you can hide all that Pathfinder, to be honest. That's the problem with being full engaged. It's difficult to hide.
Yeah.
Do we know where
regretting
the...
some of his earlier decisions here?
Yep. Do we know where the assault grenadier is, Chris?
Yeah, the assault grenadier. I don't know where exactly he is now, but he was in this cluster. Okay, yeah, I see him. He is now. Oh, not that. He is now right under the balloon here.
Okay.
But he's blocked himself because he can't easily vault over this barricade over this one and actually get shots with his grenade. I just don't see it. And it would be obscured from this direction if he tried. So, I think he's gonna regret this barricade. I really do.
Yeah, I think should. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
especially
it
on
seems like Mike's
domination, I
not
don't
familiar
think.
with this matchup.
I don't know if you can hit obscurity for all the guys. I don't know. I don't think so, to be honest.
So the other very interesting game here is the Pathfinder Grudge match on second table. We're going to see what happens there. We are for sure in the finals going to see Pathfinders. The question we're trying to answer right now is, will that also be Hunterclade?
I don't want a 2-game Pathfinder versus Pathfinder, to be honest.
It's unfortunately a very real possibility.
So
I don't
go
want to
Hunter
again.
Blade.
I don't want to. I don't want to take anything away against these players who come here today. To play Pathfinders at this level is hard, and it's
Yep.
they've got a lot of
Yeah.
tools, sure, but using them correctly is very challenging. So don't want to take anything away from Pathfinder players here. It's hard, and they're showing up at top tables not because they're easy, right? It was the same thing as Vet Guard. Vet Guard are not easy to play, not easy to bring to top tables. Don't take away from Vet Guard players to see in the top bracket.
Yeah. I think there is a lot of good teams at the moment that are able to be on the top table. So it's all about the pilot, as always.
Yes. One thing that I did find interesting at this event, though, is that we had 2 Corsair players out of the 3 that did extremely well. Both of them barely missed the top 8 cut. I think they were 9th and 10th place respectively. So we also saw some amazing performances out of Corsairs, and that just goes to show. Ace, I think you have a player in Spain who reps Corsairs very well and does well with them. That team is strong.
Yeah, I think it's not as bad as the people say it is, but they need a lot of things to work. Like the board needs to be in some setup that made the core size to work. And yeah, the player who is playing them is Lazarus, who is my podcast partner. So yeah, I know core size pretty well. Yeah, they can do a lot of stuff, to be honest. But I don't think they are the S tier.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's weird to be doing tier lists so close to knowing that the entire meta is going to shift.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons.
But-
Yeah, 100%.
But I do think at this point, we're seeing the top cut here is more or less what I would call the S tier.
Well, I think novitiates are missing, to be honest, for the S tier.
Yeah, we had so Liam's brother Leander is an excellent novitiates player that unfortunately lost a match that he really needed to have won. So there's a novitiates player now in what looks like 9th. So there was one up there, but novitiate adoption in the States has been pretty weak. There was a surge we saw in them right after some of those events in April and May. And I think a lot of players realized how hard that team is to play. So
yeah,
the pick rate went up briefly. There's a blinding aura, and then went back down.
Yeah, teaching novitiates to people is always okay. You're going to lose 3 or 4 games horribly, and then you get to guarantee that you're going to have one of the highest win rates possible after that. But
yeah, they're just such a counterintuitive way that they approach the game.
Absolutely. The measuring something
looks like Liam is trying to bring one of his Hunterclade operatives up to the top. I'm not sure.
Who does he want to shoot? That's the interesting thing,
Liam,
to
what
be honest.
imperative is up?
Huh?
What imperative is up? Yeah, the shooting. So
The
Liam has
shooting one.
Protector up, which shocks me.
Yeah.
He did this yesterday too when he was
He
on top
did.
table. Was Protector Imperative turn 1, which was a surprising choice then. Surprising choice now.
Yeah, and he actually just came out of a rematch against that Commando player, and the score was very lopsided in Liam's favor. So clearly, whatever he's doing seems to work a lot of the time.
I don't know. It's weird though.
Will it work this time?
Yeah. I don't know if he cannot get a shot on the guys behind the floor.
It doesn't look like it to me. That
Yeah.
looks obscured.
I wouldn't take, like, I just wouldn't take the risk of climbing with the operative and take a shot. I will wait, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think a 1-for-1 trade into Pathfinders is worth it unless if you're
Yeah.
getting someone very key.
Yeah.
Christina, if Monk is called this turn.
Mike, do you have Monk up? No.
Okay,
Hmm.
interesting.
Yeah.
And Liam's got one of his faction secondaries out. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm gonna wait till he's not active anymore to ask him.
I'm
I
gonna
would
guess
say
calculated eradication.
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking it was that one.
The other two Hunter Clade ones don't seem like they would make much sense to reveal at this point.
All right, so Liam activated his Surveyor, the Obscura Remover, and tapped his Plasma Gunner on one of the Pathfinders. I'm not exactly sure who. But it was Plasma Gunner here, so it was the Surveyor here on this Plasma Gunner here. It looks like on one of these operatives, from what I can tell. Yeah, Bulwark would have been the play here, in my mind.
The problem with that dash is that they make that gunner vulnerable right now to shooting from the bottom side, I think. So that might be interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the risk is having out of position Pathfinders can make a really bad position for assassins to start daisy chain meleeing through them.
Yeah, but all the assassins are on conceal order, and
Oh,
Liam
they
doesn't
can't
have
start the
the.
chain.
Yeah, I will have played the infiltrate option, the ones that allows you to change the order to
I
try to get
agree.
a charge into one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Hunterclade have a great tool here to use it. To be frank, I don't think Liam plays against teams where he needs to do that very much. He plays mostly against novitiates and sometimes against Betguard. Um, and it's not quite the same deal.
yeah, I agree.
It's like they're trying to determine Viso. I assume that they're looking at whether or not the Surveyor has Viso on someone.
Yeah, but Subaru is far away from that gunner, I think.
Yeah, let's avoid this. For those of you just joining us on the stream, welcome to Nova Open 2022. This is the second round of the championships, getting ready to roll into the finals here. We are seeing Liam Garrett's Hunterclade versus Mike Cortez's Pathfinders. Mike Cortez has been on stream now 3 times in a row, or 3 times rather total. And so we'll see if he can hang on to that lead he's establishing here. The winner of this event is going to win a golden ticket. So one of these two players is very likely going to be picking up the golden ticket. And the tiers of Pathfinder players into the dark is going to be a lot.
Yeah.
It's
What are
what
we
they
doing?
deserve.
It was determined that the transmission doesn't have the ability to make plasma, so he moved on and contributed.
All right, transpectral on plasma.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the risk of trying to play obscuring shenanigans against Pathfinders, ladies and gentlemen, is they can do it right back at you. Okay. 4-up save, not a disaster. Bonded is up. Disaster. We
What is going on?
He's saying he has a
Yeah,
cover save from the Sicarian, which he doesn't.
Nope.
Hey, Liam, you don't get a cover save there. You don't have line of sight to the Rough Stalker. The Rough Stalker is concealed behind heavy cover. He doesn't have line of sight to it.
That's the plasma gun dead. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a common misconception there. Unfortunately, had to. This is a pretty big roll here.
Yeah.
He's spending the CP for the reroll. Yeah, that's a common misconception. You cannot use concealed operatives that are outside of line of sight for cover.
Yes.
That was brutal.
unfortunate.
Yeah. It's all about the decision of taking the dash.
Now, if there's any, I mean, if there's any matchup where losing your plasma isn't an auto loss, it's this one. But that still hurts. You still have the arc rifle. You can still make some magic.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back. I've been called out.
Yeah, I'm curious what to make of this play on this. I almost would want to give the Pathfinders player initiative just to figure out whether or not they were doing Montka, and then take that moment to decide what imperative to use, because maybe Bulwark is being saved for a future
Yeah.
turn where there's more expected. All right, so a assassin goes up to block that door.
Yeah, right now you need to play
So,
like really cagey, I think.
so the
With
deprecation on
the
Bulwark is you slow down, right?
Correct.
yeah.
So, to be frank, I would eat the deprecation potentially in this matchup. By the time you're spending for it again, it's so late game that having that extra defense is worth a speed loss. Your Ruststalkers are already bonus on speed, and with Scramble, it's not that critical. Yeah, I think one of the other mistakes I think Liam made is trying to pop that obscuring and moving too early. You want to let your
Yeah.
opponent sort of settle into their final positions and not give them movement agency. That's definitely the going for blood too early, and a reactive opponent will not let you take advantage of them that way.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing now is how Liam is going to take the point on the top side of the board, because I don't see any cover on any coverture in there, any cover in there.
No,
So
it's brutal.
could be really brutal to take it. Unless he take the school so he can move dash and use the action mission.
What are we doing? With what? With marksman. Yeah. All right, marksman hopped up to the manage point and shooting the Ruststalker down there.
Marksman, okay. Yeah, makes sense. There is a lot of silent models that is going to hurt the advance of Liam. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, playing into Pathfinders, I think Hunter Clade really noticed the lack of grenades they have. Those silent weapons can be a lot trickier to deal with.
Yeah. Oh boy. We rolled into it. Bonded reroll into a miss. Saved one. Is hit crit 10 here? No, it's not. All right,
No, it's
that
not.
assassin lives. Whoo!
Yeah. Why is
This
he
is brutal.
re-rolling? Because bonded?
Yeah, bonded.
Is there another Pathfinder near? Why is he rolling?
You got a bonded reroll there? Yeah, so there's Pathfinders directly below. Do you need
Why is
does bonded need visibility?
Bonded requires
Bonded
visibility.
does not need visibility.
No,
Really?
bonded
So
does not need.
there's
No.
Pathfinders down here don't need visibility for bonded. So
Huh.
Yeah.
that'll count. And I do see
But
visually, I see one miniature physically under. I thought it needed visibility.
nope. Nope.
No, it doesn't.
Well, we
We're,
all
we're
learned
good.
something today.
We're good.
The only thing is why Liam is not retaining 2 dice in defense. In defense, sorry.
Yeah, I was also curious about that too.
Well, this Ruststalker wasn't in cover, so he didn't get the retain there. And then this is a
Gotcha.
plasma gun, so he didn't get
He wasn't in
retention
cover?
there.
He
No,
wasn't in
this
cover?
shot he wasn't in cover.
Okay, it's the one in the downside
Up
the
on the
door.
vantage point from down here. Yeah, if
Yeah.
the Grenadier had been on ground level, he would have gotten it.
Yeah.
All right, marker lights going out. Comes to the marker light and then triangulate. All right, that Ruststalker's
Sense.
getting the hell out of dodge there. Moving up, safe behind the heavy cover.
That Stalker can get another shot.
What was that?
The Rustalker on the door
Yeah.
is Mike going to be able to shoot him again? That's the main thing.
I think Mike will be able to get another shot later. Yeah.
Yeah, there is another.
That
Is
Ruststalker does not seem long for this world. Now, if somehow it lives, it'll be in a very good situation. But
yeah.
I don't suspect that's going to happen. An absolute misplay on that plasma runner from Liam. This is a prime candidate for using that ploy to do the double infiltrate. So powerful turn one.
Yeah. Hmm. He gets to two marker light wasted, I think, in the Rustalker on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean
I believe
I
so,
think
yeah.
that's just it's what I call delay moves, right? Like you need to burn
Yeah.
activations and you might as well throw marker lights on something just to annoy your opponent, scare them. I don't think they're going to do anything.
I think it
But those marker lights are
probably
scary.
you don't need to run the Ruststalker up though quite as fast. I mean, if you're only at 2 and Montcaw's not running, then you know that you have at least one more activation.
Yeah, I
think
agree.
letting things sit and collect the marker lights, like you're going to end up with 4 with just the size of your models.
Oh yeah, you absolutely want to sit and collect the marker light fun until the very last second and then ruin it. Now, the question is when Liam is going to seize this position here. This is going to be a really sturdy position for an assassin to be hanging out behind. With the ability to, dash up here and charge over. He definitely needs to be able to have something to do with that turn too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious whether or not he's model locked away from picking infiltrators, because that seems like the clear and obvious place to be putting an infiltrator is right on that corner there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is another corner in the top roof of the top vantage point on the top side of the
Oh, he's all
Pathfinders.
right. So I think he gave this guy cones. He's trying to take a shot at somebody there. He's saying he bypasses any cover with what he's. I think he does actually. I think he does. I'm sure.
I mean, this does look like for another one-for-one trade, though. Um,
Yeah.
which again, I mean, like the rust stalkers are what is expected to be doing the work inside of this, but I don't think that's worth doing into the Pathfinders this early, especially.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be taking, and you can put on that gun a +1 and then go up and down and then make some proficient, some agency of that
Yeah,
without risking.
Well, I
But
told Liam
that's
he'd be able to get the shot from over there. So this Pathfinder was just barely protected by this ledge here. He's not in cover if you go this far out. I just don't understand why he would do that because he's going to lose this
yeah,
operative. I mean
yeah,
that's
we were mentioning this. This feels like another one-for-one.
yeah,
And you just don't have the bodies with Hunter Clade, even with the
you can't
extra
trade
one.
this way into Pathfinders. You just can't do it.
yeah, I agree.
He's taking the objective.
Why? I mean,
Again, you have the Rust Stalkers to move up and just tick the clock. Why are you doing this, Liam? Oh my gosh. Well, yes, re-roll them if they bounce off. All right, so that's all hit. So that's a dead Pathfinder.
it doesn't really matter, I think.
Is this the arc rifle?
This is
Yeah.
arc rifle. Arc rifle. Yeah, he's out.
Yeah, Plasma is dead in the first activation. So now you're going to lose both of your weapons,
Which
killing
is,
one Pathfinder,
if
which
there's
is
any matchup
devastating.
where you don't absolutely need them, again, it's this one. But oh, you don't want to lose both. Ow. All right, he's stepping away to get, I think, use the restroom. Yeah, very, very head scratcher of a choice, right? So you can generally break down a turn into things you need to do right away, things you need to do at the end of the turn, and then everything else. And these guys are prime territory for everything else. This is just 3 activations, and you can burn an activation over here. You move your forces up, set up for turn 2. Why run out there? You're not in danger of having this objective taken from you. And even if he
Yeah.
uses AI to go punch this objective away from you, just go punch it right back. Do
Yeah,
not.
my point is you can do that with one of your gunners in your last activation and hope to be able to survive the shooting from the gunner and then maybe doing an Overwatch and then it's worth it.
I've been told to adjust the dice cam here, so I'm gonna go fix that real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to buy something at the store, so I will be back in a few seconds.
All right.
It's getting hot here in Spain.
All right, are you happy now, Sheldon?
That does look a lot better. It's a lot more aesthetically pleasing.
Everyone's a critic.
I've got nothing to do but be critical today.
Starting turning point 2. Starting turning point 2.
Probably, yeah. All right, I think both players are going to go take a bathroom break here real quick. Oh, you're not? Oh, and I'm going to go check on the Pathfinder mirror match. So I'll be right back. I'm reporting in from that. Yeah, so Mike.
Okay, looks like we have both players back. This will be going to Mike's activation now, following that gunner move.
All right, and here comes the Pathfinder retaliation. With bonded up, the odds of success here for this poor arc rifle pretty low.
Looks like Mike is going to immediately respond, take that gunner out. That
Yeah,
does open the opportunity for the play you had mentioned, using the drone controller to AI and go punch the point. So I think that might be the concept there with taking it out now rather
yeah.
than later.
That's the thing with domination is you want to be the last word on the objective, not the first word. That's a mistake I used to constantly make when I was playing this mission earlier on. Kind of try to take the objective early, and I like seeing it light up blue or red depending what team I am. You need to wait. So we're going hot ion here. It looks like I don't think he has marker lights on him, so that's just hit crit. So you're saying there's a chance?
Should get a bonded reroll.
Oh, yep, of course. And you see Liam over there sweating bullets.
Got
All
one
right, 4 up
dice.
saves. He should really.
Ah,
Is this CP reroll? All right. Did you go hot? All right, so he took 3, and he's down to 0 CP. Liam, you still at 1 CP? You're at 1 CP, right? Yeah, you're out, right? All right. So the defense. I got to step away from a moment here, but I really want to watch this. He's just got to block 1.
just got to get 1-4.
I'll be right
50%
back.
chance for a living gunner.
Should be
Or at
75%
least for
chance,
one
right?
more.
It's 75% chance to make at least 1-4, I believe.
Did you go hot?
Yes.
Yeah, so good chance on living here.
And by
And we're
golly, he
good.
made it. He won't survive the next one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just a matter of how many activations that gunner eats.
Yeah. No, you never want to call the game early, but this is not looking good for Hunter Clayton.
Well, for Ruststalkers, I mean, it's really going to be dependent on what they're able to get done inside of the
There's still a
second
lot of
turn.
game left, and you know the games I've seen Liam play before, his every game approach is this gunner alpha strike to try to set you on your back foot and follow up with the assassins on turn 2 with a reasonable degree of success. Seeing that his first strategy isn't working very well, we're going to see how the follow through works. He's still going in with the assassins. I think the more traditional Hunter Clade play is to be a little more defensive on turn one in general, and then turn two is a combined arms approach, where you have a variety of tools to use depending on the situation. I think that's overall the stronger way to run the team generally.
Yeah, I think probably so. I mean,
All right, now this is interesting.
Liam's
He
always been
chose
a very
that
aggressive
Rust
player.
calling out that he's not in fusion grenade range. He's aware of it. I think it's not a bad idea for him to, I mean, depending on the movement, I don't know if he has the range, but try to get a Sicarian over here, potentially. I think this is not a bad position. If he can somehow squeak one over, probably doesn't have the movement to pull it off. And he did assume this position, which, makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure what other elements he has over there. So
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean, where you just place the Rust Stalker is great. That's going to threaten that entire lower half of the
all
board
right, looks like Gun Drone
through
is
that
going in
door.
on that gunner. All right, 2 hits and Relentless. And he's out.
All right, yeah, that's. I mean, it was kind of just a question of when.
Yeah. Now,
What
odd choice, I think, on Mike's part to allocate the gun drone to this duty.
I was about to say,
Considering
what guns does Liam have remaining? Because that gun
I
drone
don't think
is
he
now
even
very
has any.
exposed.
These two, or no, this operative's on engage, but he has these two on engage that could have swung out to here and shot inward. Considering that he's not going to want to bring these operatives over to here anyway, unless he has a play to move them over here and threaten the Sicarian. This seems like suicide to go do that. I really don't expect Mike to move these two Pathfinders over to here to threaten this operative. And if you're not doing that, then why not swing them around and save that extremely valuable Pathfinder with or not Pathfinder, drone with fly activation? Save this for later, right? Do something that really needs fly to work. You didn't need Vantage to take that shot.
Yeah, I
I mean,
don't
I'm not a doctor. I
necessarily.
don't know.
No, I think there's some stuff that the the choices here are a little bit tricky. Domination is something where it's like you're playing so aggressively in order to prevent cascading failures. But I think there were other things that could have gone that way, especially as you mentioned, like anything coming out to that scrap pile on the lower end is just to carry on food next turn.
Yep. Now, interestingly, I really don't know if what Liam plans to do with this last Rustalker activation. I strongly, strongly think he needs to have Sicarian about here in order or at least here, do some very threatening moves. Without that,
Yeah, I
this
do
is
think
still
he needs
round
to get
one.
something else.
Welcome, Lazarus. Think you may know Ace. He's coming in on the YouTube chat here. So we are in turning point one. This is round two of the finals. Yeah, same as yesterday. So next round starts at 2. Please be back in 1:55. Yeah, Lazarus, we have some very exciting news for you in that the next round, the final round of the finals, will be at least have one Pathfinder player in it, and could be a Pathfinder mirror. So very exciting. All right, Liam choosing a very defensive strategy here with his Rust Stalkers, which I don't know is the move.
Yeah, is he just passing them in the back there?
Yeah, I think he might be rattled.
Yeah, I think the assassins have to be making it upstream. They have to get to.
They have to be in threatening positions, and right now they're not.
It's going to be really. I think he's not relying enough on their double save.
I agree. Pathfinders really get annoyed by that double save. We're
Because at the
getting
very
some hate
least,
in
they're
the
going to
chat
have to.
here for both of the Chalnath teams. Definitely a lot of hate for both Pathfinders and what was the other one, Layla? Do you remember the other team from Chalnath? I don't recall.
I don't know. I think they were
Mm.
kind of fun though. Um, the the novitiates are
Oh,
not
I
in
have
need
been
of a
called to the
nerf in
table,
my
everyone. One
opinion.
moment.
All right. I I think Chalneth teams, as much as you might want to see them nerfed, they're going to be functionally nerfed, or at least the Pathfinders will be very severely nerfed by going into the dark. So I do think, balance wise, I think they're in a roughly okay spot. We're seeing them at these top tables because they are so incredibly strong. But there are a number of teams that play well into them. It's just a matter of, piloting them correctly. Ulti, yes. So I am a novitiates player. That was a little bit of a gag there.
That was a that was a clarifying question on how climb worked over here. So what Mike wants to do, let me get the pointer out. So what Mike wants to do is with his grenadier, have him go over, climb up this wall, and throw a grenade down because there's no visibility. I don't think like off the table here. This is a completely solid wall. Unfortunately, due to how climb works, he cannot actually do that, and a single move action would have him hanging off the edge here. Due to how climb works, so he is stuck. And Liam did position this assassin extremely effectively for what he wants to do right now.
Yes, Buster, we're still in turning point one. Yeah, I think that that assassin play up there, I was a little bit confused about initially, but I do think that holding that door is going to be relatively valuable if nothing else for forcing the Pathfinders into a relatively bad spot inside of there.
Yeah, just give him something to stress about. I've been summoned to the Pathfinder table. Be right back. Some great questions coming in the chat here today, so I'm back, everyone. One question is, is it okay for a team to be powerful and into the dark and weak in open and vice versa? How do we feel about that? It looks like Ace has stepped out here for a minute.
Am I back in it?
Yes, I hear you.
Wonderful. Yeah, I think. I mean, so it's so early to tell what level Into the Dark is going to be adopted competitively. And it is going to kind of be on TOs to be playing it and seeing whether or not they see it fitting inside of the setup. Um, I think it does create a nice situation where melee teams are going to have so much more value on Into the Dark. Um, it does kind of create a question at tournaments on whether you should be prepping for both. In which case, I think we'll see a lot of value out of these like mixed teams, like Novitiates and Hunterclade, that have a solid mix of shooting and melee threats. Um,
Yeah, agreed wholeheartedly. I think so. My personal inclination is, unless I see something really egregious, for my events, I'm going to switch to, at least for a while, being entirely into the dark. At least have a change of pace. We've been outside for a year, right? Let's go inside for a while. Turn on the AC. So that's point one. But I think point two is that I think we need to make sure that event organizers are very clear about whether or not they are using into the dark or open. And we probably don't want to have the same rosters be forced to use on both because some teams will be really strong on one or the other, and some teams will have a lot of flex. I think the tournament organizers will probably need to make it clear that an event is using one or the other and not have the same event with same rosters used for both. Question here in the chat from Janice: Were any Wormblade at Nova? We have a grand total of one Wormblade player. So Wormblade were not making an appearance here today, and really haven't seen much Wormblade in the meta at all recently. Going
yeah,
back to the game, I see Liam has moved one of his uh, what looks like a Vanguard up to a vantage point, trying to take a shot. This 13-year-old man is very, very aggressive. Not letting Mike take a breath from his shots here. Protector Imperative is going to come into play. Um, yep, and it works. Turns in another hit.
yeah. I mean, I think part of this aggression might be just based off of the decision for running Protector this turn. You do want to be getting the most out of each imperative. Um, I think we all kind of agreed
No,
that
no
Bulwark
saves
might
from
have
the
been a stronger
Pathfinder. I think
choice.
this might kill. No, it's only 6 damage. That's where that radium carbine here really does not do the damage you want it to. That's unfortunate. Even with such a good roll, still not enough to seal it. He got no crits in there. LVO has confirmed it will be on open. We have no official word yet, as far as I know, on KTO, which it's at least going to incorporate most likely some open, but there may be some into the dark at KTO. That one's still very much under consideration from the event organizers.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a odd question right now because again, it's still so early to be determining exactly what
Yeah,
the
I
competitive
can.
aspect is. But
Yeah, I agree. I think it's premature for anyone to have made the call, entirely one way or the other. It's too early. But I can confirm for everyone here listening, LVO will be open board play using an updated version of the train pack from last LVO. It will be much more similar to Octarius with L-shaped buildings and ruins and walls. It will not be 6 blocks of bunkers like last LVO. So just want to confirm for everyone in the chat, we know that for sure. Dakota has already released the terrain packs. You can pick those up on a lot of the Kill Team Discords. So another thing I learned today that's pretty interesting is that those breacher abilities like Breacher Boy or the Void, the Navis Voidsman ability to breach walls, actually doesn't work in the Into the Dark walls, as well as the Wormblade into the Writhing Ingress ploy. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the meta shakes up with certain teams that have rules, teams released Into the Dark that have rules in only open play that work. I think that's very fascinating. Will be interesting to see how that meta develops and keeping those walls as very sacred as they were in Arena from 2018.
yeah, I mean, I can't wait to kind of just see what on earth the play with everything is. Um, so we've finally got someone moving up into the middle here. It looks like
Yep.
that there was a quick scramble. Is that just a Shasla there in the middle?
Let me confirm it. Yeah, it is.
So right towards the very end. I know you mentioned like domination is a who touches last type decision, and
Yes.
it does look Mike is playing it pretty well and just holding off until right at the very end, pinging the points.
Well, and I
Last
think that
couple of
was
activations.
unfortunately, that was a foregone conclusion in my mind, effectively, unless Liam was willing to risk, which, with Bulwark, I probably would have, risk getting an assassin here. But without an assassin here, there's nothing stopping Mike from doing it. So it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that he was going to take it. The question turns
Exactly.
into how can the assassins really punish Pathfinders from doing it next turn? And without some way to punish, you would have really wanted to be in a situation where you have an assassin charge and not fight and just sit there in the center. And then next turn, you're in a great position where you get a free fight. You can punch the center if you want to, and then charge off and fight again.
Yeah, I think he really wants some more of those assassins up in the mid board. Could have one on point and have one in this doorway that be threatening the bottom. I think having these melee operatives staying inside of the back is going to make it very difficult to open turn 2 in an aggressive stance.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not sure who's shooting here.
Yeah, I was also trying to figure that out.
Who's shooting who? Flooded? 1 minute here, chat. All right. Yep. So this is gnarly. This is Liam's, or correction, Mike's blooded shooting Liam's leader, who has two marker lights on him. Looks like he is going to survive the. Or I don't know if they've rolled yet, but that's what they have going on at the moment.
Oh, the leader is just out in the open under there.
Yeah, Liam scrambled to hold on to this point. Again, I'm not sure why. I mean, it's a bid to maybe stop Mike from pulling a points lead by moving the drone down, but at this point, I would just eat that.
Yeah, I think at that point you need to be using the diktat to be punching the point and coming back into safety. That's way too exposed, certainly way too exposed for the leader. We have our first results from Top Cut coming in. Kevin Starr with the Vet Guard, who was just on stream earlier, takes a win over Gregory's Commandos, I believe, 17-5.
And I'm back. How is it going on the game?
We're still right at the very end of turning point 1. Mike's
my
moved
God.
on to the middle.
And Liam lose both of the gunners, doesn't he?
Liam has lost both gunners, correct?
And only one Pathfinder is dead. Is that so? What about the
Believe
what about
it- might be 2 Pathfinders. I'm not 100% certain on that. He also just took some chip damage onto his leader, who is on that top point in the open.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's not a optimal position to be in.
Nope.
Mine hits any, but it couldn't use it. It could not get through the end.
And there's where the drone goes in. So yeah, so leader must have just been pulled. Drone moves in and punches point.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a max score for Mike on first round, right?
Mhm.
Oh no, apologies. That'll be 3 points.
This is going to be a disaster for Liam, I think.
I think so too. Yeah, this is. I think without bringing up the Rust Stalkers to present a threat inside of turn 2,
Yeah.
I don't think there's a way to come back out of this.
Yeah, I agree. So there's still a Rust Stalker up there in the door, isn't it?
There is, but I think it's already taken some chip damage. I think it's at either.
Two wounds, I think he is.
I believe so.
You're totally right. I might have been the ability to retain race. I can never consider it. Who are you down going long? Close. We're down.
Ooh, there is going on a lot of chat on the Twitch chat going on. Let's see. Gatha is talking a lot, and they are talking about the Into the Dark and the open boards.
Yeah, we were chatting for a bit, kind of checking in. So we mentioned that LVO is confirmed to be open.
Yeah.
But on a lot of the other major tournaments, it's a little undecided still, and it's probably a bit early to decide.
Yeah, I agree.
GW does seem to be believing that that is the future that the game is going to. Chicago is going to be going into the dark. Presumably
Mexico
so will
too.
Kansas City and New Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah, I have been like 3 or 4 games in only, so this is a hot take. But it feels good. Like a lot of the edges of the game, with the vision and the obscurity, has been fixed. And I don't know. I think the game is faster and more enjoyable. But I don't know. It's still early on, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm excited to get some games in, and we'll see.
Yeah.
That's initiative. Turning point 2 looks like it goes to Liam.
Okay. So what do you do in this position?
From here, I mean, you need to get the Rust Stalkers in, so theoretically, I mean, your best chance of doing so is to be increasing your movement. But that'll also make you very susceptible to the Pathfinder shooting.
Yes. I no, I don't know. I don't know. I will use for sure the Rustalker on the door, because if you don't, he's going to get annihilated.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's got to be the starting point.
yeah, maybe charging the guys under the door if you are able, or the guys on top of the roof. I think both of the options are good enough at least. Uh, I don't know how much time they have left, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I mean, they took a lot of time in their first
Yeah.
turning point. I would definitely be expecting that they're not going to be making it through the full game.
No, that's really bad.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, especially Liam hasn't flipped any secondaries, but given that he didn't flip any in Turning Point 1 when he was playing so aggressive, it's safe to assume that he's probably playing security.
You cannot play security with the.
I apologize. Yeah, I apologize.
I think he's playing Recon or Seek and
Recon, yeah.
Destroy. It could be Seek and Destroy though.
Sorry, my
I
bad.
love to play Seek and Destroy with the Hand of Glaive.
Yeah, I'm starting to really enjoy Seek and Destroy as attack op a lot more. I started playing it a bunch with the Phobos, and they really start to play a lot better
All right, looks
now
like we're
than they
rolling into
did when
turning
the
point
game was out.
two. Sorry, Chad,
We
I'm
are.
well behind. So we're rolling into turning point two.
And this is a Roostalker charge
Yep.
Yeah, Rustalker into the middle there, so it didn't activate with
with
the one on the door.
We're 2-2 on the
yeah,
primary? Or 1-1?
that's really bad. That's really brutal, I think. Ooh. So that Roostalker is going to
And then
eat
your
some
secondaries.
damage.
What are your secondaries up?
The Max Headhunter, and I got one on Triangle, and then one on Killing Blow.
Ooh, Liam get Headhunter. Maxed.
Okay, so there was
Cool.
That's Seek and Destroy.
yeah,
Yeah.
so either that was the leader in the middle there, or in that first turning point, one of those early
Yeah.
shots that he got was on the leader.
So only one goon left for that Roostalker. No, 7 goon left for that Roostalker.
That Rustalker is going to turn that poor Pathfinder into
Yeah, into meat. Yeah.
into meat.
And was there 2 Pathfinders in there?
So I stepped away from a moment, so I've fallen behind a little bit. I mean, this game is not over.
Nope, he's not.
Whoa. Transonic blades go brr.
Yeah. He's dead. Why is
Yeah,
he?
Janice is remarking that I absolutely loathe this mission. It's true. I hate domination with a fiery passion.
Okay, so he has. I don't know why, but he has the transonic blades.
I believe
And
he's running with the other variant. They're all like he's declared them all as the claw variant, I believe.
but I have seen him using rending. I don't know. Maybe I miswatched that. I don't know.
I am not sure.
I'm not sure. He's dead.
What imperatives up?
I was seeing a bunch of
Yeah.
rerolls, so I'm pretty sure
And
Conqueror
then
is
do you have
up.
bonded again? No. Do you have bonded again? No. Okay, so you're at 1. And Liam, I show you're at 2 CP. Or you spent for the Rustalker melee ploy.
Yeah.
You have accelerate agents up, so you're down to 1. Yeah. Yes, we saw. Thank you. He said, "I just killed 2 of his guys in combat." He was so happy. Oh, love it. Hey, are you using blades or the cord claw? Are you using transonic blades or the cord claw? Blades. Okay. He's using blades, but he's got conquer imperative up.
Yeah. That was I say. Yeah.
So I think that's where
why
the rerolls come from.
why using blades? Oh my god.
Hey man, don't look at me. I just work here.
Yeah. It's a weird choice. Blades are good into some teams, I think. But the chocolate reroll balance is pretty good, I think.
Yeah.
Just saying. It's a preference for me. But
Yeah, I think I mean, again, it might just be kind of either way, if one of those Rustalkers gets into something inside of the Pathfinders, it's going to tear it apart. That balance, I think, is probably worth it just for you don't necessarily need Conqueror Imperative up. You can have movement going and still stay very reliable in melee.
why is Lazarus lying on the chat? I love UCC. So yeah. UCC is pretty neat. In my opinion. So what is going on? It's going to that's a shooting, I think, into the Roastarker. Who is going to die, maybe?
Are we talking about the Rustalker in the upper left there?
Yes,
Yeah.
we are.
All
Yes.
right. If that Rustalker lives, I don't know.
No, there is no way.
I mean, Mike would have to really, really not roll well. Honestly, that probably would have been my first activation, I think, just because that Rostock was
Yeah,
already close to death and vulnerable.
Yeah.
no,
But he's not
exactly.
going to let
Ace
that
and I
happen.
were both in agreement that that probably
Yeah.
should have been the starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah. One last blaze of glory.
So that's a Roostocker in there alive, I think.
Yeah, the Rostock up here, I'm pretty sure is alive. Hold on, let me check.
And the other one is still alive, so yeah. So, guys, I'm going to leave you now. I will be back. I have to do some chores at home and going into
Oh,
another stream,
he's
but I
dead.
will be back.
He's dead.
Right.
I
Good
will be
talking
back
with
in
you, Ace.
a.
Wow,
Yeah,
what
nice
is
to have you
happening?
here. And,
What's happening?
well, let's
All
see
right,
what's
so we're
happening now.
getting this guy shooting the drone over here with an amazing roll.
2 buys.
Yeah, that drone's screwed.
Okay.
Yep, he's retaining one for cover. No,
Okay.
that is a dead drone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't discount those. Don't discount those robots quite yet, chat.
Yeah, the Radium Carabine is pretty good, to be fair.
Yeah, second APL. What are we doing here? What are we doing here, Liam?
Hide. Hide.
Yeah, there we go.
Hide.
Hide. Yeah,
Yeah.
take your absolute. Yeah, you. I don't know where that time came from that he got to that the thing survived, but take it and use it, buddy.
Yep.
Oh, this has been a
So,
very interesting development to the board state.
yep.
He still, unfortunately, does not have the rest of his Rustalkers in threatening positions, which maybe his whole method is going to be just countercharging out of the center here. But boy, does that seem like a risky strategy.
I
Yeah.
think that only works if you're not already behind, which unfortunately,
Yeah.
he's not inside of the best place to be playing that defensively. Especially with so few of his guns left on the board to threaten the Pathfinder mobility.
Yeah. That said, there are a lot of Pathfinders out.
So, as I was saying, I will be back in an hour and a half, maybe. So, maybe I will join you for the next game. Is that okay for you, Chris?
All right. See you in a bit. Yeah, we're going into lunch, so you'll get there at a good time.
Okay. Nice. So, see you. See you soon. Bye bye.
Have a nice one. Yep. Bye.
Conflict, please, and translate notes and trigger.
Sounds good. I'm going to check in on table 2 here, the Pathfinder mirror match. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, it feels critical to be kind of keeping an eye on. I'll do my best to commentate on silent pointing. Do you think that Assassin's got to put in some work before it dies? There's not enough board presence on that top point, on the top half of the board. So I do think that it's going to be very critical to get that Assassin in as quick as possible. So Liam's bringing out another operative into that kind of open space. He's been using that to kind of be taking shots at Mike's backline here. It's interesting because Mike can then retaliate and doesn't have to move to shoot the operatives that he's been bringing forward. That's, I think, why Laz has been able to kind of trade into this pretty well. Dennis, I apologize, I missed that. A really unfortunate shot there. And that's nothing.
What did I miss here?
Liam has brought forward a one of the Skitari and taken a shot into the back line, but unfortunately, heavy whiff, 3 ones.
Oh,
No
that
damage at
is
all to the
not what you
Pathfinder.
want.
And there's another of the Skitari in that exposed upper central area.
Yeah, I see it. And that is about to be a dead Skitarian.
Absolutely, yeah. No, so
Yep,
what I was mentioning was just kind of
there it goes.
this
Not enough.
this running them out there has really been favoring Mike just because he can just retaliate shoot
Yeah.
without having to move first. But then he still has the action points available to pull off whatever else he's interested in.
Yep,
Think
just absolute
that
maximized aggression is just not the move here.
yeah, that shooting lane is a pretty heavy trap that Liam's been kind of falling for all game. And at this point, it's really just down to those assassins in the back line there. They have to move up.
I do got to say, again that Liam over here is only 13 years old, and to be able to play at this level, he is in basically the semifinals of the Nova Championships. So this is truly incredible that he's even playing at this level at all, and going up, punching at players in a pretty heavyweight class here. So shout out to Liam, very impressive showing overall so far, and he's got a lot of wins, a lot of real wins under his belt this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, endless respect to Liam. He's a incredibly practiced player, ruthlessly aggressive, and had I made it to Nova, he was actually the one that I was most worried about playing in this entire tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Novitiates hate Hunter Clade.
They sure do.
I'm a bit confused by these roles. I'm not sure who is being targeted. That Skitari is still up in that top middle there. Didn't get pulled at any point, so I'm not sure.
Pretty wild, and I'm seeing the Pathfinders sort of reallocate their strength there. Looks like they're maybe having trouble getting the rolls they need. Liam's about to activate a Ruststalker assassin down south. Now, if I were him, I would really be thinking about putting something right about here, tucked up, nestled against that barrier, and in a position where he's concealed and really hard to target from anyone on the board. And you get spring launch over here and spring launch into here at once.
Yeah, absolutely. With the headhunter being maxed, that means that Monk Call also can't be called. So the Pathfinders won't have anywhere near as much mobility. I think pushing forward now is the best option that you have.
I don't know how deliberate Liam's execution of that leader is, but absolutely, if you can pull that off before popping Mudcog, that's the right play. even worth losing plasma for that.
Yeah, agreed. It's something very few Pathfinder players ever let you actually pull off. Usually medic is right there with leader just to
Yeah.
prevent that exact case from happening.
I think what we saw happen was near the end of one and beginning of two, Mike is starting wanting to extend his lead and to start forcing trades to really push the board state into something unrecoverable for Liam. And Liam is doing the best, making the best of that decision and actually clawing back a little bit. And I think he's, for what's actually been happening here, I think he's trading a little more efficiently than Mike would like.
Yeah, and I think he'll be able to score a calculated eradication if he keeps trading well like this.
Yep,
Just
the
because
surveyors activating and shooting.
okay,
Not what he wanted.
unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Well,
Yeah,
only
those
only
blue dice need a bit of a
kick in
love.
the shorts. One fifty, 155, yeah. 155.
So I'm clearly the worst player here. So I'm pretty sure that means there won't be another game for me.
No, every player's playing round three. Every player has a round three.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll be right.
Looks like a return shot.
Good.
Oh, okay. I think this shot is targeting that Skitarii up on the top.
So for the chat here, we've already called time for all the other players here. We are letting this round eat into lunch in the interest of letting the game play out. And because we have a little bit of time buffer here. So we're going to extend the time for these folks. In general, we've been having missions and scores extrapolate when we call time, and we do our best to figure out how the game should have ended if it had time to end. Here, I think it's a little too early to do that. We simply don't know how the board state will mature, so we need to see more of the game.
But we did get in the Pathfinder's mirror match score.
Oh, I'm guessing Pathfinder's won.
Pathfinder somehow pulled out the win.
Wow, surprising. It looked like John was going to take it.
It
Yeah,
that is the submitted score. Yeah, John takes it. Very low scoring
yeah,
round,
7 to 4.
7-4.
I mean, domination. You get that all the time. Another reason why I don't like this mission is because it has a weird way it handles scoring. Uh, yeah, so John's going to take the W there, and so he will be in the finals.
Looks like Liam took the advice you recommended, put a Sicarian as close as possible. I think he probably should have found a way to try to get a little bit of cover.
Yeah, I don't think this was the spot. I think this was the spot. Right, he's here. He needed to. So
Yeah,
slight, yeah, and he's going to take advantage of that. If you'd put
possible
one
he just
here,
didn't quite have enough mobility to get there, unfortunately.
really seemed like with the move dash and the speed boost, I really think they could have gotten here. Well,
Yeah, I would think so too. Liam tends to measure things out pretty accurately, though, so.
mm. Well, he's gonna see if the machine spirits are with him here. Oh, hot ion, no crits. Whew, no crits. Was he injured? Oh, I guess that assassin had taken some damage already. Oh no, hot ion is AP1. That's it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, stacking up on the center there and probably punching to take it back and forcing 4 APO. I mean, dangerous, but you got to do something at this point. I don't know if we're about to get EMP grenade. Have we seen the grenadier attack yet?
Not with a grenade. I believe that it was the one that took a shot earlier. But this does, yeah, that's a grenade
I think we're
measurement
about
there.
to see grenade. Oof. For what it's worth, Liam's last secondary is Robert. Oh, dear Lord. Somebody's dying. Those radium carbines, when they work, they sure work.
It's a very interesting weapon because it's really like it's just plinking or it's
Yeah.
deleting.
Yeah. Nope. That was Overwatch, I think. Was that Overwatch? That was Overwatch, yeah. Chat, I don't think I've ever seen Hunter Clade actually make use of Overwatch that way. That was pretty cool.
And I believe that was the grenadier that got pulled.
I
Is that
believe so
correct?
as well. I think
Okay,
Mike
that's
lost track of activation schedule because he should not have let that happen. He thought he had more time.
yeah, that is
He's
a
running out of
huge loss.
activations. I see only one more Pathfinder activation round too. I believe it's just this guy down here. Yeah, Liam. Oh, Mike, did you score for Killing Blow? Did he score Killing Blow first turn? So I show it's 3-3 right now. I show total scores 3-3. I show the total score right now is 3-3. Right before we score turn 2.
Four, because I got 2 points on primary.
Yep.
1 on triangulate and 1 on killing blow.
Right. That was my question. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you do have Killing Blow. Yeah. There's a little bit of a crowd coming around the table watching. Liam's family cheering him on, and Mike's father as well watching, eagerly anticipating what will happen here. It's great seeing the families coming out supporting the players.
Yeah, I saw yesterday when I was kind of looking over matchups, I saw that both of these players' dads had played each other yesterday
Yes.
and had a draw, and I just thought that must have just been
Yeah, Family
a very
Feud.
sweet game.
Wait, is this the Grenadier?
This must be Grenadier, yeah.
Ow. This is fusion.
Fusion, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Was that a CP reroll?
Kind of zero.
Yeah. All right, so that was a CP reroll in the fusion there. Uh, a little bit surprised he did that.
I think that's also overkill, isn't it? Wasn't it already a guaranteed kill off of the
I
first one?
think
That
I
was
think so, but it also won't flip the central control to him. Turning point 3.
We're just talking about score now.
Yeah.
So it should be one for you on primary, two for him on
Yep.
I maxed out killing the lower. And then you have him clear. Okay.
Yep.
And then right now, five. Oh no, five.
Yeah, it's 5-6 for the Pathfinders. Coming in turning point 3. Going to be an absolutely monster initiative roll coming in here. The amount that this Ruststalker wants to dive in here and blender is infinite.
And yeah, Mike has no way of denying it. He doesn't have the CP together for Worthy Cause, so very crucial initiative roll. Yeah, I'm sorry if I haven't been super communicative through all of this. I'm still nursing a fair bit of a cough and kind of a bit heavy on me talking this much.
And we don't have initiative for turn 3 yet. It's a lot. All right, everyone. We're just waiting for Liam to get back here. So we are coming into turning point 3 on an incredibly close game. This is currently 6-5 for the Pathfinders, coming in for the semifinals of Nova Open 2022. Liam's Hunter Clade with 5 to Mike Cortez's Pathfinders at 6. This is Turning Point 3, and initiative will be potentially a game-deciding roll. So we're going to see what happens here. There are 4 surviving operatives for the Hunter Clade. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's 7 surviving. Oh, he rolled a 6. Oh, he rolled a 6. Ladies and gentlemen, Hunter Clade gains initiative at the top of Turning Point 3. This is going to be tight, folks.
Yeah.
This is going to be tight. Oh my gosh, Liam is sweating bullets over here waiting for that roll to happen. He needs to make some miracles with these assassins. He's switching to Aggressor Doctrine for extra speed. And I believe he's at 2 CP. Now, what he doesn't want to have to do, and I think he's trying to mitigate, is the need to do a dash to here and then charge over to fight. And he wants to just do a direct charge fight and then do a double fight over there. If you can both push and kill those operatives and force Mike to start retaliating, Mike's actually starting to run out of bodies. Then Liam has in reserve this Rustalker over here, which can still dive in and do some serious damage. He's got 2 gunners back here, which are also in very safe positions. So this game is absolutely not over, folks. Any ploys? I show you at 2 CP, you at 1? Yeah, is that correct? Liam, you have 2 CP right now, right? No. Accelerant agents? Accelerant agents? Yeah. All right, so no surprise there. We're getting the charge out of that Rustalker assassin.
Yeah, so who are these charge targets here?
We've got the gunner and drone controller. And he's in melee both. Drone controller is the first target. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is. Oh, that is a massive roll. Rending brings that into 2 crits. Oh my gosh, that is a very scared Pathfinder. We're probably going to see a parry of that first crit, smack back for a measly 2 damage, and then annihilation. Yep. And then murder, blender. That is a dead drone controller. Next fight against weapons expert. Oh my gosh, this is wild. All right, coming in balanced, still misses. So 4 hits. All right, so he can't parry him out here. Oh, because they Pathfinder set on 5s. That's right. Ow.
Yeah.
All right, right. I forgot they weren't even as good as Vetguard. Okay, that was a slaughter.
No, they're very bad in melee. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's a
Now the
huge
question-
swing on this.
Yeah. Now the question is Liam going to pop Robin Ransack? The reason I ask is because he will not potentially ever get another opportunity to do it. If he doesn't do it now, he may get 0 points instead of getting 1 point. All right. Mike's activating. One of his operatives moving through the wall and taking a shot. This has kind of come down to dice at this point, folks. We're all shooting without marker light support and without any bonded rerolls. So it's going to be as they lie. So this operative over here, this Pathfinder's activating. He's going to move over to about here, and he's got this clear fire lane.
And doesn't know it, but that is now the prime target for Robin Ransack.
Yep. Yeah, I think Mike
That's much safer.
Mike might not see him. This is potentially, this is not the move. I think this is a mistake Mike's making. He's allocating one of his last resources here towards something. Oh boy, this may cost him the game.
Ooh. That's a huge swing.
This is a massive mistake.
That's a much safer position for the robber to be in.
3 hits. He has. This is the marksman who's running around with his silent sniper. I think 2 crits. This is the marksman, right?
Well, just wanted to make sure
Dart round.
standard round.
You opened up. Okay. All right. So he went to engage, opened up with his very powerful abilities for standard rounds here. So, one of the big questions is, what this Rustalker does. Who I think this Rustalker, what he needs to do is go charge and fight and kill this guy. I think
Absolutely.
that is the power move to make at this point. All
Yeah,
right.
I mean, they still have to address the Pathfinders still have to deal with the Rustalker kind of in the middle there. That Grenadier can run up and tag point.
Yeah.
Uh,
And once Liam,
but if it does, then
this
it'll
is a
be very
mistake.
vulnerable to.
This is a mistake. He's moving this operative here to shoot. He doesn't want to do that. This activation order is not right. I mean, it might pay off for him. He might get the rolls, but the safer choice would be to guarantee the kill with the Rustalker here. So he's moving out one of his Radium Carbine operatives over here to shoot. He needed to have waited longer. Not a good move. If he gets the dice he needs, it'll be okay. And he does not. No crits. All right, he's burning his last CP on a reroll. He needs the 6. All right, he got another hit, so he can't possibly kill the Pathfinder. All right. 5 damage. 6, yes.
6.
Right now it's not. I'm just being one reroll.
But that Pathfinder is fully healthy right now, right?
Yeah. 7 health.
Yeah.
Block 1, which is 9 damage right now on the board. Is that correct?
This is Radium Carbine? Oh, this is okay. That's what it is. So this is enriched rounds with the Radium Carbine. So it's actually doing 9
Got
damage.
you.
That
Okay,
will
yeah,
secure the
yeah.
kill if he doesn't do their CP reroll. The problem is this
Okay,
is Mike's last CP and he only gets it on a 5. So will he burn for the 1 in 5 chance of getting it? Ladies and gentlemen, he is deciding to burn the CP. Clock's ticking. What will he do? He spent it. CP reroll. He needs the 5. 2. Oh, Liam is loving it here. That was a massive swing for the game state. He CP rerolled and did not get the
Ooh.
save he needed. Ladies and gentlemen, Liam's raw aggression and risky play absolutely turned out for him for what he needed. Oh my gosh, this is insane.
Yeah, so that's middle secured for Liam unless if there's a very significant change in the ability to get up there.
All right, so now we're going to see the board state develop where this Rustalker will be able to charge here and will be able to move and threaten this objective later, or charge onto this one and threaten it. This is massive. That was huge.
No, I mean that's
155.
like a sense
This was massive,
initiative.
ladies and
That's
gentlemen.
about a 5-point swing change.
Massive. And Mike no longer has the CP to ever get worthy cause.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of CP rerolls this game. Some
Yeah.
of them
Questionable
were on
decisions.
things
I mean,
that
was, yeah. I agree. Now, Liam needs to pick up this Robin Ransack point here, and he's running out of time to do so. But all of the time Mike spends ever having anyone attack this Rustalker is less time he has to secure the center, which he can't do this turn because of move dash and neither operative will get far enough to get it. So his only choice is to probably walk forward and take shots. And that's not going to be enough. Oh my gosh. This is not where I thought this was going after turning point 1, but Liam has pulled it together. He's had a steely resolve. This has been an absolutely incredible comeback from Liam.
I mean, that initiative was so key.
It was.
I think also
when that 6 came up, that was a game-changing moment. All right, so we're getting who's shooting who?
Over.
Okay, so this Pathfinder is shooting this Rustalker here. Kind of an interesting choice because he is going to get that double cover save. And re-rolling from, I'm not sure. Oh, marker lights. Okay. Yep. He blocks the crit, takes 9 damage, and dies. All right, so Liam's activation. I think the move here is this Roast Stalker goes into hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of
This is the
questioning,
move.
is there any other remaining? There's the gunners back there, correct?
Yeah, this is a medic and an ion rifle.
I'm not breaking.
I mean, it's still worth it to secure the 1 point for the first point of Robin Ransack, even if you don't get the second.
Oh yeah,
Still,
no, you have to force it. Well, because too, doing this move here also lets you move onto here for the last turn, and that's so swingy.
yeah.
And then these two objectives are now completely safe for the rest of the game. They can no longer be flipped. I mean, not unless this operative somehow lives, which I don't see any scenario where that happens.
I think at the point, you know what? Mike's last one has to be signal beacon, correct?
I think so. Let me go check. Hey, Mike. 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 See your last stack off. Yes, that is correct. I'm not.
Oh, the Rust Stalker.
All right.
The Rust Stalker is.
Yeah, that was a bad move.
There we are. There's the charge.
Yeah, but that he's banking on getting initiative. He would have had it here.
Was he not able to go through for some reason? I don't understand.
I don't understand either. There's no barricade there. That was. So this was the result of a math break, and I kind of don't understand where that result came from. This was the move.
Yeah,
Now, if
that's
Pathfinder's whiff from here, I mean, there's going to be the Overwatch from the Hunter Clade, but I mean, enriched rounds are nasty, but I don't know if they're nasty enough. Hitting on
really
fours.
unfortunate. I thought I saw a game there.
Yeah, that I think Liam missed game state, and this actually reminds of the first day on stream where he had a similar game-ending move and he didn't see it. He might not put it doors that much.
It is something that's really unfortunate with I can't imagine playing Octarius without doors. I think it's terrible.
Neither can I. I can't stand it without. I mean, it was a turn off for me originally because it was so bad. I'm like, man, I
But
wish
with the
Townnath had more
doors,
light terrain. And then, oh, you
yeah,
can just play Octarius with doors and you're fine. All right, here comes this very important roll. Now,
he's been using the
yeah,
door for other operatives all day. So
I know it's
yeah,
selective.
I'm very curious why that charge didn't go through.
Me as well.
Maybe as a way of continuing to threaten the middle. I think
But
the
that position would have threatened both.
yeah,
I mean, yeah.
I agree.
I know we're preaching to the choir here. Just you hate to see it, chat. You hate to see it. Oh,
I
two
mean, if
hits.
neither of us gets to play today, we might as well talk it out as though we were.
Oh my good God.
Oh, that's powerful.
Yeah. I mean, with rolls like that, all right, he's gonna get the Overwatch. We'll see if he gets that roll again. 3 hits. No saves will result in a kill.
Still alive.
Yeah, 1 wound left. He needed to get a crit in there. Last activation,
that-
turning point 3. Oh, is he going for plant signal beacon?
Yeah, he's got to be moving up for it now.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of secondary points cropping up next mission. Well, next turn.
Take this close. We're gonna ask your opinion.
Yep, I'm up to do a measure.
Range.
All right.
No.
That doesn't look right.
Is it okay if we take this off the tape? You know where it is? Yeah, he's definitely not graceful. Where you are, it's also obscure. Oh. So then he will go ace. All right, so we're seeing the plant signal begin. Liam didn't see his move here with the charge fight Robin Ransack. You're getting an auto 1 point and then forcing retaliation on the Rustalker for the chance to get 2.
Yeah. It's really
And this is a disaster over here. He needed to be able to flip this objective, and now he doesn't have the action economy to do it. Going into turning point 4. Liam picks up 2 on the primary. I believe that you do. Yeah. That's what I'm tracking. You have 1 for triangulate, 2 for killing blow, and 4 on the primary. Now, at this point, top turning point 4. It's currently 8-7 in favor of the Hunter Clade. Initiative roll. Doesn't really matter too much. 6. Pathfinders take it. This is actually an open question what he does from this point. All right. Oh, the charge there I think was a mistake. He's trying to lock up that gunner, but I don't think he wanted to do that. That gunner seems to punch him once.
Yeah, how many wins is left on that? Is that
Pathfinder's 1 win left. That's
1 win left?
That's a
I
guaranteed.
mean, that's Robin Ransack.
Yeah. Because now the question is if he activates on engage or conceal. Because there's 2 approaches. There's the go for gold approach of you punch and then you shoot and try to kill. Or you punch and then just move over here and hide.
I
would go on engage. I'd force it.
Yeah, I would go on engage. If you even injure down here, then it would no longer be able to take point, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it's over.
They just measured
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Robin Ransack and then take the shot.
He has to. because this is a 2-point swing. So he has to accept death.
11. And you go 4, 7, 9, 11.
Is he running the math right now?
He's running the math.
But then
Force add mech.
it's possible that I get 5. So I can make us tie, or I have like a chance to win.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Clocked it.
Hey, Liam. No, nothing from the peanut gallery. Sorry, nothing from the peanut gallery, guys. Please, Liam, we gotta get the next round ready soon.
He's going to. Oh,
Keep the room under control here. He has a very supportive family. Just trying to keep them from being too supportive. Yep. All right, so he's going for the fight.
Is he on engage?
Yep, he got it. Yep, he reveals Robin Ransack.
then I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah, he's going for gold.
Hell yeah.
He-
Hell yeah,
Nope.
Liam.
One hit. He does have a CP. He didn't spend
Worth it.
Yep, he's spending. Nope. Omnissiah says no. Yep. That flips the central objective, and that's game.
Ah.
This is fourth. End of the game. Pathfinder's coming out of the woodwork here.
Alright, and my turn. For watch. Oh. Then, Sian, I ended 6 from the mission, 5 from tackles for a total of 11. You end with 6 from the mission and 5 from tackles for a total of 11.
Draw game.
Hold on, chat. Did you max calculate eradication, Liam? Okay. Tabulating on the primary here. And you did plant signal beacon with the guy on the side? Hold on. No. No, this is a tie. This is a tie, chat. So we're going to tiebreakers. We're going to tiebreakers here. What is tiebreaker? So there's 3. Okay. First time they already played. Next tiebreaker is who holds the highest number of objectives?
He does.
And it's currently 1-0.
Ah.
Chat. So on the second tiebreaker, Pathfinders win.
That's just heartbreaking. That is so close. That is such a way to pull through the game and tie it up so close. It's rough. Losing on tiebreakers is always a really rough moment. But both players managed to play a very strong game. Him especially, like it looked very rough in the beginning, but he really managed to pull it together.
So he has to burn up patient killing.
Yeah, but if you had charged him here, he was vetting this objective and that objective. Like this was the stronger play.
Sounds like they're kind of talking it through there.
Like I measured it. Yeah. And
I think he could have said okay. Yeah, I think we were tracking because those moon guys are really, really small, so we were tracking danger.
Because
Yeah, that game was critical. Still, that was wild. Yeah, well played, Lee. Maybe we kill that. I have no idea what that was.
So I think that they are running into lunch now. So I do think Chris will probably be coming back in a moment to kind of send everyone off. But they're likely going to lunch for a bit, and then we'll see John Reese, Can You Roll a Crit? Is going to be bringing his Pathfinders to the final against Mike, who's been on stream all day with those Pathfinders. So we'll see them get 2 matches in for the finals. Watch this space.
I mean, there's no way you're going to play Pathfinders again.
unless I win my next game, he loses. Then we might be versus.
Well, I think this is the last pairing change.
The last round was a 2-game round against the same opponent.
Yeah.
Crystal here.
Legionary. If you guys wouldn't mind clearing off the table here. Yeah, that's Pathfinder mirror. I came down to second. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was an absolutely wild match. I thoroughly recommend watching the replay. Where is it? It's on Philippine Screen on Twitch or YouTube. Wow. Both players breaking out all the stops there. One of the best games of Guilty I've ever seen. Yeah. Truly amazing. Truly amazing. Excellent. Chat's spreading the Pathfinder's mirror.
Who's playing this?
He's playing John.
Pathfinder speaks on
My money's in Pathfinder.
That's where the smart money was all along. Not that I'm biased. Oh wait, no, I'm very biased.
They're always biased.
Wait, so the best I can get is third, right?
Yeah. I mean, my view is there you go. The margin of victory. Because your game was much higher scoring than the second table's game. Right. I did not pay this. I mean, I did not pay you. So actually, yes, you might lose. No, they're fantastic. Yeah, sharp. He is pretty good.
Hey, Chris. Will that go? No.
Are there nervous situations where you yeah. Like Alexander. Like Michael C.
So it's very fun.
Yeah, just go to that. That was good. You got a bit set, guys. Well, don't leave it on the screen. Oh, no, it's not mine. I know Pods want. Did you announce anything? Yeah.
Well, it's gonna be hammered. So we know. So we know right now. So fourth game is required for the head of the
Just
for everyone.
see what those two is. So it's possible that the current top players get 0 this lane. So I got the Bibles problem. Is there anything you need me to put in ACP or anything?
I'll take care of it here in a bit.
Okay, sure. Sure you may. Even with the dog, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals. Round 1 of the finals of Nova Open 2022. For Nova Open 2022, the finals will be in a split format with 2 games for these final players. So you're going to watch 2 versions of this match on 2 different missions. And I'm about to announce for the first time ever what that first mission will be. For this first mission, we're going all the way back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the beginning. We're doing loot and salvage. The final mission, or the first mission of the finals, is loot and salvage.
Kill team players! Mission! Haters! Win salvage! Thank you. Thank you. I couldn't say it. I mean, maybe they were making.
This guy's already to first place of the Wargaming tournament, get a golden ticket to the games shop invitational. So make sure that's pretty kind to let me know. Shop. This on camera. Oh, please. See, the bigger the better. Correct. I guess it's one of the things to Mexico. Yes. In fact, also I put those quicker both. That's correct. And it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I put another 1 inch over power. Great. And please roll off for attacker defender and just choose your final sides as quickly as possible. The rest of it you can take longer. But just get situated so I can get the screen set up. I would prefer it, please. There's that round there or what? No. So you guys are playing 2 games. No matter what. What happens if we win one each? What happens? So then we start. So then we do. Whoever got multiple points, you go to other tiebreakers. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals for the Nova Open 2022. Our final 2 players are, you know him, you love him, Mike Cortez, coming in with his Pathfinders for the finals, playing Loot and Salvage at Nova Open 2022. His challenger is John Reese, coming in with Pathfinders. So we will have a Pathfinder v Pathfinder mirror match here today. I'm excited to have you all here. This is going to be a game best of 2. So we are going to see them play on this game and then another game.
One die. Come on. Yes. It shouldn't be Roberts. Yeah. No special preparation. Yeah. Then tiebreaker.
Sorry, guys. Using just one side. So, start using it. But you have something. All right. Look, what's your I'm gonna try to keep that as high as I can. Try to keep correct. But I'm not going to see. You can see that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming into the finals of the Nova Open 2022. We have a Pathfinder mirror match coming here today for the first of the two-round final. These two players will be going head-to-head twice. This is the first of those two games. Still waiting for my co-host to rejoin me here. All right, we're seeing John begin his deployment here. John is defender. All right, ladies and gentlemen, John continues his deployment. Definitely a lot of pressure put on the defender here to deploy their operatives. In a mirror match like this, one one operative out of position can be a big problem. Another thing to be aware of is that both players are going to want to utilize recon sweep and sweep along the sides of the board. So we're definitely going to see a lot of activity going across the sides. Both players sweeping along the sides here and here for both players. This is Loot and Salvage, the classic.
Right.
We're starting turning point one. Starting turning point one. All
Hello,
right.
chat.
Hello. All right. We are back resuming commentary for the Nova Open Championship Round 1. What does Championship Round 1 mean? Round 1 means that these players are going to face each other head to head in 2 games, taking the cumulative combined score in both games as the ultimate winner of the grand tournament. And that includes a trip to New Mexico paid for by Games Workshop, who have supplied us with a whole bunch of lovely prize support, including one of those coveted golden tickets. We have a Pathfinder mirror match here today. Mike Cortez representing the United States, and John Rees coming from the United Kingdom here, trying to teach these Yanks how to play the game. So we will see who ends up the victor in this match between 2 Pathfinders players, United States versus UK.
Yeah, so Mike is getting himself out and deployed. It'll be very interesting to see what exactly his setup is. I see him measuring for a number of shots that I think will be taken away by the recon sweep. Um,
Yeah, absolutely. So, John definitely evaluated the table to pick. So he won the role and actually chose defender. And I think John very much sees a massive amount of value in this piece of heavy terrain here. However, I think that there's actually this loot and salvage marker and this loot and salvage marker, which actually this player over here, Mike, is actually much more well suited to capture. Concealed operative behind this piece of scrambled terrain can also take this very easily. And operatives taking this piece of terrain here are also very easily shot from this angle. So while the defensive posture of all of the operatives can very well tuck behind here and here, I think each loot and salvage objective, or all of these, 5 really, are more easily captured by the right side player. So, John's appraisal of the situation to take this one might not be the right call.
yeah, it's an interesting question on whether or not the mobility on the Pathfinders is going to let them get up there. I think what John sees is some protected vantage points a little bit closer to him. And so I'm
Absolutely.
guessing his plan is to try to weather them down before they're able to make it there.
And I believe, speaking of coming from across the pond, I believe we maybe about to be rejoined by another player. Some of you may have heard of one Ace coming in from Spain. How's it going, Ace? What time is it? What time is it over there?
Yeah, hello again. It's almost dinner time, so I was grabbing a bite before joining us again.
Oh, very nice. Well, welcome back. Glad you could join us. Hope you
you,
got
thank you.
yourself some good dinner. Hope you got yourself maybe a beer, and you're settled in, ready to have a very lively Pathfinder mirror match coming into the end of the game
Oh
here.
yeah, oh yeah.
Interesting to note, of course, that Recon Sweep is a tool in both players' toolbox, but you got to be
Yep.
near the sides of the table here, so up here and down here to take advantage of it. Looks like John definitely intends to take advantage of it to sweep down this side. Neither player feels confident trying to use weak on sweep up this angle, which is surprising to me, because taking
Yeah.
some positions up here actually may not be a bad call for Mike. Mike definitely has put a lot of operatives on engage here. Probably intends to hug this wall and move in and try to take firing lane shots down here.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things going on between these two big pieces of terrain of John. Maybe Mike can have a shot in there. I don't know. And there's a lot of silent weapons on the Pathfinder weaponry. So, well, we will
Yep.
see.
All right, we're seeing scouting right now. John is locked in his choice. 2-on-2? It's one. 2-on. Oh, 1-on-2? All right, so looks like John made the initiative bid, choosing 1 on the 2 that Mike chose. As defender, he's always, of course, a little bit on the back foot with this decision. John, who's going to have initiative turn 1? John has decided to seize initiative turn 1 with the initiative bid with that barricade. Not a super surprising move. Of course, knowing that if he picked infiltrate, he would, of course, let Mike ultimately decide who gets it. Now, the problem is Mike went on engage much more heavily than John. And even though he doesn't have initiative, all those engaged operatives, that's a lot of weight and volume of fire he'll be able to call out. I'm seeing certain moves already available to him, like, for example, this gun drone could pop up here and have vantage shots on these two operatives. Basically, no matter where they go over here, he'll be able to get shots with that operative. And sweeping around the side here, potentially firing lanes somewhere and over here if John tries to go take this objective. So, important to note that on loot and salvage here, there's only 2 protected objectives on the board, this one and this one that each player has for sure. And really, by my evaluation, Mike has better ways of looting all of these objectives compared to John. So, it's points team, not kill team. But John, of course, has this very well protected vantage point here, this position being incredibly strong, and this position being incredibly strong. And he can make some lemonade out of from being over here as well. Both of the hatches are on this side. So here's a hatch and here's a hatch. And these are the only 2 hatches on the board.
Well, interesting enough, the Lutan Sabbaths is one of the worst missions for Pathfinders. Any mission that needs to pick up something or use your APL other than shooting or marking is not that good for Pathfinders. But this is going to be interesting since it's a mirror match, so we will see. Both of the players pick the market drone. Am I not mistaken? I don't think I am.
Yeah, it looks like they have an identical muster.
Yep.
This does feel
so
like
we have one marker drone here, and other marker drone I think might be down in here.
I'm kind of curious for Ace with more Pathfinder's experience. Inside of the mirror match, do you ever happen to take the recon drone?
No.
No?
No,
Alright.
I think the recon drone is maybe worth if you are fighting elites. But to be honest, 2 more bodies are pretty good, in my opinion.
Gotcha.
So,
I was just curious whether or not the advantage of chain activating and kind of clearing out the guns would help a little bit more.
Yeah, that makes sense. But then again, recon drone with 5 shots on 3s or on 4s, maybe and just maybe are not as useful as you might think it is.
So John had blooded
Understandable.
shoot this operative here. Now, interesting to note, there are no marker drones on the table. Mike went
Holy
with
guns.
Shastla and a gun drone, and this is a shield drone over here. So there are no marker drones on the table.
Shield drone is
Children.
interesting. Chili drone, yeah. Interesting. Shield drone is really interesting always.
And that was no
You might-
recon sweep from either player.
But for neither what? Why? What? Why? Oh my god.
Did either of you do bonded? Did either of you do bonded? Both bonded, no reveal for secondaries?
I see triangulate out.
It's triangulate, yeah.
Okay. So vantage for John, killing blow for Mike. They're moving pretty fast here.
Vantage.
They're on chest blue. The chest
Mike,
block.
that yeah, he's going to die pretty heavy, yeah. Bye. Why you put a guy in there if you are not doing recon sweep?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe he tries to I don't know.
This is going to be an extremely bloody first turn.
Yeah, I think there's out of shooting in there. Like
Yeah,
that should be a shoot. Yeah.
medic just triggered.
Medic triggers where? Am I watching with
Yeah,
delay? Maybe.
John just took a shot and medic triggered is what it looked like.
No, he stays at 2
No,
HP.
Mike
See?
shot.
No,
They're
that's
moving fast because they're
the
under chest block.
yeah. That's a marker light.
Ah,
2
Yeah,
marker
it
lights
looks like we
shot.
are going to
Oh,
get
wow.
this gun drone shot going probably into the blooded here tonight, I guess.
No,
It's
that's
it
a
looks-
blooded shot. I think that's 2
No,
markers and a blooded. Yeah.
it looks like he's measuring to see if gun drone can. Is he measuring loot, trying to get drone control off of it? Because okay, yeah, no, he's moving gun drone here, and he's taking shots into the enemy.
And yeah, as you said, Lilia, it is true. It was the medic, I think. Yeah, it was a medic move, I think. Really good play there by John, to be honest.
John has been just playing exceptionally the entire weekend.
Yeah. Now he has moved into conceal. He's happy to do that.
It's once again, I want to
Gandron.
register the disappointment that a lot of the strong U.S. players weren't able to make it out today.
Yeah.
Definitely bummed Travis isn't here, as well as Layla. Disappointing.
real life comes first, and sometimes real life is the plague, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that it does. All right, gun drones moving in for the kill here, wasting no time.
Who is trying to kill though? The other Gandron?
He's targeting over here. Looks like.
No.
All right, relentless into a crit and 2 hits. Cover and crit save is only 4 damage. It's not enough. Well, this is sliding very quickly away from what Mike wants. John knows the math is on his side.
Yeah. I think it is a really good time to pop up the 4+ strategy. I know you don't like it.
On this layout, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think this is one of the times where the 4+ would make a big
Yeah.
difference.
And he's dead. What happened with the shot? Chris, I can't see it because I have delay right now. So
The shot didn't. He got a crit save and the cover save, which it wasn't enough.
Oh. So he's dead. Is that? Is it?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Hold on.
Okay, yeah, it's another shooting. But he's fine. Like he's injured and he's just fine. That's really smart. But now he can use the drone controller to shoot again to someone else. Or to make a dash into cover.
I mean, from this position, you need to prevent some of those silent weapons from getting up into that protected vantage point. So I think I would probably be doing everything I could to do that. 'Cause as soon as either of the silent weapons makes it up there...
Spectral just nailed the drone.
Was that?
The Transpectral here?
Yeah.
Shot and killed gun drone.
Yeah, he's dead. So 3 on 4s and he fails it? Everything? Let's see. That's really bad, yeah.
Chris, you said they're on chess clock, correct?
Oh yeah.
What's the timing on the chess clock for this match?
No, Chris. I think Chris is not
Medic
there.
just shot a marker light.
Okay. Chris, they are on time.
So Janice, this is the first of the last two games for the this pair. So they're going to play two matches against each other, but this is the final pairing. So one player will take first, one player will take second.
Yeah.
The top players in each bracket will play a last game, fourth round. All right, both players moving up, and there's a chess clock in play here. So both are trying to very much make
Oh yeah.
good time of not only action economy but also literally lifetime.
And what's that timer that they have access to? Like, what's the time for each?
I believe there's 50 minutes.
50 minutes. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. I think the time watch is really good. Like
Yeah, I
really,
think
really
chess
good.
clock is good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should probably be normalizing more chess clocks in a
Yeah,
competitive scene.
I agree.
Not only does it, prevent uh, steamrolling into other people's time and accidentally ruining somebody else's game,
Yeah.
it's also, I think, kind of just creates a better environment for play. You don't
Yeah.
spend as much time staring at the board. You spend a lot more time trying to set up in advance and then just executing plans.
Yeah, it forces you to plan ahead.
Yes. What is going on right now? A lot of movement from John, to be fair.
Yeah, a few marker lights getting out there.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. Problem is, Mike is um, running out of targets for his engagement units,
Yeah, he's
which is pretty
basically
bad.
out of targets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so John, I mean, I think much better than Mike is really
Yeah.
utilizing that bunker. All right, so he is making the most out of his ability to get in this bunker and go through it and take shots, which is something that absolutely could have been going on for Mike over here and taking the same kind of shots in the center here, threatening that.
And like Mike has lost all the left flank. There's nobody there to do loot and savage.
Yep.
So that's a point that you are going to lose every turn right now. That's pretty devastating, to be honest.
Yeah, I think pressing up on the top, it also gives some nice opportunities to play the obscuring from that vantage point that John seems to be playing towards.
Yeah.
I mean, Transfactual would have had a field day up here.
Yeah.
Getting cheap with stuff like that, be like that.
Mm, yeah, that's a shot, I think. Yeah, I think he can manage to get a shot in there. But the drone is gonna eat it.
Yeah, crit. Saves one. Oof. Gun drone whiffing.
Oof.
Yeah, with everything happening on fours, yeah, fours and fives here, it's very
Yeah,
unreliable for anything to really happen.
yeah, I agree.
On this one, yeah, the take cover and bonded are both worth their weight in gold.
Hmm.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably just trying to make sure that they get all of these shots off first before setting themselves up into positions. They don't have the time to set up marker lights or anything like that. That
Yeah.
being said, without those marker lights, yeah, hitting on fords is really rough for a shooting team, even with some rerolls and things like that. 50% dice failure.
Yeah. That's a injured guy. Yeah, another injured guy for Mike.
All right. This looks like comms, I think. Just putting marker lights on that operative. Drone controller, actually. Yeah, drone controller activated. And then John's going to go ahead and associate here. Now that, like you're talking about before, Ace, this flank has collapsed, so you can just go on and have the AI drone go and punch objectives. Looting with shield
Yeah.
drones with AI is amazing.
Yeah, and he can even try to put some really efficient work with that drone, like looting, and for the next turn trying to
Is that the
take
first loot?
triangulate.
Okay, first loot has this is definitely loot up here. Let me go check the score.
Sure.
John's looted 2. Mike has looted 1.
Say thank you.
Yeah,
Great job running. Put this on page. Yeah.
I'm still watching it with delay. I'm seeing right now
All right. Thank you.
the movement thing. This is gonna be tough for Mike, I think.
I agree. Yeah, no, I think you know you're just trying to trade shots and everything like that, and these small bits of injury they help, but it'll still ultimately. I just don't think that he played. Chris mentioned that right side, the advantage of it was access to all of those points.
Yeah,
If you don't play with the mobility in mind,
yeah,
he has no setup for getting to 2 of those points that he had access to.
yeah. To be fair, I will play. I I keep playing Pathfinders really cagey, more like John, and it works. Like you just mark on the first turn and maybe take 1 or 2 shots, and then you go full engage on turn 2 and keep deleting things from the table.
Yeah, no, I mean that's definitely. I think that's for sure one of the strongest strats. I mean,
Yeah,
especially Pathfinders because they just get to choose which turn they move up
yeah,
the board.
yeah. And especially with this terrain, because this is a lot. There is a lot of obscurity, so it's pretty difficult to set up good shots. To be honest.
Yeah, in the mirror match, I mean, they're in just like kind of a race for time, trying to get up to the marker lights to cancel obscurity
Yeah.
before they get shot themselves, which doesn't sound.
There is a lot of operatives to try to get that for marker light token going in.
Exactly.
Yeah, and if you get, then your opponent is going to move to some heavy terrain, and you are done. Yeah, there is a lot of good places right now to toss a grenade, though, for Mike for the next turn. I think.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's certainly
So
not
both players
counted
here
out
have
or
taken a
anything,
fair
but
number of shots. We've got Mike has lost 2 operatives. John's only lost 1. So I mean, for all the shooting that has been going on, it's actually been relatively bloodless. Both have a +1 APL gunner ready to go as well. Mike's over here and John's over here.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to refill my drinks. Be right back.
There's a visibility question here that came in to see if this Pathfinder had visibility on this drone, and the answer is no, not for Marines now. He would need to move.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're definitely seeing from like that super bunched up deployment, the sight lines that Mike needs for these shots, he's not placed in order to take advantage of those. Andy, I would guess not. Unfortunately, kind of the way the streaming setup is, it would be pretty intrusive, unfortunately, to alter the camera at this point.
All right. Turning point 1 developing here. Absolutely gnarly.
Was that marksman or blooded that just took that shot?
The one over here. on the top of the board?
No, John just moved a piece into his castle and shot silent with it. I was just trying to figure out which one that was.
I'm not sure. Trying to juggle a few things at the moment here. Apologies.
Yeah, understandable.
All right, this looks like it's the Grenadier, which is looting. All right, John's bringing out another gunner and shooting the Grenadier. Oh. That was not what John wanted.
Getting a fair bit of delay on this
Gunner
stream.
took some hot damage. And I think that Pathfinder survives the salvo, taking only one hit. He had +1 APL, so he was dashing back, but that was about the best outcome Mike could have hoped for there in that exchange.
Okay, so what happens in my absence?
John brought out a hot ion gunner and did a hot shot on from here to here, targeting the assault grenadier who moved forward and looted the objective.
Okay.
And unfortunately, his shot just absolutely bricked Mike's assault grenadier surviving, and John's ion rifle actually taking a little bit more wound damage.
Okay.
Hi, Micromancer. Yeah, so this is final table. They're going to be doing 2 rounds here.
Yeah.
It's a Pathfinder's mirror match, and the standouts of the tournament have definitely been Pathfinders.
Yeah.
I believe there was 6 Pathfinders players, and 3 of them made top cut.
Yeah, no much surprises there, though.
We are seeing John kind of get set up in that side of that castle. I believe there's 3 or 4 operatives under there,
Yeah.
including at least 1 silent weapon. So I do think that turning point 2 onwards, it'll be a matter of trying to force enough marker lights there to force the gunners back down.
Yeah. Who do you want to shoot there? Ooh, that's a nice tricky shot. To be fair.
It looks like we may have lost the primary video feed here. Oh, no, we're catching her. Okay. All right, we're good.
Yep. Yep. But now for the next turn, this gunner is in there.
And next turn is going to be nasty.
Don't bring knives to a Pathfinder's fight, yeah. I think this tournament is a really nice take to say goodbye to Pathfinders.
Yeah, I'll drink to that, Ace. I'll drink to that.
I do think Suti orders are going to suffer on the new terrain.
Absolutely. I'll be right back. But Ace and Layla, don't stop this good commentary going.
Yep. So
Do my best.
how much time happens to have passed? What is going on now? Okay, so John has no more activations, I think. I can be mistaken, but I don't see anything else going on.
Yeah, if there's anything, they're tucked away.
Yeah, I'm really curious about the Assault Grenadier from Mike, if he's available, because there is a lot of castles right now in the middle, in the top left corner, too. So
that Assault Grenadier is right up at the top end of the building on the right. So he does seem to be moving up to pressure that top left castle.
Okay, makes sense.
Is the intention, I would guess. But he's tucked in. So the Grenadier is currently on that point.
So at this moment, do you think any of the players are going to use a worthy cause for the next turn?
Well, they're both banking some CP, so I would expect that either of them is intending to always keep 1 CP in order to keep it around as an option. It's kind of tricky inside of this matchup because it's very rarely losing a single gun will determine it. There's so
Yeah.
many guns. That's end of turning point 1.
That's an iron rifle killing something. Oh. How
The
is
ion
possible-
rifle cleared the drone, I believe, off of the bottom point.
How is that even possible? I mean, what? What are they throwing right now? Ah, the feel no pain from the children. Holy moly. So children is no more. And the left side seems clearer, but still is going to be tough for Mike to take that point, to be honest. And for the initiative, who is going to win? This is going to be big, I think.
I apologize. I had to step away for a second to have the plague.
That's okay.
What's our initiative result?
So for Mike wins the initiative. So now
Okay.
the question is John gonna use a worthy cause?
In terms of worthy cause uses,
It's a tactical ploy. A tactical ploy, no, yes, a tactical ploy. So you need to declare it when the firefight commence.
yes.
Start.
But the question
And
is what you can prevent by using it, because it seems like Mike has a fair number of threats out there, and none of them I don't think are going to be like a singular threat to prevent. I don't think we'll see worthy cause this turn.
I will say Monka for sure. Sorry, Chris?
Are we heading into turning point 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Mike wins the initiative, I think. I have some delay still, so you might be ahead of us. But yeah. And John is not revealing anything. So I suspect he has Beacon. And what could be the other one? That's interesting. Vantage? No.
Advantage is already revealed by John.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. What's his deal? Killing blow? But then why don't you reveal
why
it?
not reveal it already?
Yeah. That's
especially
weird.
given his plan.
And for Mike is Killing Blow, and there's another one in there, which I don't see.
Yeah, let me go check.
It's Tac Ops 2, Tac Ops 1 from Pathfinders. I don't know.
Looks like Overrun.
Overrun. Why I keep playing Overrun?
It always feels way more doable than it is.
Yeah, because the only problem with Overrun is that you cannot be 3 inches in the center, near the center. And that's a lot. That's really bad. Like, super bad.
Was the Grenadier, it looks like? Just
Yeah,
went out?
It's
it
Overrun.
looks like Grenadier. Yeah, that's the Grenadier trying to shoot someone, I think. Have they used Monka?
I
Chris?
need to go check.
Based off of the movement that the
You guys
Grenadier
use
just
Montcalm?
pulled, I think that it is Montcalm.
Montcalm?
Yeah, I think so.
John used one.
That
Mike
looks...
didn't.
Okay.
Sorry?
John has Montcalm up.
And Mike doesn't? Ooh, that's interesting.
I think Mike needs to start using some more mobility here. He's got to press onto the points.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a favorable enough position to castle.
I agree, yeah. Yeah, and Monka from John can be devastating for Mike, to be honest.
Actually,
Because
I
Mike
think
have
we got an emp grenade going on.
yeah, I would say so. Yeah, EMP with no rerolls. Risky play, I think. What the hell is going on?
I think the Iron Gunner needed inspection. Yep.
Yeah, he's dead.
Iron. Yep,
That is going to be a dead Ion Gunner.
Yep.
Yep. Yep. Yep. He's going to spend a CP for rerolling that. Looking for a 5. Yep. And yay! The Ion is safe. Which is big. But he's still injured though.
Yep.
And now he can do that, of course. Because he has Monka. What does Mike do with his first activation, Chris?
What might be his first activation this turn?
Yeah.
Who's the grenade player? Grenadier.
But I don't see any rolling. Maybe I'm blind.
Yeah, I saw the grenade move up, but I didn't see the target it went to.
Yeah, me either. Yeah.
Um,
right now is
also,
the iron rifle to someone.
I've been chugging cough syrup for 4 days, so
Yeah.
things are getting a little confusing.
Yeah, I'm trying to scarf down a late lunch here.
And now you can't do anything with that iron rifle. You can go down. You can't do anything. That's pretty bad. Because he's injured, so
We're even on kills at the moment.
oof, that's tough. That's someone dead. Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. Bye bye. The other Iron
Ace
Gunner.
and Chris, I'm so sorry. I think I'm going to have to step away for the remainder of this game.
No worries.
It's feeling a little rough.
Yeah.
Feel
Been an
better,
absolute. Thank you. I hope so too.
Yeah, get better.
Absolute pleasure casting with you both. I'll be watching from the chat.
Yay. See you, Lala. It's been a pleasure. Yeah.
Absolute pleasure.
So right now Mike is down an operative, but it's his turn, so he might pull something out. Let's see.
Well, it looks like they're 4-on-4 for deaths. They're tied.
Ah, they're tied. Okay.
This game is not over. Ooh, that was brutal.
What's going on? Is that a shooting?
Let me check.
Yeah, shooting for you. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind you, so don't worry. Yeah. Yeah, we can see John making shots and then
All
go
right.
back to be
Yeah,
hidden
gunnery
with the
here
Monka.
is from this operative onto this operative.
Yeah, that's the problem when you are not using Monka. He just hides all the way down.
Not enough to secure the kill. That's absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
He's starting pretty point three.
Ace, I got to be honest. After playing one game against Pathfinders, having to go straight into another game against Pathfinders would be just absolutely exhausting. I'm a little bit happy I'm
Yeah.
not on the table here today.
Yeah, I completely agree. And especially if you lose this, because then your moral is going to wave.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really important to have a cool head in this game. Well, in every game actually,
Now, but
in every
this one,
competitive game.
getting rattled and shaken off alone
Mm,
can do a lot of damage. Absolutely, your mental clarity and state of mind go so
yeah,
far.
yeah, I completely agree with you. Yeah. Mm. And another shooting from John, pretty free, because they if Mike didn't put that miniature just a little bit into the coverture. So
Yeah,
there you go. Two marker lights and a shot. And bonded. And he's going to die. Ooh.
can't come back from that.
Yeah. Mm. Mm. It has to be really hard to stay on the game after 4 games and then another one, another the
Yep.
fifth one. It's going to be brutal
No,
for these players, to be
absolutely.
honest. I really want to start playing competitive in the new setup where the deployments are not that important. Well, they are really important, but you are not aware of
Yeah.
a blast.
Yeah,
So
it'd be nice to focus on the first few turns of how you're allocating your resources,
yeah,
on a more strategic level and not worrying about all these sight lines and pie slices and obscurity
yes,
slivers that the game currently boils down to. It's still gonna be a very complicated game and your decision making is gonna be vital, but in a different
yep.
way. Yeah, I'm very excited for, maybe not, if not more casual Into the Dark, but something about being more locked down, is gonna be really nice early game.
I think it's going to be more competitive because there is one more layer of thinking of decisions. If you are going on guard, if you are open that door or not, that can cost you a game.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited, and it's like they polish. Oh, that's a big save. They polish
Yeah.
all the sarpets that the game has. So I'm really happy. I'm really waiting to start playing it. To be honest.
Well, it's nice to get a corrected version of the TAC Ops deck, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The only bad thing about the Into the Dark is the lacking of a few tac-ups because there are going to be a lot of factions that are going to suffer from that.
I was pretty sure going into it they'd replace those firing points from Pariah Nexus and
Yeah, I
turn
agree.
vantage points into firing points. I'm kind of
Hmm.
happy they didn't because I thought it was a gimmicky mechanic, but I was
Yep.
positive they'd do it, and I'm shocked they didn't.
Yeah. Well, at least they should have replaced the tac-ups.
Yeah, I think they should replace the TAC Ops with something equivalent
Yeah.
to make it sort of work.
Because right now playing Bedgar is really feels bad. Like you have only like I don't know two viable options in your security tac up. So yeah, good luck with that.
Have fun.
Have fun, yeah.
Protect assets and damage limitation, baby.
Yeah, nice. That's what you want all the way down.
Well, John's pulling
So
ahead here.
yeah,
John's definitely pulling ahead here on kills. He still only has 4 dead Pathfinders, and the bodies are piling up for Mike. Not looking
yeah,
good.
yeah. Now Mike has the power peak of doing Monka, which is good, but I don't think there is going to be enough models at the moment.
No, this was the turn to do it, and he didn't.
Yeah, yeah. Security takes a big hit, like, and at least with the novitiates, you can play something else. You can play recon, but not with Bedgar. You
Yeah.
just well feel bad, I guess. Mm. And it is really interesting in this game. Like we have been said, these two are both exceptional players. Don't take me wrong, but little mistakes like not doing Monka when it should be done, or not doing the recon dash on the first turn, can cost you a game because then, or choosing the another order that you shouldn't, or not trading efficiently. This just can be game. So this game is just like that. if
Yeah,
if you commit
absolutely.
a little mistake, then you get a snowball. So it's pretty intense, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, one of my my least favorite one of my least favorite, ways to play is the mirror match in general, and I hated the vet
Yep.
guard mirror match because there's like
Yep.
it's like 4-dimensional chess. Definitely,
Hmm.
definitely not a fan of that.
Yep.
And I'm sure Pathfinders players do not like the mirror either.
Yep. Even with the mirror for Bedgar, when we play together, it feels like really different because we play such a different play style, and that was really nice, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, it would have been nice to play on something that wasn't Zakuro Kaotek though.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Uh,
So how is the um, table is looking? How many operatives has been lost at this moment?
so John is still down 4, and I'll check how many Mike's lost.
I think it's five, six, maybe.
Oh boy. And 6 for Mike.
6-4. That's rough. So turn 3, I think, turning point 3, and I don't know who wins the initiative.
All right,
Do you
sorry
know,
about
Chris?
that, everyone. I have returned.
Yeah. Who wins the initiative, Chris?
Say again.
Who wins the initiative? I think it's John because he's taking measures right now, or maybe they are having one more operative to activate. That might be the case.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Some of the games
It's
are starting
difficult.
to wrap up, so I'm going around checking on them.
That's okay. Yeah, we're seeing a play right now from John. He's shooting to the grenadier, I think. Do you have the chance, Chris, to stream your screen so I can be on the same time that you? Is that possible?
Yeah. Can you see OBS? No, that's.
Yeah, yeah. I have no. Sorry.
I was seeing. I
Do
was showing Discord.
yeah, I was showing Discord. Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Wait, now you're seeing what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Nice.
I gotta step away again.
It's okay.
Yeah. So, are you the bracket? Are you top the bracket?
Fine. There might be someone ahead of me. I'm a 3 now. But who's the guy who was 3 now?
Finally. Finally, I can see it. Nice. So I can see John trying to get some loot, I think. Yeah, there we go. So he's getting ahead on points and ahead on operatives. This is going to be tough for Mike, I think. So yeah. It is really important now for Mike to try to get as much points as he can, to be honest. Just trying to secure them for the next match. Any point you take gets you near the victory. So ooh. That's going to be a shot from. Yeah, I think he's good, to be honest. Yeah. Some decisions now, if he can get that shot or not, that can be really big, like really, really big. So let's see what happens.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome.
We're trying to get through the fourth round for most games here, closing out the day for most players. The bracket champions are going to play each other in the final bonus elimination round here to determine the bracket final champions.
Yeah. So does John reveal Killing Blow? I'm curious. I think he has, but I don't know. Yeah, it looks like. So right now, Mike will use Monka. There is a lot of good operatives in position to do a lot of things. So yeah. So we will see. It's going to be tough, that's for sure. So initiative rolls a 3 and a 5. So now John takes the initiative. That's going to be huge. That's going to be so huge. So let's see. Hey, chat, do you see that there is going to be a new um, kill team White Dwarf? So maybe we got something new. More kill team for us. Yes. So now it's time to John to activate. I'm not sure if they have done anything like bonded. I would expect bonded at least. Maybe recon sweep. I don't know. Let's see. I think, Tobis, that we are going to get Botan in a White Dwarf, but maybe not right now. More teams will be crazy, like really, really crazy for the meta. But I don't know. We are in a brave new world, so who knows? It's going to be interesting. That's for sure. Mm, well, let's see what's going on, and then I will answer you, Andy. That's a shot made by Mike. 3 hits. Ooh, that's an amazing save from John. Holy moly! So he's alive. He's pretty much alive right now. So that center point is going to still be contested.
All
Answer
right,
to
chat, catching
your.
up the game state here.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder why, Matt.
Oh, I got the scores first.
Yep. And the answering your question, I think intercessors are strong, but not broken. They are easy to use, so they might be beating in the middle tables layers. To be honest.
Yeah, I think Intercession Squad is going to be a lot like Void Dancers, where
Yeah,
they'll be all over
I
the middle
agree.
tables. They're going to really struggle
Mm.
competitive. I like top tables, and I don't think they'll do as well as Legionary in making top 8.
Yeah, I agree. Completely agree with you.
Yeah, Matt. The no Void Dancers at Nova is sad. I agree, but not as sad as the Intercession Squad. Uh, that TO was really holding the line there. The guy
Mm.
Chris wouldn't let any intercessors show up, which was a real bummer. I filed a formal complaint and called my senator.
Mm. Why don't you play Blooded? They are a really nice team.
I have fun with Blooded, but I don't think I can take him to top tables in an event like this.
Yeah, I agree.
I could probably get him into top 8, but I couldn't go. They just don't have what it takes to go past that.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, that was because of me. So, it was my. Yeah, thank you, Matt, for doing that thing for the community. All the players here, I'm sure that all the players here are really, really, really glad that Chris cannot show up. To be honest.
They're just getting sick of all my very aggressive time calls.
Mm.
Speaking of, I'll be back in a
Yeah,
moment.
sure. Okay, so right now, what are we seeing? There is not that much Pathfinder in the right side of the table, and on the primary is 8-3, which is a really big amount of points, to be honest, being that this is Luton Savage. So uh, it's going to be tough for Mike, I think. Let's see. What, as I was saying before, you need to start trying to get points right now. Because the more points you have, the less point you need to have in the next game. So, oof. But it's going to be tough. That's for sure. You cannot focus right now on killing things, to be honest. Just get the points as much as you. Yeah, that makes sense, Matt, to be honest. Maybe 30 days are a lot of days, but yeah, 15 to 30 makes sense. Only a week. Yeah, you are right. You are completely right, Matt. Yeah, it's too much close. Yeah, I agree. I have a tournament next week, and I cannot play any of the Into the Dark new teams. But there is going to be like 8 intercessor teams. Like, sure, go ahead. Marines are really popular. Yeah, I completely agree with you, man. Yep. Mm. So now we can see John shooting again someone in 2 inches. Let's see how it turns out. Let's see. 3 hits. No. Yes, 3 hits. And for the defense dice, it's gonna be 2 saves on the cover. Ooh, holy shit! They almost threw down the table. We are fine. They are just fine.
Yeah, we're fine. Yes. It is not the same. Okay. What is the same?
Now we can see another shot from Mike going on, hitting everything. That can be no, only hitting two because he's injured, but he has bonded, sorry. And only 2 hits, that's going to be devastating. Let's see if John can save. Yep, he can. Now in the other side of the board, they are speeding up like really fast, which is good for the game. And for the commentators, this is really, I don't know, I'm enjoying this more because this is pretty fast paced game, which is good. Now 6 inches into the barricade and shooting maybe. Yep, there you go. And taking the point. John is focusing on taking the points, which is pretty good. Now Mike takes the point too. That's looted. That's out of the game. Both of them, both of that objectives. This is something really interesting in Loot and Savage, that in turning point 3, you can be out of primary points, and then, well, you can only score secondaries, which is interesting. Now we have the Gandron still surviving and shooting right to someone under that building. So yeah, there's going to be some die rolls there. Let's see. Ooh, that's tough. Some rerolling. Nope. Only 2 hits. The Gandron is never reliable, and he's safe. He's pretty much good. They're chilling. So what else? Another Pathfinder goes out of the trench and shoot into someone in melee. Is that possible? There's a big cluster of models there, to be honest. It makes me wonder if I can toss a grenade in there. I would love that. That's another ion, I think. And then he's going to dash into the objective, I think. Let's see. That's a Death Pathfinder, I think, from John Reese. But I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to be enough anytime close now, right now. There is a huge gap on points, to be honest. Are people still wearing masks on the USA? Yeah, they have. Yeah, I have been saying that, Matt. That's why they Mike need to score as much as he can, even if he lose. He need to score as much as he can. Nova is mass mandated. Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, there is another game after this. Yeah, I'm not sure it's only for this table or for all the tables. I think it's only for this one.
All right, chat. We're calling the games for time here. The scores are rolling in.
Okay. I think this is going to be a huge gap difference in points.
Yeah, this
Maybe.
is gonna looks like a blowout. But I will give the chat a hint that the next mission, the nature of it, makes it so that even with a commanding lead from these games, the second game is still incredibly relevant to determine the overall winner. I will let those of you who are familiar with how the game works and what missions we played already this weekend as to what that is.
Interesting. Really interesting. Yeah.
The chat's welcome to guess.
That's interesting, Janice. I'm okay with Mask. It just draws my attention, and I am fully supporting of the back scene. So yeah, I am completely okay with that. You can see some more shooting from the John perspective. There you go. Ooh, that's a really bad die. So they with relentless. See, and I think he saves one, but I'm not sure if that's enough for that model to survive. No, it's not. He's dead. Another gunner left. Another gunner dead. Sorry. So for what I can see, Mike only have like 3 models left, 4 models left, maybe two in the middle and two in his back reel. That's going to be interesting. And from John Reed's perspective, we have three, five, seven. I would say. I'm not sure though. Let's see. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear, Yanis. Yeah, that's really bad. I'm going to need to get backs if I want to go to the USA.
Primary. No, I'm on 9 on the primary. Okay, so 9 for you on the primary, and Mike has 6. Fine. Okay, 1 secondary, and it was Killing Blow. All right. And Vantage for you. All right. All right, Kill Team players, getting ready for the next and final round. It's going to be a rematch of the Bracket Champions. John took it here, so we'll be right back here when we set up for the next mission. Thank you, and we'll be right back. Sorry, Ace, I cannot hear at the moment. I'm sort of jumping around getting all this stuff set up. Thank you all for your patience on
Sure.
this one.
See you.
Where's the bracket 2? All right. Bracket 3, raise your hands. Bracket 4, raise your hands. Bracket 5, raise your hands. Champions in bracket 5. Champions bracket 5 champions. Yeah. All right. Helping players, we're going to set up for the next mission. Mission will be secure Archaeotech. Here's the thing. No, everyone. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the top. Champions are going to play again. And then of course, make sure score wins. There's no way. With that, there's no way. There's no way to be otherwise. All right. Final mission: secure Koyotek for all of it, for the golden ticket, and to see what we have happening here. All right, let's switch to the game cam and see what our mission looks like. The round will officially start in 5 minutes. This is just what we have for the board as it is.
I wasn't there. I'm now surgery on the 23rd. My ankle is straight right now. Since Tuesday, right? Appreciate it very much. All right. What time is it work to be here? About 5:30 or? I mean, let's meet someone.
You got final sides? You're flipping, right?
He won the world who chose I think there's no prize for second.
Sadly not. All right, we're trading sides here.
One part of the board having a major advantage in my opinion.
No, stream, this is the final game coming up right here. It's going to be a rematch to make sure that we got the right winner.
So I'm back
All
to.
right,
I'm
one
back.
moment. I'm still setting up the brackets, but you're in Ace's trusting care.
Yep. We are back. Yeah, this is the final game. So I think is Mike has 4 points. No, more. 6 point disadvantage. So he really needs to show up out of skill in this matchup. But this is a mission that you score at the end of the battle. So there is going to be a lot of swing points, a lot of point swing in there. So I am really, really, really interested on what can happen. I think so, Matt. It was 9-5. I think there is more gap due to secondaries, but I don't know. We might ask Chris when he comes back.
Victory points from last mission of the spring. Unless one person wins one. He's already had kill team.
So there is no deployment yet. They are picking TAC ops right now. I am really surprised of the lowest scoring TAC ops from the last game. So we might see some improvement in that. Let's see. Let's see. That's really important. Scoring TAC ops, it's really, really important in this game. So let's see what they can do. Of course, if you are facing when you are facing good players, can be really tricky to score that TAC ops.
All right. We are here in the Nova Open 2022 final championship game, round two. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just factor in and apply. No, I'm not going to pre-apply the results. I'll just do it after the game. I think that'll be easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
This is it, ladies and gentlemen.
how was the last game ends? 6-10 on the BCP?
It was, yeah, I believe 6-10. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
So
nine to
that's
five on
pretty
the
close.
primaries.
That's only a total delta of 4. That
Yeah.
if Mike, if Mike's able to overcome by 5 or more, he's going to be looking pretty strong here.
Yep. And that
I need to step
it
away
could
for a
happen.
moment. There's a game question.
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you a question.
Well, they are still deploying, so
I'm not making you change anything, and I'm not suggesting that you need to run.
it's a good time to grab some coffee or some food. Enjoy in Spain. Because it's pretty late right here. So yeah,
Question whether we should start it at walk it out. It's all for the way it's in talk it out. And originally recorded me winning. It's now in the bearings and it's him winning by score the winning going on. So does it just get flipped? I don't actually care. I just want to know what happened.
Guys,
Yeah. And you tell me.
because I mean, all players
Patatas Bravas are really amazing, Andy. You have to love Bravas. I love how to John Reese deploy, to be honest. Look at that. Look at that 3 inches move rules. That's awesome.
I just because it sometimes it does the opposite thing. It's like, oh my god, I'm gonna take a shower. What room? 517. So, cool. Yeah, if the answer is apparently like.
I did not remember. And I'm changing the scores. These scores changing the scores like crazy. So it's like already poison. That was the only thing. So I mean, never change it.
Like if we just scored it as it stood, use up my one. I was literally going to roll up so my turn.
Yeah, because then however, players can't agree.
Who's seen the one that set up in the app? And so I don't need to come and talk to you. I'm not seeing the scores when again, I'm not complaining. It doesn't really matter. It just was curious what it meant.
And one could be, I've not changed.
The only reason that it wouldn't let one piece for we can like decided on the herrings at the moment. And like at this point, there's no point of changing anything. So cool, fair enough. I'll let you get back to the. Have fun.
Oh, John the lead. You're squishy like a 10 guy.
But I'm 2.5.
Even like for charging, without my building here. At which point, wait a moment, it's probably high. How the building was.
Yeah.
I think the other two I'm sure how these ones. Less than 2 big start and every day.
I mean, we have a DNA you can take either two guys. You and go about it. That was you can cancel probably another decision. You might go no, if you take a cross against the line.
Yeah.
Or you can take a warrior, go 10.
Ooh, that would be good because that's the big trade-off. Because like right now, like the bird boy is like useful, but it's so unreliable that like kind of game. It's not like a spotting up. Like oh, I see him. No, it's fine. I throw the bird. I need to trade birds. It doesn't regulate something. I throw the bird. You're gene stealers. Why would I throw the bird? It didn't do anything.
You need to distract the game street.
I mean, it was, but it wasn't the bird.
But you really like, okay, so auxiliary. Now you have auxiliary support for your 9, and it's heavy on the let the man get to his job. It wasn't hard enough as it is, but he didn't get to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gearing up for the championship game. John Reese is defender and chose the right-hand half of the board. He's identified some pretty key strategic items over here, specifically that with Sakara Kotek, he can punch this objective. He's got this one pretty safe, and he can also take this one. However, the other side of the board isn't too bad either, with the ability to punch this one and this one from complete safety. And to me, the big wild card is going to be this objective over here. Really, I think there's going to be a lot of play, seeing how each player can capitalize on this one.
So yeah, they are playing. Is this Secure Architect or?
Yes, this is Secure Architect.
So it can be really tricky in the end the game.
Yes.
So
yeah, I was thinking about having a game that was going to be really swingy to keep things as interesting as possible.
Yeah, makes sense. The only problem with this board right now is if John can get the middle piece for him, that piece can see a lot of the other team deployment. So let's see.
Yeah, that's true. On the flip side, Hatch Bandicoot over here is
Yeah,
you know, Mike will definitely have some hatches on his side.
yeah, yeah. And that's a really good place to have your gunners too.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, and especially since the heavy pieces with the light cover are in the middle of the board. No Pathfinder can have it early on, but John have the good, beautiful, amazing heavy piece of terrain on the south
Yeah, that's
that
protected.
he might be able to exploit. Yeah,
Yeah, no doubt. John's also utilizing the barricades from Into the Dark, which some of you may recognize. Very cool to see
yep,
those interesting looking junk piles. They actually fit right in with the Ortarius terrain.
yeah. It's the same measure, isn't it? So it's cool.
Yeah, I certainly like to see a little flavor in the barricades. They're definitely
Yep.
something. If you're not expecting what they look like, they're definitely a little bit different than what we're used to. All right, we're seeing John once again as defender with a deployment. Now, one interesting thing, I don't know, Ace, if you've already remarked on it,
Yep.
is that John has gone mostly on conceal this game. You know, he's definitely doesn't isn't having this very brunt, aggressive early game thrust. I
Yeah.
think both players are keenly aware that the vast majority of this game's points are scored near the end of the game, and you
Yeah.
want to keep your operatives alive and play it more safe.
Yeah, I agree. I prefer to play Pathfinders that way, to be honest. But right now, there is a lot of operatives for John. I think he's going to barricade again. What do you think? I think he's trying to bait Mike to do a big play and try to shot that operatives in the middle. But I think he's going to barricade right away.
I see it.
That's a
I
big
see it.
bait, I
Yeah,
think. Yeah.
an expert baiter. So Kevin, so what I'm going to ask you to do is when either of them spends a command point on something, let me know, and whenever one of them scores, let me know, or reveals attack up or scores it. So just like big game events, and then if you
So
want
what
to do this
should
on
Mike
on
does?
stream every once in a while, just making sure we're congruent. Thank you. Really
He
appreciate
can
that.
take advantage of the advantage in the middle and take some shots on John, maybe.
You know, I really don't think that John will be able to utilize this vantage point very effectively. I think this putting an operative here, I could see to shoot into this lane. I
Yeah,
think he's going to spend so much time climbing up to here that I don't know. That said,
yeah,
neither team has grenades to punish those silent snipers, so these it's weird in this matchup that those Pathfinder silent snipers get real powerful.
yeah,
Although they're a little less when they're on a vantage point because then they can get all marked up. So
yeah.
really five-dimensional chess there. Yeah,
Mm,
definitely a
is
bummer. Some players couldn't make it out today. I wish Layla could have made it out. Janice, and a super strong player, was hoping Janice would be
yeah.
here. Um, very, would have been very cool to see them. But we'll see them at the next one, no doubt. When's your next big event, Ace?
Sorry.
When is your next big event?
Next Saturday we have a
Oh,
40-player Freak Wars. Yeah,
oh, nice.
yeah. It's going to be the last tournament from for Pathfinders.
Yeah, before we go into the dark.
Yep. So how should Mike deploy this? That's the main question right now for me. He might deploy the Gandron up there in the vantage and then shoot and do a movement because John doesn't have really that much of things to retaliate other than the um sorry the silent weapons. So yeah, I can see some playing here. I don't know. We will see. We'll have to wait.
Complete. On to muster, equipment, tac ops, and scouting. All right, definitely appears that Mike is setting up for a recon sweep play up here.
Yeah, I can totally see that. Yep.
Suppose I don't know why you wouldn't, right? Operatives hugging this wall really well up here can project threat into here this way, and you know this is this objective. You can claim it from this side, but you're shootable, right? Like easily by anything over here. So
Yep.
that's going to be a big problem. Or just simply hopping up on the vantage point using the hatch, getting some shots over this thing, could be a big
Yep.
problem.
Well, I think that if maybe Mike can play super aggressive on turn one, using Bonded and Bonka and all that kind of stuff, and trying to kill as much as he can. But it's going to
Oh,
be tough.
yeah, it is. And he's got the same thing running through his mind, no doubt, of how many points come late game here.
Yeah. Yeah. The point is, how many operatives can you kill before John activates on the second turn? That's the main point. And without marker lights, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, really, you know, but it's still the fact that that's not even a possibility outside of school life. It's like, yeah. You like the fact that you like a narrative thing where we have like the outdoor stuff. Then it reads into the little element. It's like a different flavor in there, right? Yeah. No, it's gone. With the people you're doing it with. Do it now. Do it. Great. Look, like if we try to use that like this, you know, I'm going to be advanced. Because we want people to create Google and the music play those that other people feel like they can make that. Which is obviously what I like to do. There's a pretty little with the 500 words. So like deep education, a lot of games you don't get to do that. I don't know this
So let's see. This is interesting. What Mike is going to deploy on Engage? That's the main thing. If he's going, is he going to get in the same trap with the barricade? Because that's going to happen, I think. Because that model's on the middle, they can get recon sweep. So yeah, let's see.
All right, the rest of the bracket champs are rolling into their games here.
Yep.
And I'll post them back in the chat here.
Mm-hmm.
Now we had a no-show for bracket 5, so actually bracket 5 is Alexander Gord. The rest of the games are continuing on. As for the other games, Warp Coven beats, so for bracket 2, and this is definitely a table to watch, Leander's Novitiates versus Orion Wilfong's Warp Coven. Orion Wilfong won by 2 points, so by a thread there. In bracket 3 is Adrian versus Bob Fleck, and Adrian had the more points there by 3.
Yep.
Then
Aiden has a golden ticket, by the way.
Oh, well,
He's
already
another of the.
he's already
Yeah,
all set
he's
then.
already. Yeah.
Jacob Younce versus Eric's Commandos. That game unfortunately got called before time. Fine. So that game was called for time by 2 points, 5-3. So again, a lot of opportunity for a swing here this time. Looks like there's a question about recon sweep here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Kevin has it right. Yeah. You don't have to leave 6 of your own. You just can't only be within 6 inches of your own.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Ace is in agreement as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to be able to recon sweep on like half the layouts.
Yeah. Pretty much that, yeah.
Janice asks what event Adrian got their ticket at.
That's a good question. That's just really should ask him. Let me ask him.
Hey, Adrian.
Because it's
What event
yeah.
did you win your golden ticket at?
There
What
you go.
event did you win your golden ticket at? Your golden ticket. Yeah, which one did you win your event? Which event did you win?
Adepticon.
Adepticon. He won Adepticon.
There you go.
Straight from the horse's mouth. Yeah, great seeing these pod champions come in here and settle some grudge matches. Almost all of the first matches were very close by about 2 points each on average.
Yeah.
2 to 4 points. So definitely a lot of sweat here as they go into their finals.
Yep.
Hey, Kevin, so Mike did recon sweep? All right. And John hasn't played anything yet? Okay. So John did take cover, which is definitely. Oh, Mike did take cover as well? Bonded. All right. Yeah, just try to keep me in the
Makes
loop with
sense.
those. Yeah, for the next event, I know I've talked about it before, but definitely need to get the players mic'd for the next one.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, at least one mic for the table to be able to listen to what they say. Yeah. That's a really good improvement.
All right. Yeah, so big style difference here is Mike did recon sweep, and John
Yeah.
instead did take cover. Right,
Take
so
cover.
that's
Yeah.
big difference there in how they're approaching the game.
Yeah, it makes sense though, because right now Mike has some operatives in engage, at least some of them, and John doesn't.
Well, so
So
we're getting
it's
first
going to be.
activation here.
Let's see.
So he punched the objective. Okay. And which operative is that? All right, so comms just walked up and popped that first objective.
Okay.
So that's a little bit of a bold call. Uh, John's going to definitely be incentivized to try to just run over and grab it.
Yep.
Yep, that's exactly what I think what he's going to try to do. This is one of those missions where popping that early game is just not the way.
Yeah, I completely
Now,
agree.
if he so he's going to burn and operative on engage to walk over there and pick it up. Okay, I could see that. Do you walk over and pick up? Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
That's
Why not?
actually not a bad move. Not a
Nope.
bad move at all. See, I thought he was gonna try to line something up since he had a good operative, firing angle on the gauge. And start going for blood.
Yep.
He
I
would have
think
had
that's
operatives
smart.
over here to make this shot. I think they're to cover wouldn't have protected that operative there. That
Yep.
operative's going over there to punch. John now up to one of the primary as well. Yeah, we always forget the TAC op reveal here.
Yep.
Kill team players should be starting turning point 1. Starting turning point 1. Keep these guys on time.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, definitely my style in this mission is to delay punching until things are more secure.
Yep. Yep.
Definitely interesting to go for this so early, but not necessarily a bad idea. One really strong position for John is to
Mm.
uh, move an operative in this little nook here, using the hatch, where he'd be able to take vantage shots down here and actually be protected where it lines until this point would be completely safe. And anything over here is getting obscured by this block or this block. So he would actually have
Yes.
a pretty solid position up here, kind of tucked in, if he wanted to have a silent operative go up here. And sure, you'd be
Yes.
ticking clock with those Pathfinder marker lights, but all those actions marker lighting are less things doing anything else, and they're mostly on conceal anyway.
Mm. Yep. I can see that. Yep.
It looks like he's trying to get a cover line on that guy over there. I don't think he has it.
I don't think either.
Yeah, that doesn't look like he has it to me. So it's this shooter over here. It looks like. I think Judge might get called over in a second. I will be. I'll be right back. You want me over?
It's Chris. Chris is with me. But yeah, he's having like a little problem with the microphone. So I'm going to say him to shout. He has a really nice voice though.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I know my audio was a little reduced here.
You are better now. Don't worry.
I keep forgetting to crank it all the way up when I come back to the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the so those barricades from Into the Dark are little, they're little scrap piles. And at the bottom, there was actually a cover line there. So it basically the pipe common sense ruling kicked in to provide cover, where the actual cover line did slide under. So that was a
Yeah,
pretty crazy interaction.
it really
All
was. Yeah,
right, drone's going up there to go for it. Whoa, whoa, mama! First roll for the other dice. One relentless
oof,
reroll.
that's hard. Yeah. Oof.
Oh,
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 and that's a
painful.
destruction.
Oh,
That
that's a drone. Oh
there's
no, that
Pathfinder.
was Pathfinder.
That's Pathfinder. Yeah.
Hey, was that
And
marksman? That's marksman down. Whoa,
holy
okay.
macaroni.
Holy macaroni. Yeah, big oof. That's gonna be an F in the chat here, dog.
Yeah. Well, maybe the blooded can retaliate to that drone. To
Ah,
that
and of
drone.
course there's gonna be retaliation, but as soon as you get a kill up here, and the problem is John has just super defensive posture where
Yeah.
Mike can really push the advantage here if he wants to.
Does John take
Yeah.
the number 2 infiltration from the scouting phase?
Hey, what scouting phase did they take, Kevin?
No, it was barricade. It was barricade. That was barricade.
Yeah.
Yeah. The barricade in the middle. Yeah. Whew. That's going to be tough.
Yeah. On the flip side, Mike has a 4-point gap to just tie things up that he
Yes.
has to cross, so he is behind here. And John is a clever, clever player.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He has been
Yeah,
showing a lot of stuff this weekend, so yeah.
yeah.
So blooded shooting? Nope.
Looks like an ion gunner.
Yep.
Is this an ion gunner, Kevin? Yeah, I don't know if you're watching, Sheldon, but we are going to replace these dice after this.
Don't blame the dice.
No, I'm going to blame
Ooh.
these dice. They were
Ooh.
notorious. We've been playing a lot of scrimmages in the Bat Cave, my local garage, and
Yeah.
everyone hates these dice. So they seem to low roll for everyone.
Uh, well, at
Yes,
least it's for everyone.
Steve's agreeing in the chat. Very much not what John wants to see, being down on kills by one with no way to
Yeah.
respond.
Yeah. That was a smart move. A really smart move from Mike.
Yeah,
You take down the silent operative and then he cannot retaliate.
yeah, and the marksman's the real problem, child. The blooded is
Yes.
another more aggressive tickling of that pulse carbine, but the marksman, those mortar wounds add up so fast, and he's so reliable. Doesn't
Yep.
even need bonded.
Yep. Well, he's on the silent profile. He's nothing special, to be honest. But when he goes to engage, he's a fucking monster. So yeah.
Yeah, Steve, coming into the real pro tip here. Just don't be on stream ever.
Yep.
No point.
All right, I got to settle something.
Okay.
All right. John's over there triangulating.
He's going for the scoring. Yeah. Makes sense.
So I will activate drone controlling.
Drone controller looks like he's going to move over and score one for triangulate. That's a point for John on triangulate. It looks like what secondaries are out for Mike?
Triangulate and go solo.
Yeah, Janice in the chat making the joke that Zinch Legionary exist. I do think it's pretty funny how when that team was dropped, the Zinch Legionary was all the rage with that lethal 5-up shooting, and that disappeared so incredibly quickly from the meta.
Yeah.
Really wild. They met Pathfinders. All right, we're getting the drone going on over there. Oh, we're knocking buildings. It's very late in the day. Mike and John have played 7 games before this, each against incredibly, incredibly good players. There's
Yeah.
no surprise here that they're just a little mentally winded. Janice showing her true Nurgle colors. No surprises there. All right, scrambling over there. Now, will he unlock it? Is the question.
Yeah. What are you going to prioritize right now? That's the main thing.
I would not unlock it. Did he punch? Yeah, smart. It's sort of like that Awakened Data Spirits mission where trying to get a couple VPs early, you end up just sliding them behind by 6.
Yeah.
Don't give your opponent points. All right. Yep. Looks like scramble dash. All right. Yep. Moving up into that bunker. We definitely predicted we'd see that bunker in use by John as nice fortification. I do think we're also going to. I do think, though, that I don't think we're going to see him actually be able to fortify the top of the vantage. I think that's just he won't have time.
Yeah. I don't know if
And losing
the
that silent marksman also slid him behind pretty hard on that plan.
yeah.
All right, let's see if Mike
It's,
pops an advantage point here. I think the obvious move is just pop an advantage point with that guy and
yeah.
go shoot the drone.
Shoot. Yeah.
Are we not going to see that? Why not? Why are we not going to go shoot the gun or the marker drone? I don't. Let me. I'm not sure what drone it is. 1 second.
Yeah, we'll do that. That's for sure. Yeah.
That's
But
a gun
nope.
drone. Okay, so I guess he wants this guy to do it. Why is he?
I unmoved the prep.
All right, so
He
that
move and
engaged Ion
disconnect.
moved and disconnected that objective. Why? Why would he do that instead of lighting up that drone?
Maybe he's afraid of taking retaliation from the blooded, but then why? I don't know.
I mean, whenever you start getting ahead on kills, you want to keep those trades going.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah, you
absolutely
keep a
in a
snow.
situation where he wants to press the advantage, and the drone is one of the most valuable operatives in this fight because of how reliable it is.
You keep snowballing. That's for sure.
Yeah. All right. We pick up that objective over there. Mike may not be terribly familiar with how this objective, how this mission works in practice.
Works. Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
very fixated on picking these objectives up early. Kiss of death here in the long run sometimes, especially because you can't
Mm,
dash with them. So Montka has a lot less value.
yeah.
All right, John moving up. Yep, into that bunker.
I don't know why John doesn't move um that drone.
Yeah, neither do I. That drone to me would be the absolute target.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure how
Yeah.
many ropes we have up, but Mike really would need to move, take this guy and move him with this vantage point. You have this
Yep.
beautiful shot here. Just take it, and you're protected with cover. Just do it.
Just take it. Yeah.
Just take it,
Why
man.
not? I mean, why not?
Maybe he doesn't see it.
Oof, that could be tough.
All right, next engaged operative. And who's active? I have been summoned. We're getting more shooting in here.
Yep.
Wait, this looks like the marksman over here. Did he just kill an ion earlier?
Yep.
Oh, that's a little less worth it.
Yeah.
Still nice to kill the ion, but
I still don't get why John doesn't move the the drone. To be fair, maybe there is no targets. There is no way Mike can get to the vantage at the moment. I don't know.
couldn't tell you, boys.
But the gun drone has now 4 marker lights, so the blooded is going to get into action as soon as possible.
Oh no, not quite.
So, Chris, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I may have to take my leave now. It's getting late here in Spain.
All right,
So,
understood. No
yeah,
worries.
I will have to watch this tomorrow. It's going to be really interesting to see who pulls that out. It's going to
Yeah,
be
there's a
amazing.
there's a
So,
golden ticket in it for one of these guys. So let's see
yep,
who's able to pull it off. All
yep.
right.
So, thanks a million for having me. It was a
Oh
really
yeah, no, it's
nice
great having you, man.
pleasure.
Yeah, take care. Sleep well, and we'll talk
And
soon. Yep.
and see you. Yeah, see you in Mexico.
I'll see you in New Mexico. Yes,
Oh yeah.
sir. All right.
See you
Bye, man.
guys. Bye bye,
Yep.
chat. Bye bye.
See ya.
Yes, thank you. I would never go to with that floor. With the floor double, you did still get 4 inches to go up.
Yeah. So when you climb, you go to the nearest 2-inch increment and round up. So 4 rounded up to the nearest 2-inch increment is
Four. If it goes over 4 inches, then yeah, but if it stays over. Yeah, this for like. So the way the climb works is that you have to walk in your dome. From the single time forward. You go up. Okay. And it was always took like a. Because you have to pay to leave it's like no. You can not use it for it because while here's what I this is what I feel like when it's very things. Which basically gonna move ourselves and then just drive the other side.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can't change it. I don't know. We're with you. Closet into the dark, right?
No. Yes. Let it be known. Nothing can move through walls. Not the preacher boy.
Not even from that stuff and the baby's winter. Winter. And this is what the thing is pretty cool. First, yeah, but it doesn't work. As a preacher, you don't work with shit. I know there's too much. You're that. Looking for head measles. Warhammer community, article.com, that rabbit also got this one went especially. Game workshop and reach your point model. Was man, it's very no, but like white answers, the other one just very chance. People
Just had to break everyone's hearts here by confirming that in Into the Dark you cannot go through the walls with the breacher, which seems designed to do it. Very disappointing.
said that they're home where they have really great tricks. They don't confirm the you want anything?
Oh, no. Sure. Yeah.
You done a great job, Israel.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. No, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, I can confirm that writhing ingress does not work. Breach of Boy does not work. Um, and I can also confirm for sure that the game designers have confirmed that they intend that writhing ingress, Breach of Boy does not work to let things through walls. So this is 100% confirmed. It is a price to pay, but it's a price we have to pay for not letting void dancers through walls, which I'll accept. All right, turning point one is definitely getting influence here. I think we're near the end of turning point one. Right, exactly, Matt. I mean, making sure void dancers can't go through walls sometimes means we have to pay for it in other ways. Hey, Kevin, Kevin, Kevin. We're in turning point one still, right? We're in for turning point one still, yeah. All right, we're closing in the last few activations of turning point one. Indeed, trying to get Kevin's attention, who committed to provide me game updates, and he is engrossed in conversation at the moment. So, not getting those game updates, but working on it. There's a small crowd gathering around the champions table, but of course, there's some very other spicy games to start going on, notably from the second graphic champion, Leander versus Orion. Very, very important game to watch. Like I said, for turning point one looks like.
Should be starting turning point two. Start turning point two.
All right, initiative roll.
Said turning 45. Oh, you take that.
Yeah, so these are bound to show up from my keyboard, and sometimes they jump forward randomly, so I'm not going to catch it. They don't seem to action changes. I just need to catch it. Who's taking initiative? Mike keeps initiative.
You have initiative and turn first activation to lead.
Oh, okay. So John got initiative, turned it to Mike. You're each at 2 CP at the moment, yeah? So this is not the Wormblade hiding ability. This is Writhing Ingress, one of the cool abilities that Wormblade have, where they can plop a little token down and just simply waltz through walls near that token as if they weren't even there. Very cool ability. No changes to forward deploy abilities like hiding, sneaky git, and others. All right, we're getting a recon sweep from Mike. Recon sweep from Mike. Okay. And it's 2-1 on primary, right? For Mike? 2-1 on primary? 3-1 on primary.
Holding briefing.
Well, that doesn't.
I know.
Yeah. All right. Interesting that John decided to give Mike initiative here. All right. Looks like he's using his recon sweep to pull back his operative who is holding the banner, but you can't dash, so
I didn't realize that you can't use recon holding, but it's still a dash. So,
that is correct.
yes.
Are we refunding recon dash?
No recon.
All right, we're refunding recon sweep. Yeah, and the last arena, in arena they errated that so that you could not do any forward deploy, if I remember correctly, which was the right call there. Definitely bizarre to have forward deploy exist as a concept in Into the Dark, which we may see that get FAQ'd. I remain quite excited for Into the Dark, and my local events that I'll be running will be using Into the Dark exclusively, at least for the change of pace. Bonded for Mike now. And John will do a worthy cause. Brutal. All right, so comms is so his comms is doing worthy cause and giving plus an APL to what? Hold up.
I'm sorry, guys. Hey, did comms? Hold up, hold up.
No, John has a point on the primary and a point on triangulate, so his total score is 2. Yeah, remember, chat. The scores in the middle, the big ones, are the primary, and then secondaries are listed on the sides. These are all cumulative. So that's why the middle says primary. All right, a strong showing for worthy cause here from John. All right, and Mike's first activation, bringing one of his operatives to. I think he's fighting obscuring a little bit here, although it does look to me like he has it. I think the left cover line has this, so I'm going to go check this out. Yeah, any of you who are watching this channel and enjoying this glorious battle of Pathfinder on Pathfinder action, the most exciting thing you can do to keep yourself awake during a match like this is to go ahead and give this channel a follow. Please do so. We're only 26 followers away from 1,000 followers. Would really appreciate us to help us break that milestone and help grow Kill Team Stream and bring Kill Team Stream to your community. So really appreciate it. Thank you all. So we're seeing that Mike is continuing to increase the lead on kills. It's currently 4 kills for Mike to 2 kills for John. Mike doing everything he can to push his edge here. As well, he's on ahead on CP as the Pathfinders had to burn for worthy cause this turn and definitely didn't get as much mileage out of it as they would have wanted. All right. Mike's getting ready for his next activation. Who's the target? Kevin, can you help us out? Can you show us who's pointing who's shooting who, Kevin? All right. Here to here. So these shots are going on. Pretty high likelihood of success. All right. Hot ion, 3 hits. Good reroll. Into a ooh, that's what he wanted. Gnarly. Isn't able to defend. He's off the table. Oh man, Mike continuing to extend his kill lead. This is an absolutely gnarly game, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, Mike needs to overcome a 4-point lead.
I want that.
Is that leader? Kevin, is that leader? Is that leader activating? John? Yes.
All right, John's leader's activating, flipping to engage. John's out for blood. Looks like he's going to dash to the objective he punched earlier. He's going to pick it up on, so he's flipping to conceal, it looks like. He's dashing over, picking up for free with the hollow readout, and then he's going to move. Looks like he's actually not close enough. He's not within black to pick up at the center of that token, so that he cannot do that. That's that planned out of there. He's definitely ahead. Mike's board state and score is both giving him the edge in this one. John's looking for an angle. Janice G, thank you for following. Appreciate it. All right. What is John going to do? Shield drone activating, going to engage and charging. Trying to lock it up in there. Just prevent that model with the picked objective from escaping. You never expect Pathfinders to turn into a melee fight.
Shasla activated, pick up.
All right, Shazla activated over there, picked up. So we're talking about this Shazla down here. Gun drones activating, flipping to engage. Moving over to that gnarly firing position and taking what looks like a pretty good shot on that. Looks like transpectral down there. Looks like they ruled he doesn't have the shot. So he's going to try a different angle down there. He'll definitely have the shot from where he is now. All right. Big roll for John. Oh, 2 hits. All right. Crit and 3 hits. Can't really complain about that. Nope. Transpectral's out. Who's activating? All right. So Mike's drone controller's moving around back there carrying the objective. A great position for him to be able to just play VR drone control while holding an objective and scoring guaranteed 2 points for Mike. So the thing with that big cluster of operatives is holding the objectives guarantees you control it. So packing it in there doesn't really do anything. I've been summoned. All right, we're getting pretty far through turning point 2 here. Yeah, kill count definitely not favorable to John right now. John has lost 5 operatives. Mike's only lost 3. All right. All right. Yep. So picks up the point with leader. All right, John picked up this point here, so now he has a stronger control. All right, we're closing into the end of Turning Point 2 here on the Nova Open final game. This is the rematch between Mike and John. John come into this game with a 4-point lead, so Mike has to clear that 4-point deficit in order to take a win. He's currently a little bit ahead in this game, but there is still a lot of kill team ahead. Should be starting Turning Point 3. Kill team players, starting Turning Point 3. Not too many activations left here on both sides. John had a strong bid with a worthy cause that needed to go his way and definitely did not. Stream? Yeah, it should be. It's just kill team stream. Yeah. Where? What mission action? I can't tell you if the format of the two final games is the same as the other U.S. Opens here. I do know that Matt H. Okay, so lots of melee this game, which is very careful to out. As we roll into completing Turning Point 2. And there's really not going to be too much time left in this game here. I think everything else is going to start going pretty quick. A lot of operatives are engaged, which is very surprising. Mike does have 1 CP in the tank, which is enough to do supporting fire.
They're hard. It's hard because they can charge from this.
1 second, chat. I'll be right back. Looks like we had one of our pods wrapped up here. All right, so I can announce a winner for bracket 4. Eric Cecil of a Plasma Spam has won bracket 4. Congratulations, Eric. Oh, whatever John just did there is really going to hurt. Well, with take cover, you'd be okay, but looks like we had a grenadier, it looks like. Yes, Janice, so Plasma Spam starting to rack up the W's. We'll see if Orion ends up beating Leander in a very rough match, Warp Coven versus Novitiates. I'm going to go check in on that game, see if I can get a finger on the pulse on it. One moment. All right, chat. More games are ratcheting up. Adrian has won his pod, and Orion and Leander are still going at it, but it looks like Orion has a slight edge, so he's definitely favored to take it, especially as he also cleared his last game by 2 points margin ahead. Who did Ion shoot? Well, so Kevin, what would really help is if you just point on the table when things happen. Like if you can just point on the table when people are shooting each other. That'd be really
Can you pick up all engaged?
no, you cannot. All right. Clearing out the end of turning point 2 here. Very brutal turn. Lots of Tau melee. Be right back. Yeah, I think this game holds the record for the most Tau melee I've ever seen. Combat support making the attacks hit on 4s. So we're really getting serious about it now. Ooh, 2 brutal Tau fist smacks. Oh! What an absolute Thunderdome, ladies and gentlemen. Show me your moves! If only they had a hardened veteran to take, Kevin. So much Tau melee going on. This is just wild. All right, yeah. So I checked in on table or bracket championships 2, Orion versus Leander. It looks like Orion's lead continues to extend. I predict that Orion will be the winner of that game. So another win for Plasma Spam today. A very, very good day for the folks, the fine folks at Plasma Spam. Ladies and gentlemen, this board state is absolutely insane. I don't even know what's happening because all of the Tau have engaged each other in melee in a giant cluster. This is one for the history books. Shooting? No, 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 no. No, we're attacking with the Tau fists. I think this is a fitting way for a Pathfinder mirror match to end. Yeah, so I was encouraging Kevin during his game or after his games, that the hardened veteran's a good call, and we were talking about it on stream. And he tried taking it in his last game, and it did swimmingly, and punched a lot of Tau to death. So he was very happy with his performance. Yeah, this is still turning point 2.
Starting turning point 4. So there is no round 8 basically. I was going to read the racing model with the because it's I'm going to say for ITC, one Victoria production.
Yes. I wish I had points.
It's all no, you're really great.
Thank you, guys.
See you and comment and okay. Yeah. I
All right, stop turning point 3.
Does Mike still have 2 CP?
Only one?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to.
That's what I'm saying. You were asking about the garbage or my wet to 0.
So John has lost 7 operatives, and Mike has only lost 3. So Archaeotech, as the game nears the finale here, becomes more and more skewed toward whoever has more operatives, and the board state as it's developing is getting more and more heavily favoring Mike. Team USA, worthy cause from Mike. Mike lost initiative and pops worthy cause. That's 2 worthy causes this game, ladies and gentlemen.
My operative in the
No, I think 2 of the objectives have yet to be popped.
and is it still 3-1 on primary?
Still 3-1 on primary? Or 3-2? Okay, John popped in the one. So it's 4-2.
John only popped one.
Oh, it's 5-1. Yes. I've got you for triangulate. Mike, I have 0 tack ups.
Next side.
And we're charging into that fight, ladies and gentlemen. That is more Tau charging. These are all red Tau, blood for the blood god. There's now quite a large crowd around the game. Even more Tau melee.
Runs up to mine.
So, I mean, this game we're letting it finish. Like, we can't. I know. I mean, we're trying to. I hope that doesn't happen.
It looks like it's working.
Who's going to run out of time?
The dog gets that, but if he caught, I shouldn't do it.
Well, but if everything's fight, then he has to interact with it. Like, he has to sort of roll the dice.
I mean, doing it like that.
Yeah. Well,
No, one like play the wizard. This one, that points is on the button. Easily get to it. All right. Hey, something very important. This is coming from Matt Hall, and both players have made good use of time. We're not going to enforce the chess clock. Please, both parties are meeting. Now for top table for the. We're just wondering if this is a. Yeah, you know, you clear it now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So both players are making pretty good use of time, all things considered. We are not going to be enforcing chess clock, even though Mike only has about 5 minutes remaining and John has 12. We are just playing fisticuffs one hit at a time, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't care what it is. Gin and tonic, that's a good fit.
I think you're actually talking with, I guess, energy to do this and do this at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, and you first. Oh, I thought you said different stuff. What is it? People are seeing costs. Like you can beat us. Sometimes it's I don't know I'm looking at it. It's almost
All right, ladies and gentlemen, turning point 4, last round of the game. So, if the players tie, we're gonna have to get creative. I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Thanks enough. Yeah, man. Thanks for running.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Oh, I have no idea.
This is it. We got a plant signal beacon was popped. Kevin, John secondaries or what? It's probably signal. It's probably signal. Yeah. And he scored killing blow once, right? Scored killing blow once or no?
Yes.
Okay. Chat, I do need to catch up on the TACOP points, so don't take the values I have here as sacred.
Triangulate.
All right. Those of you following the rest of the event, we are wrapping up on the Bracket 2 championships. It looks like Orion Wilfong is going to take Bracket 2 with his Warp Coven. It's almost done.
Winning.
Mike, but I don't even know.
What are you playing right now? No, but what are you playing in your games?
Like, stop. 9 tiebreakers, okay. Oh, sir.
Is it working? Is this coming out here?
This is the finals.
Yeah.
The tie-breaking second game. All right, chat. We are coming in at the final here. Turning point 4, end of the game. So much Tau melee. John scrambling to see what he can pick up. Hey, Kevin, how many points on plant signal for Mike?
It's only 4.
Oh my gosh. What a game, ladies and gentlemen. What a game. Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, you should see the crowd forming around the table right now. It's pretty impressive. A lot of players loving watching this glorious slaughter of Tau melee just piling into each other. We're trying to determine the total margin of victory. We're going to see out of Mike Cortez here. It is truly an exciting end of the game. We are still tabulating results from the Bracket 2 champions. It does look like Orion's going to take it, but we are waiting final confirmation on that one.
Appreciation or staff who's bags for complete one of the best for most of those for folks who are really the office athletes, you know, thank you so much for above my name. So much, guys. I really appreciate it. And you guys have done so much things. It's a lot of work. It's even, yeah. Okay, you're gonna see us next year. We're going to Hilton. Hilton and Groupon. So big. Thank you. We'll get you back to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Shasui performing a charge. That is the Tau Pathfinder leader, the culminating maximum form of melee warfare in the entire galaxy, throwing fisticuffs with another Tau. This is the most exciting thing I've seen in my life, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if he can roll a crit. That brutal Tau combat support hitting on 2s. Or no, still 3s. Whoa! He could roll crits, ladies and gentlemen. That is correct. Commander Farsight would be proud. Sheldon says he can roll crits. Thank you for that one, Sheldon. All right, back off to Mike. Oh my God. This is truly this is one for the record books, folks.
I'm gonna challenge you. Okay. Your other doors can join. Yes. Yeah. All right, we are coming into the final activations of Turning Point 4. This is the Nova Open 2022 final championship game rematch between John and Mike. John took the first game by 4 points. We're trying to see how wide of a margin Mike might be able to win to reset the gap, or John keeps his win, and one of them is going to be flown to New Mexico with their golden ticket. Horse? Really? It's 5-1 right now. Fourth is the one you scored the very end.
I can confirm that GW did not wink wink pay me off to wink wink help Mike win in this game by not having to pay for an international flight. So I'm just going to confirm that for the entire chat here right now. Wink wink. All right, this game is going to be decided in the final few activations, seeing how many objectives they control. I think we're tabulating final score now. Okay, so we got. So John, so you hold 3 at the end of the game. Okay, so your primary went from 1 to 7. Okay, now you score 2 for plant signal. All right, so killing blow.
Yeah, one prime.
1 for triangulate, not 2. Right, and then for killing blow maxed. Okay, now how many do you hold at the end of the game? All right, so your went from 5 to 9, and then you got plant signal beacon for 2. Killing blow, how many did you get? You got 0. All right, and for triangulate, you got 0. Oh, you got 1 for triangulate?
No.
0. Okay, so that brings your total to 11. And for John Reeves, I can officially say that with 7 on the primary, 4 on the secondaries for killing blow and plant signal, and 1 more for triangulate, I can say that John Rees takes the event 12-11, winning the Nova Open Grand Tournament 2022. Let's all give a big round of applause to John for winning Nova Open. Congrats, John. Woo! All right, let's all take a moment to take a deep breath. Congratulations, John. Good work. Oh,
What else? I guess let me try to do. Like one for the throw and 5. So that was pretty large. We'll think of the same things. No, yeah,
Sure, you, Travis, and Marlo are pretty best players, pretty much.
We have a lot of strong players across the country. Hey, I'm doing this in real time, Sheldon, okay?